Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 216-220. Not yet summer resort, X. This had not been her intention, at least initially, but the moment she had been spotted she knew it would be impossible for her to avoid them. Rather, it would have been impossible for her to even consider doing something such as that in the first place. TCH. A click of the tongue from her left, she stayed silent and merely let the annoyance play out. Why did we become saddled with such lousy seating? Surely there should have been some effort to accommodate us. It is not every day that a goddess graces such a measly performance such as this. A response to the complaint was delivered by a similar voice. Now, me. Let's not be so hasty in delivering judgment. I would say that despite being something fashioned by some mortals on the spot, it was hardly an amateur show. I would say that it was certainly a memorable one. That laughter gave Medusa pause, her eyes moved down behind her visor and towards the direction of her older sister. Sure enough, the glint in their eyes was present and it meant that there would only be trouble in the future. Not that she voiced such a thought aloud, she would never have done something like that. Oh, Steno raised a brow, leaning across and matching the smile worn by Euryale, though there was a touch more intrigue about it. Perhaps you have some manner of plan, me. Would you be kind enough to share? I would be rather delighted in hearing it. Euryale didn't wait long in revealing it. That white-haired human woman in the center, she's quite different when she is around Chaldea, is she not? The words hung in the air, Medusa inwardly tensed and sent a small pang of sympathy towards the woman who had managed to earn the attention of her sisters. It was something that one did not easily endure. That she is, Steno hummed, bringing up a delicate hand and rubbing away at her chin. I suppose that whatever this singularity is doing, it has made her a touch more confident, but when she returns, don't you think it would be rather likely that her confidence here would be left behind? Well, that is what is to be expected. A wave of the hand from Euryale, soon followed by another mischievous giggle. Still, I must say, whomever this deity is, I am rather inclined to offer them a token amount of praise. They have certainly provided us with some measure of amusement, even into the future, haven't they, me? Quite so, myself, however, that they haven't made pains to accommodate us is rather vexing. Her sister gestured towards her, she kept herself still as they both turned with the same look in their eyes. It is as though they made this entire land while catering to giants, but then I suppose you must be very thankful for that, Medusalis. What is it like being amongst others like yourself? She debated whether it was better to reply or keep silent. You're not getting nervous now, are you? Euryale swiftly caught onto her hesitation and narrowed her eyes, placing her hands upon her hips. Come now, surely you must be thrilled, or is it that you're now feeling as though you might end up forgetting all about us now that you're with the other giants? That is not, she blurted out, then caught herself at the last moment, taking in a deep breath before she restarted. I would never forget either of you, sisters. A scoff from Steno and a wave of the hand. For a moment she thought she might have answered incorrectly, but the smug look which came upon her sister was a relief, despite the words that followed. Of course you would never forget us, you need to have some measure of what true beauty is after all, don't you? Being tall, bad. 3 gentle words. Medusa would privately admit that she had never seen such a blatant look of panic fly across the face of Euryale before in her life. Though it was less obvious than if it were upon a human, the widening of her eyes and the parting of their lips was all but announcing she was shocked. Euryale turned to the speaker and raised a brow, finding her ground once more. Don't start on that, Asterios. Have I ever once made a complaint about your height before? Bringing her arm about, she pointed up to the face of the servant. If it was such a problem, why then would I go out of my way to make use of your height, Asterios opened his mouth, then closed it, his brows pinched and his lip curled down. She caught a flash as he glanced at her for a split second and then back down to Euryale, tilting his head in a small display of confusion. But, talk, bad, about, Medusa, height, as if to prove his point. He straightened himself out and soon towered over them all, bringing up a large arm and then holding it across. His palm soon hovered above her head and then was dragged back until it touched his own body, demonstrating the height difference between the two of them. Me. Taller. Euryale briefly looked at a loss for words, her jaw closed up tight, and then she briefly looked around before she closed her eyes and exhaled. Oh, Asterios. You truly say the silliest of things sometimes. It is quite all right for you to be as tall as you are, the problem with Medusa is that she is the youngest. Of course. Steno supported a moment later, but she knew that they could have acted sooner. The little glint in their eyes told her that she had been enjoying the display a little too much. What manner of younger sibling is taller than the elder one? Does that seem a little odd to you? After all, they are called little sisters for a good reason. The confusion slowly faded from the face of the berserker. They made a small noise and nodded their head up and down. I see. Then, Medusa. Big sister. Yes. Steno nodded her head approvingly, then turned to her with a rather sharp smile. She is indeed a very big sister. The problem is that she is much too big. Much too big. Euryale parroted with a shake of the head. Honestly, all the trouble you can get into, what are you thinking, getting as big as you are, Medusa? A nod of the head in the direction of Asterios and a roll of the eyes. Are you going to keep going until you stand taller than him? She hoped not. The only reason she would end up like that. No, it was not the time to consider thoughts such as this. Or perhaps it was because of the recent developments that her mind was beginning to wander in that direction. It was not as though she could not assume who the servant was, but she would prefer to ignore them altogether. If they were who she suspected them to be, then something tickled at the edge of her senses. Her posture went rigid, her hands clenched tight, and she could feel her weapons hover just above her hands. The urge to summon them the moment the sensation reached her was difficult to ignore, but she held it back purely because it was a slow and steady approach. They wanted her to know they were coming. A turn of her head in the direction of the sensation, her ears focused on the growing sound of heeled boots upon cobblestone, it cut through all other sounds with ease. Even the mutters and conversations of the servants around her fell to the wayside as she devoted all her attention to the noise. Think you can start ignoring me now, Medusalis? She froze as she realized what was happening, what was about to happen. She needed to get away from her sisters before her attempt at an escape was cut off in the second she moved. Steno moved in front of her and placed her hands on her hips, an unimpressed look on their face which rooted her to the spot. They clearly misunderstood what it was she was trying to do, yet she could not tell them. Her tongue turned to lead in her mouth, her jaw clenched as her attention drifted away from them. She could not yet see them, but she could feel their presence like the heat of an approaching flame. Has Chaldea turned you into some sort of delinquent, Medusa? Steno inquired with a raised brow, a nagging suspicion on their face. Or maybe you're trying to take a leaf out of the book of Gwyndolin and go your own way apart from us. I must say, I would hope not. You could do with much finer role models than. It is not that, sisters. She hastily cut her off, taking another step to move around onto to find that her way was now blocked by Euryale, a matching look upon her own features to that of Stenos. It is merely that I have been separated from my master for too long, and if I do not return, they might become concerned and seek me out. So, a light scoff. You've seen the sort of meat-headed thugs that they can surround themselves with at the snap of a finger. I'm all but certain that they could be convinced to spare you for a single day. They trailed off, eyes narrowing on the pair of them. Euryale picked up where Steno left off. Unless, maybe, you would rather prefer to be around master than either of us. An odd twinkle entered their eye, and she was now all but certain they were really reading the situation wrong. Is that what this is, Medusa? Are you getting anxious that you can't get close to your little companion? I must say, I'm surprised at you. I didn't think you could be so nervous when separated from, what are they, a pet? That is not. Her words caught like a lump in her throat. Snapping her attention upwards, right above the heads of her sisters, she watched the servants part as a figure walked right through the middle of them and approached her without slowing their pace, a purpose in their strides. Each clack of the heel drummed through her head like a hammer upon nails. Medusa straightened herself, turning her expression to ice and keeping her arms by her side. A flash of confusion on the faces of her sisters, then they turned around and stared. The servants slowed their pace for the first time, immediately upon catching sight of her sisters, and then stopped moving completely, falling into a comfortable distance from them of at least a couple meters. What is this supposed to be? The disbelief in the voice of Euryale made tense. The saber servant remained silent as her sister brought up an arm and waved it towards them. I was only joking when I alluded to the possibility of finding your people Medusalis, but this is, what on earth are you supposed to be? The servant, Chris, spared only a single glance to the goddess from behind their sunglasses and then directed their full attention onto her. Your master has become anxious that you have not returned and asked me to search for you and your other missing companions. The others have already been discovered, you are the last. A touch rude not to reply to a question, isn't it? Medusa turned her attention to the back of Steno's head as they addressed Chris, not losing a single ounce of confidence and even sounding somewhat irritated, though still intrigued. Now then, might you introduce yourself? Given that you have gone out of your way to look like Medusa, they brought their hand up, placing it on their cheek and leaning into the touch, a frown audible in their words. Though quite why you would do something so ludicrous in the first place is astonishing to me, of all the people you could have copied and you went with her. I do not see a reason to answer your questions. Don't you? Euryale spoke up next, taking a single step forwards. And what if I say that there is a good reason for it? I know Medusa, and as convincing as this little dress-up of yours is, I can say with absolute certainty that you are no Medusa. I have never claimed to be. But you seem to be fine walking around looking like her, no accounting for taste, but it is just astounding to me. Steno cut them off with a light sigh, then they abruptly paused. A different tone entered their words. Do you know who you are truly walking around looking like? Do you understand their full history, or did you just decide to make up this shape because you thought it would look nice? Because there is already one Medusalis in this world and I find myself unwilling to tolerate another. Especially if they are only acting this way for such a flimsy reason. Euryale made a rather displeased sound in the back of her throat. Medusa diverted her focus to the silent servant, having not moved a single inch. Chris tightened their posture, shooting up straight. Flimsy. The word was more like a growl, she could see them starting to coil their body. I know exactly whose face this is. It is mine, just as much as it is hers. They nodded their head towards her, though their eyes never parted from her sisters. And do not presume that your status might protect you, I will not be insulted lightly. Hurting. Euryale. Bad. They paused at the growl. Medusa heard the heavy footfalls of Asterios as the berserker moved around her, lowering a thick arm in front of the two goddesses before he paused, then tilted his head and made a small noise of confusion. She caught the flicker in his eyes as he stared down at the servant. Wait. A loud sniff from the berserker. You smell odd. Smell. Lee, your master waits for you near the pirate ship. He and the others have made preparations for an engagement. Go. Now. They turned about face, pressing their legs down and then shooting off into the air with a single powerful leap. The stone cracked with their takeoff and they were gone before anything else could be said. But they provided her with something useful. An escape. Master needs me, I must go, sisters. They didn't respond to her words for a moment, perhaps because they didn't quite comprehend them for a few seconds, and she used those few seconds for all they were ultimately worth. By the time they whipped around to face her, she was already moving. Come back here, Medusa. Medusa. Don't you dare run away when I'm speaking to you. Medusa. Their shouts faded into the background as she moved away, throwing herself to the skyline and sensing the general direction where her master was, turning herself with the wind and moving off in that direction. It was them. She didn't know how it was them. She didn't know why they looked like that or how they looked like that. But she knew exactly who it was. The question was why? And why now? Meeting the rather incensed gaze from the person directly in front of him was one of the hardest things he had managed to do. If only because of the level of guilt and shame that they seemed to instill within him, there was just something about the glare which resonated deep within him. His eyes instead moved to the space directly to the right of them, where Solaire was stood with Gareth in tow. The Lancer fidgeted on the spot with a somewhat abashed look upon her face, understandable given that Solaire had told him that she had been found messing around with both Verndari and Sanora. Not that he was particularly bothered about that, she'd spotted them in the crowd and had claimed she'd gotten a little overexcited and went to meet with them and forgot about letting him know where she was going. Fair enough, he wasn't bothered about that. Well, he was bothered but he was able to let it go. Atalanta glaring bloody murder at him while Ash was holding her wrist literally looking like a lost child didn't set off the same level of easygoing concern within him, and he was left with the impression that a little more had happened than just wandering off. The complete and total lack of dialogue from her thus far was more terrifying than if she had been shouting. And they still hadn't found Mash Yi. Senpei. A voice, his head whipped around in that direction and his brows shot upwards, then he double-talked at the sight that was before him. His arms dropped down to his side and his raised brows fell down, pinching together. It was indeed Mash, and rather than being clad in her usual armor, she was instead wearing a short summer dress, pure white with a magenta lining around the edge and a matching ribbon on the front. Sporting upon her face was a look of relief as, in both hands, she carried large carrier bags of something. "I'm so glad I found you. I got worried when I couldn't see you near the rides or the shops, but then I realized that you might have been near the performance." She cut herself off, her brows shot upwards. "Ah, did you see it as well, Senpei? I didn't know the director was that good at singing. It was actually a big surprise to me, but I thought it was really wonderful." She looked like she was having a lot of fun. His eyes still lingered on the swimsuit she was wearing, then moved up towards her face, trying and failing to get a word out. It seemed almost bewildering that Mash had run away for about 10 or so minutes and then came back with. Leaning forwards, he stared at the contents of the bag. "Are those ice creams?" "Yes." Mash beamed at his words, looking rather proud of herself for a moment, then she paused and cleared her throat. I mean yes, that is right, Senpei. I've read that it is normal for ice creams to be eaten in places like this, and it would have been difficult for me to move enough fast food for everyone to have some, so I got ice cream." Ahem. The clearing of a throat had him wince a bit, his eyes turned and saw the glare of Atalanta still upon him. With an internal sigh, he turned himself to face her and took in a deep breath. He could ask Mash later about where she went, this was something that needed to be addressed right now. "Thanks for finding. Do you have even the slightest notion of what your actions could have led to if I was not as observant as I am?" Her words were delivered without a trace of emotion and yet held the fury of a storm. His jaw snapped shut as she looked at him, he could see the challenge for him to offer any sort of reply. "I can guess. You cannot because you do not know the danger." She growled. He saw her grip on Ash's hand tightened a little and pull him slightly closer to her. All the more worrying that the saber offered not even an ounce of resistance. This is not a land where you can afford to let your guard down, and others' delights are far from civilized. As both a master and as a guardian, you should know better. You should be better. He flinched, then looked down. "I found him consorting with drunks." A faint growl of disgust entered her voice as she brought up the servant in question. He paused and looked back towards her, his question died off as she continued. "And then he himself informed me that he had inadvertently stumbled upon our resident lancer." "Hey, he can still protect himself. Is that an excuse?" Atalanta whipped her head onto Gareth and all but hissed the words at her. The lancer jolted at the aggression before their gaze hardened, meeting the glare of the archer with a stern look of her own. "Servant or not, that is no reason to let them walk the lands unattended. Even without physical threats, there are the risks of bad influences as well, or are you going to say he is safe from those as well?" Gareth opened her mouth, then paused and closed it again, a slightly puzzled look moved across her face. "Well, bad influences," they muttered quietly, bringing up a hand and rubbing at her chin. "All right." Boudica stepped forwards, the eyes of Atalanta fell on her and she met them without blinking. "I am the responsible adult here. Master doesn't have anywhere close to the same level of experience as I do, and I was the one who did not immediately make efforts to search for him. It is my fault that he was put into that position. No, that wasn't right. He was the master here, so it should have been his responsibility. Now, Let us allow cooler heads to prevail before we say something unkind to one another. Ritska felt his eyes shrink into pinpricks at the appealing voice. Then they widened in panic as he turned on Ash. As expected, the moment the voice had emerged, he had instantly turned onto it. Even with his helmet down, the urgency of the boy was apparent, and it couldn't be mistaken for anything other than excitement from the way they rocked on their heels. Slowly, his head turned to the voice as the servant approached from the same direction Mash had come from. The easy-going smile on her face never wavered as she moved closer and closer, waving her hands down as she did so. We can all say that there is no true blame to be leveled here. Crowded locations such as these require an experienced eye to ensure none are lost, and Guinevere turned on him, a flash of something as she looked him up and down, an almost indulgent look, then she turned back on Atalanta. We can both agree that he is likely not as experienced in the matter of child care as others. The goddess brought up a hand, forestalling Atalanta before she could get a word out. And we can never truly predict the dangers of this land. This young child was a grown man before he came here. You cannot expect this one to so quickly shift his expectations for them in such a short span of time. Gawain has always given the impression of being a stalwart and reliable young fighter. Perhaps some of his confidence was too infectious for this young human. Atalanta narrowed her eyes, then opened her mouth to speak, only to pause and look down at Ash, the boy having given a small tug on her wrist. She briefly glanced between all of them and then back down towards him, crouching down near him as he spoke something, a whisper which seemingly had an effect on the archer. Her face twisted with discomfort for a moment before she exhaled, pulling her head away and giving them a strange look for a second, but it soon vanished. She stood back up and turned her gaze onto him, expression blank. In light of recent events, I can understand that this is a result of your own inexperience, and though I can still demand that you improve. A pointed look was shot in at Boudica for a split second, then it returned to him and softened only a little. But at least it wasn't filled with the same anger as before. I can understand that this is a new experience for you and it is hardly the best location for a first-time guardian. With that said, I will keep my eyes on you from a distance. Ritska saw this for what it was. She was giving him a chance to be better. I'm not letting him out my sight again. The words hadn't come out of Ritska. They came out of the mouth of Gawain instead, and they were directed towards Guinevere. Almost as though he was making her a promise. It felt sour to him. And the smile Guinevere wore on her face at the declaration was equally sickening. Of all the people, Atalanta rolled her eyes at the declaration of the saber as though it was somehow amusing to her, sending an indulgent look at him as she brought her free hand around and patted at the top of his head. I believe you've stolen the words right out of someone else's mouth, but as long as they understand, then I will grant them the benefit of the doubt. She brought her head up, then nodded to Guinevere almost respectfully. Lady Goddess. Her retreat from them was slow, eyes darting between Gawain and himself for a few more moments before she turned. Only stopping at the sound of her colleague making their own presence known. Solaire cleared his throat, clapping his hands together. I should take after her, though I will say that she is rather protective of children. Do not take her anger personally, she means well enough. Ritska shook his head at the servant. No, she's right on that part. Even if it's peaceful, it's still a singularity for me. Letting my guard down like that and losing track of people was pretty silly. If you say so. A shrug of the shoulders from Solaire, then the man smiled at them. Lancer has asked for me to meet with him to discuss something important. Apparently it includes pharaohs as well, but I'm sure it will be nothing. I'll see you all later then. Ritska noted the way Atalanta's face soured at the mention of the Lancer, shaking her head and releasing a noise of disgust before she departed into spirit form, fading away into nothing and presumably moving off from them. Solaire watched her depart and glanced at him from the corner of their eye. She and Lancer are not on amicable terms. It was all the explanation he provided. And then Solaire too vanished into spirit form. The smile on Ritska's face dropped faster than lead into water. He turned his eyes onto Guinevere. Hanlith is another of yours. Guinevere gave a light hum. Yes, she is. Her authority was one of bliss, though she extended it a little to herself as well, but there was an innocence about her. Everything must rest after working was her mentality. The eyes of the goddess flickered towards him for barely a moment, then turned away. She often took that to the extreme, however, so if you were to deal with her in the future, then I would offer a little warning about that. I would almost say she was allergic to work. With a gentle breath, the smile returned to the face of the goddess. Well, I shall make my departure from here. I am well aware that my presence would only cause you to lose sight of certain matters, and I doubt I would be welcome company for you at this time. She trailed off, her eyes turned and fell upon Gawain. I almost forgot how small you were when you were younger. I promise you, mother. I will not let Master Ritska from my sight again. Gawain slammed a fist into their chest. This I swear. I will make you both proud. So long as you try your absolute hardest, then I know you will find peace. And with those simple words, she turned on her heel and started to walk away. It was actually jarring to him how simple it was. She just left. That was, I felt so on edge. Gawain slumped like all the energy had flooded out of their body, bringing their hands up and placing them upon their head. I wasn't expecting Mother to suddenly show up, and I didn't make a fool of myself in front of her, did I? No. That's a relief. Gawain declared with a nod of the head, moving their hand up and flipping the visor of their helmet up as they did so, a rather wide smile on their lips. I'm actually very pleased I got the chance to see her again. It feels revitalizing for me. Now that I know she believes in me, don't worry, Master Ritska. I won't get caught out like that again. You can rest easy knowing that I'm going to protect your smiles. Well, that was certainly a loud declaration, but he paused, his brows pinched tighter than before. Protect our smiles. Absolutely. Well, thanks. You're welcome. I can't not after that performance from Lady Animosphere. I feel as though she has filled me with energy. A pause, then their expression twisted into one of thoughtfulness. Wait, I have heard of this before. Is it possible that she is my firekeeper? Maybe that is why I feel so powerful. Ritska was absolutely certain that something was getting lost in translation along the way, because he was rather sure of himself when he thought that the director really wasn't a firekeeper. But whatever made Ash comfortable, he supposed. Ah, speaking of which, Master Ritska. He blinked. Gawain faced him with the thoughtfulness gone and replaced instead with one of excitement. I have seen that there is some manner of siege training that is going on by the water castle behind us. They pointed to the distance, following their line arm until he found himself staring at a rather cliché-looking castle. One that eerily reminded him of the sort of thing he would have seen at the start of a Disney movie or something. Tall box-shaped walls, a spire in the center of it with a cone top, with the only visible entrance being a curved gateway and nothing else. Though what really caught his eyes were the fact that there was a sloping hill which led to the small castle, and it currently appeared to be in the midst of some manner of battle, just as Gawain said. Though if he squinted hard enough, it looked as though they were chucking muddy-colored balls which exploded on contact and released water at whomever was struck. He gradually turned back to Gawain and cocked an eyebrow at the saber. Their expression wilted in the silence before they cleared their throat and lowered their arm. But it is your choice, Master Ritska. I believe it would be very worthwhile training, and they seem to be enjoying themselves. The latter part was added almost as an afterthought. A thud next to him, he turned his head and found Medusa standing right there, acting as though she had never been anywhere else. I was told you were involved in an altercation, Master. He slowly blinked at her words, then made a small noise of affirmation. Wouldn't call it that, but there was a bit of a confrontation. It's all sorted out now, though, as for what we're going to be doing next. Well, there was only one real way to answer that. I tell you something, I do not envy Elrin right now. Romani could say he wholeheartedly agreed with the comment, though he wasn't going to say that out loud. That being said, even after it had ended, and through the encore song of Mr. Blue Sky, it could very easily be said that this was going to be the most memorable singularity in Chaldea. And also definitive proof that there was indeed something altering the minds of the people in the singularity. Fujimaru had seemed a little too laid back so far, but he had choked it down to them just not seeing a need to be so urgent. At least at first. Now though. Now, he wasn't so sure. Authority over bliss, he caught the muttered comment under the breath of Da Vinci. A glance showed that the brunette was leaning back into a chair while rolling a pen between her fingers, a gaze in her eyes that was a million miles away. Bliss. The pen stopped, her eyes positively glowed. That's it. Silence spread through the command room immediately after the shout. Da Vinci threw herself to her feet and turned to face him, grinning from ear to ear. She's the goddess of bliss and she's using the Holy Grail. This entirely singularity is just a resort to make you calm down. Quote. Yes. Didn't they already know this? The excitement was replaced with a roll of the eyes. No, Romani. It makes you calm down. He didn't understand for a moment, then his brows shot up. The field that Medusa spoke about. It's making everyone act less serious than they would normally. They aren't as concerned. Subtle hypnosis. Maxwell declared from across the room, the man rising up from his own seat and turning towards their direction. True, that would explain the shift in the director's personality, but why then, do we not have Fujimaru currently singing and dancing along with her? Maybe he has some sort of protection from MASH. Munier replied to them before anyone else could. Or from any of the other servants, heck, he might even have something from one of the gods we've got in Chaldea at the moment. They're contracted to him in a way that the director isn't with her own servants. And that explains our scan readings. Da Vinci carried on with a wave of her hand. The singularity is making us unable to complete the scans because her authority is affecting our equipment. It is physically unwilling to continue the effort of scanning the singularity. Thus, it takes a break before it finishes and then ends the process. Romani double-talked. That seemed like a stretch. Are you saying that the goddess is making our computers lazy? Our computers have already demonstrated themselves to be susceptible to the influence of divine spirits. Da Vinci argued back without missing a beat, shooting him a smirk as she folded her arms over her chest. Or do I need to bring up the Artemis theft which went unnoticed, or the goddess who managed to hide in a room with none of us any the wiser? He opened his mouth, then closed it. All right, when you put it like that. Falling back into his chair, he brought his shoulders up and down, then sent her another odd look. But what does this have to do with the heartbeat of the city riddle that we're trying to solve? Oh, that. Well, HF seems to have some idea and I think we should look into it. Romani furrowed his brows. A literal heartbeat. Carrie. She didn't answer him, instead with a snap of her fingers she was now pointing across the room to the brunette and wearing a contemplative expression. Bring up those readings we first took of the singularity. I want to have another look at all of those. I get the feeling that there's something we missed the first time around. It was his first time doing this sort of thing in his life. But from what he knew about sieges they weren't supposed to go this way. Take Kouv. He ducked down behind cover as the charging servant at his side was struck in the face with an orange water balloon. The chilled liquid splashed over them and dropped them to the ground in an instant. They rolled away and flicked their hair around. It moved like a solid mass as it slapped against their back. This is stupid, they declared a moment later, sneaking a hand out and grabbing their hat off the floor and pausing as they stared at it for a moment. A second later, a water balloon splashed inside it, filling it up and forming a small puddle inside it. Gawain stared, then brought his eyes up to meet his comrade, one whom he felt as though he could trust even though he had no memory of meeting them before in his life. Perhaps it was when he was older. Well, that's just fabulous. With a scowl, they turned back and fell against their cover with their back pressed against the flat block, turning the hat upside down and emptying the water out and onto the ground. With a sigh, they slapped the hat atop their head once more and turned to him. Was your plan seriously just to charge? You really don't change at all as a brat, do you? Despite that comment, they seemed to be staring at him with a rather wide smile. I couldn't think of anything else. We don't have anything else, so a frontal attack was all we could get. They replied with a shrug of the shoulders a moment later, then peered across over their cover before ducking back down, just in time to avoid another water balloon. Damn, ain't that guy supposed to be a lancer? Why is he so good at throwing things? Sir Percival. Their speed and power when it came to projectiles was truly terrifying. It was the name Sir Gareth had uttered in a mixture of shock and fear before she ran off to draw their attention. But if Sir Percival was aiming for them once more, then did that mean Sir Gareth had been bested already? No, he could not dwell on such thoughts. The water gun was cocked in his hands. Taking aim over the cover, he let out a small burst before he ducked back down. Both he and his comrade blinked at the thud that followed, watching as rather than a water balloon, it was instead a foam sword which struck the ground between them and bounced down the hill. The fact it had struck the ground with enough force to dent the floor was rather concerning to him. Knights of the Round Table are crazy. I will not be convinced otherwise. I don't know about crazy, Lord Nobunaga. He muttered to the woman with a shake of the head. He held off, peering around the corner once more. That last strike would have come from Sir Mordred. Who else would have thrown a sword at him? She kept aiming for him as well. He wasn't sure why she disliked him, but he was sure there was a reason. Was it because he won against King Arthur earlier? No, it couldn't be as simple as that. What happened to Jack? The kid in rags? Lord Nobunaga shook her head from side to side. Haven't seen them since they said they were going to surprise them. Guess they never got that close. Not surprised though. Assassin or not, they are a literal brat wearing a bin bag. They both paused when they heard a distant yell followed by what sounded like childish giggling. With matching expressions, he and Nobunaga peered over the top of their cover towards the wall and stared with squinted eyes. When they were not immediately pelted with water balloons, Gawain figured that Jack had actually managed to reach them. I surprised them. Gwa. Nobunaga let out a shout of surprise. Gawain just turned his head to his left and stared at the grinning face of Jack as she looked up at him, a proud tint in her eyes which promised him success. I threw their own water balloons at them and ran away. They were very surprised. Another round of giggling followed as a sharp smile spread across their face. They looked so scared. The big mister in snow armor looked very surprised as well. Though I think the shiny lady with the horns might chase me. She said she was going to. Shiny lady with the horns. What did that even? Get back here, you brat. The shout brought their attention to the sight of Sir Mordred stomping down the hill, hair soaked in murder in their eyes. Suddenly Gawain understood what happened. And he brought up his water rifle and fired instantly, dousing Sir Mordred in the face with a stream of chilled water. The knight made a coughing sound before they stepped to the side, turning their eyes onto him and snarling like a beast. Someone patted him on the shoulders twice. He turned and saw Nobunaga nod at him with an expression of utmost seriousness. I believe in your distraction capabilities. And then she bolted away from him as fast as her legs could carry her, making it all of 10 steps before she was nailed in the back of the head by another water balloon. Son of a. Another water balloon. Language. The echo of Sir Percival's voice. Gawain turned back and stared at Sir Mordred. They brandished another foam sword with 2 hands and made it clear what their intentions were. I got business with you. You ain't worthy of beating father, so don't let some fluke win let you think you're hot she. They trailed off after a moment, ending whatever they were going to say and then rolling their lips inwards. I'm just gonna beat you now. Not so fast, little sis. Gareth burst in from the side and tackled the knight to the ground, bringing a large water balloon above her head and slamming it down into the face of Mordred with a large splash. The knight coughed and flailed around from the sudden assault. Gareth rolled off them in the chaos and flashed him a confident smile. I can take care of this. The hell you can. Mordred snarled and swung, narrowly avoiding taking Gareth in the head while the lancer danced away from them. And who the hell do you think you're calling little sis? With him all but ignored, the saber charged down after her sibling without even once sparing him a second glance. Gawain shrugged and charged for the gates, Jack following by his side and then vaulting up the walls rather than moving through the gates. He saw her briefly make a beeline right for Percival before he passed underneath the tunnel. They vanished from his line of sight as he moved as fast as his legs could carry him. Then he slid to a halt as he stared at the figure standing before the spire, sword planted in the ground and their hands on the pommel. So you have arrived at last, Gawain. Lily. His own foam sword was brought to bear. narrowing his eyes at them as he started to pace forwards. With a smile, the teen brought up her own sword and stared him down, similarly pacing around him. It seems as though we are bound to this fate of rivals, but perhaps that is a fitting destiny for us, that we both aim to become the great figures our older selves doubtlessly are. Lily declared with a sage nod of the head. He paused for a moment, then exhaled. I do not care for becoming a great figure, but if it is necessary to protect the smiles of the people before me, then that is how it shall be. Yes, a wondrous dream you have. Now our rivalry is all the more meaningful. Perhaps so. Then there is nothing left to say. Indeed not. He paused for a moment, the smile formed easily upon his face and widened by the second. I hope that you have fun with this, Lily. She matched him a moment later. Same with you, Gawain. Even after I win. Rather than be put down by her confidence, he instead felt himself build up even taller. You stole my words, Lily. They charged in the next moment. It was a draw and you know it. Gawain kept himself silent as he watched the argument transpire between both Gareth and Mordred. Despite the raised voices, they were both wearing rather wide smiles on their faces, seemingly indicating that rather than being annoyed by the result, they were both pleased by it. Though the smile on Sir Gareth's face seemed just a bit different to Sir Mordred's. A slow nod of the head from Gareth. Their expression looked almost dubious as they stared at their sibling for a moment longer, then took a slow bite out of the sausage in the bread roll they had been given. TCH. Acting all high and mighty. Mordred scowled, waving a hand dismissively. This is just because I wasn't taking it seriously is all. In a proper training match I'd have clubbed your awe. For whatever reason, Mordred trailed off at the same time that Atalanta paced around behind them. The archer sent a pointed glare into the back of the blonde's head for a few moments until they fell silent. Then gave a single pleased nod of the head before moving away, but not before offering him a small smile. Percival chuckled under their breath, You're much too worried about a simple game, Mordred. There was no shame in anything and I would have thought you'd be rather proud of the skill shown by your sister. His exclamation was accompanied by them giving Gareth a rather loud pat on the back which jerked the lancer into the table. Almost spilling the entire contents of their drinks onto the surface, something the man noticed immediately and paused, staring at the wobbling cups for only a moment before they flashed a guilty smile. Sorry about that. Damn potato-loving meathead. Gawain frowned, then leaned towards Lily. Is that supposed to be an insult? Because I like potatoes. Artoria. Lily sent him an odd look that seemed almost pitiful. Not as much as you would think, but potatoes and meat tend to wear down on the stomach after years of having them. Not that I have a problem, it was either that or gruel when I was growing up. A brief pause, then they frowned. Actually, Sir Ector said that meat and potatoes should be good for any knight. I grew up eating the food of knights. It suddenly made a lot more sense to him. Then again, Fath Sir Lew was a knight as well. Your dad was a knight. Gareth perked up the moment the words passed between his lips, giving him a new look that seemed almost appraising. He didn't feel quite worthy of it. Sir Lew was almost certainly a far better character than he was. That's pretty incredible. You must have grown up with that sense of chivalry then. I wasn't raised as a knight. He replied slowly, then shook his head. But I have my own code to honor. I have become pleased with it. I will protect the smiles of the people I am charged with protect. Something smacked against his face, jerking him backwards. The irritated voice of Mordred came next. You damn thief, that's father's code. Sir Mordred, I do not hold claim over the entire ideal. Artoria. Lily chided rather quickly with a frown. Mordred opened their mouth to reply and then clamped it shut, looking down at the table and grumbling something under their breath that he couldn't quite make out. Good. I have already made an agreement with Gawain that we shall both better the other to ensure the ideal is realized to its fullest extent. Mordred made a rather sour face, and Gawain felt as though he had overstepped his bounds. It was more of an agreement which had been forced into. Refusing them seemed to be just as rude as accepting their deal was arrogant, but what was done in the end. Here, Jack. Passing the fizzy drink towards the assassin, She paused for a moment before taking it from his grasp and smiling up at him. You have earned this for your performance, a perfect distraction you made. The hell was I then? The perfect target. Nobunaga complained as they wiped sauce off their face, pointing across the table at Percival. And what the hell was up with aiming for me all the time? You kept hitting me in the head. Percival only shrugged his shoulders. Your hat is rather large and, quite literally, difficult to miss. Wah, I thought she wore the funny hat for that reason. Jack innocently asked, tilting her head and taking a sip through the straw, only to pull her head back and make a baffled face as she stared at the drink. Bubbly. Gawain nodded his head in sympathy to the assassin. That had been his reaction as well. Tastes nice though, Jack remarked quietly, then went back for a second sip. He smiled and left her to it, his eyes turning across to the others. We're defending next time. Mordred snorted at his statement, then flashed a sharp grin. Sure you are, and I'll be there to rip down your defenses and send you packing. A raised eyebrow from Percival. That seems a touch violent for an innocent game. No, I will meet their challenge head on. Gawain declared, sweeping across the table and pointing towards the knight, matching her gaze with one of his own, pulling his lips up. He did not know why, but the thoughts of victory had become far more appealing to him ever since he had begun these games. And then I will defeat them. You ain't got no chance against me, brat. She pointed a finger square at his face. And no amount of luck is gonna stop me from shoving your head in freezing water. Sir Mordred, Artoria Lily chided with a shake of the head, turning her gaze onto him and flashing an apologetic smile. Sorry, Sir Mordred is a very talented knight and very devoted, but sometimes they let their emotions get the better of them, but I still consider them one of my most skilled knights. Or, I will. Mordred mumbled once again and looked down at the table, drawing their lips thin and snatching their soda up. Drinking rather noisily from it while Percival and Gareth watched on with matching grins. All of which seemed to fuel a fresh wave of frustration from the night. It was chaotic and disorderly. Not at all what he was told was right with the world. But, he didn't care. This was fun. Ritska watched from a comfortable distance as Gawain laughed and joked with the others. Ever since they had started to get involved, their mood seemed to have shifted. They smiled more often and it was almost as though he was actually watching a child hang out with their friends. Quite simply, it was a side of Ash he had never really seen and was certain had never been exposed to the world. Should we join them, Senpai? He turned to Mash, sitting next to him with an ice cream in her hands. He debated their suggestion for a couple of moments before shaking his head. You can go over and join them if you want, but I think he'd get a bit tense if I went over and joined him. He looks more relaxed when he doesn't have to worry about protecting me. Mash looked at him somewhat sadly. I'm sure that he would be relaxed around you, Senpai. She's right, you know. His eyes turned to the new speaker. Boudica flashed him a gentle smile that was rather encouraging. And don't think I miss how you're looking at him. You want to be a part of his fun just as much as anything. Worrying about whether or not you'll ruin his good humor will just make him more concerned if he looks over here and sees you fretting. A huff escaped him, his lips pulled up. I feel like I'm getting bullied into spending time with friends. Someone, help me. Something buzzed on his wrist. He turned it about and glanced down at the communicator on his uniform. With a raised brow, he activated it and opened the screen to see the face of Da Vinci and Romani. Sorry to interrupt playtime, protagonista, but we have something. The immediate announcement from Da Vinci had him straighten out quickly, his expression turning serious. What is it? Turns out that the demon was actually speaking literally. Their statement was accompanied by the screen shifting to reveal the spikes of the energy pattern he had seen before coming down here. The inconsistent readings which bounced up and down. I figured that there might be more to this, but when everyone spoke of it literally, I decided that another glance was warranted. He followed along with her explanation with a nod of the head. Then the screen shifted again. And then look at what happens when we present the pulse of magical energy in another format. A line moved across the screen, wavering ever so slightly as it traveled. Then it shot up in a single powerful spike before dropping back down. He kept his eyes on it, then his brows started to pinch as he watched the pattern repeat itself again and again and again. There was now a consistency within it that was becoming rather obvious. That looks like a heart rate, Romani declared, pushing in and frowning rather heavily. A rather quick one as well. We're measuring it at around 110 beats per minute, so almost like someone after running a marathon or under stress, they mumbled, then shook their head. The point being, this signal is, well, troubling. It's not coming from the spire where the goddess resides. It wasn't. Well, he didn't think the goddess would have kept the Holy Grail right next to her, but even still. Where are you detecting it? Romani hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Da Vinci before back to him. The signal is coming from underneath the city. There's more to it as well. We compared the signature of the magical energy with known encounters. The man straightened himself out. This pulse had more in common with the demon who attacked the city than with any previously encountered Holy Grails. Ritska felt himself still. Are you saying there is a demon underneath the city? That's what it looks like. If there was a demon underneath the city then. Wait, I thought the signal was the source of the singularity. Mash spoke up, turning her head towards the doctor and pinching her brows tight in confusion. If that is similar to the demons, but it also provides magical energy to this entire location then, does that mean that the signal is related to the demons and is alive? The ferocity of the demon attacks could be explained if they were trying to get to this signal. Ritska frowned. Can you plot us a direct course to this signal? Romani nodded his head up and down. We can. Boudica, get Gawain and Gareth. We're going down there and we're going to have a look at this. If the demons were aiming for something under the city and it was related to them, then perhaps they were aiming to reclaim something rather than enjoy the festivities. There might well have been much more going on here, like he initially suspected, than just a rampant show of vandalism. Ritska crouched down as he stared at the grate, then brought his head up to the others. Is this really the only place? It is the fastest. Romani replied slowly, sympathy in their voice. And really, who knows what's going to happen when you start poking around at the central point of this singularity. There's every chance that the goddess might retaliate and you could get bogged down in another route. Well, that didn't sound appealing. Neither did marching through an old sewer system either, but, if it was the quickest way. It cannot be helped. He blinked, then shot a look to the speaker as Gawain marched forwards. In a single breath they ripped the steel grate from the ground with their bare hands. Not looking as though they had even struggled before they dumped it next to the hole. If there is something wrong here, then we should find out quickly. A beat, then Gawain continued onwards. Especially if it is the cause for the demon attacks. It could be the key to preventing more. Ritska hummed, then glanced down at the hole. Yeah, you're right. Rising back up to his feet, he took in a deep breath before he moved forwards, only to pause when Gawain brought an arm up in front of him. They cut him off before he could even get a word out. I should go first, Master Ritska. There is no telling what sort of dangers might be down there. Ritska raised a brow, then nodded his head before pausing. Namely because Mash had stepped forwards. Then I should be the first one to go down, I'm the sturdiest out of all of us. I wasn't aware that we were basing this on being brick walls. Boudica remarked with a shake of the head. And just because you can take a hit or two, that doesn't mean you can afford to be reckless, Mash. No, I'll go down there first. Gawain cut himself short. Boudica, out of all of us, it should be me. Ritska silently watched Medusa walk past the arguing trio and towards the hole. With barely a glance aimed at him, she stepped forwards and dropped down into the hole. A splash was heard a moment later. He waited for a few seconds before leaning forwards and staring down. The writer looked up at him. Well, he called down. She looked left and right, then back up. There is no immediate danger, nor can I sense anything. Thanks. He turned to the others. Medusa says it's fine. They all paused, turning towards him and wearing similarly abashed looks. Gareth shrugged. If she didn't do something, then I was going to. A sigh escaped him. Let's just move. As far as sewers went, this was arguably one of the best he had ever waded through in his life. The lack of, well, contents was greatly appreciated. Then again, this was a resort for servants, and as far as he knew, they didn't actually need to use the toilet. Or at least he had never heard about anything like that before, so that was all right. "How is everyone doing?" he called either side of him, voice bouncing through the tunnel, along with splashes of water as they moved. His one complaint would have been how cold the water actually was. "It is very cramped," Gawain called back. The child in front of him paused for a moment and then continued onwards. "And I don't like how the water is soaking through my armor. It feels very uncomfortable and I'm cold. I'll be fine but..." "Oh, right." Gawain was pretty much a really strong kid at the moment, rather than being a servant. The thought made him wince before replying to them. "Don't worry, Gawain. We'll probably be out of here in no time." "I hope so," Boudica remarked from further ahead, a particular note of distaste in her voice. "Clean or not, a sewer is still a sewer. It could be worse. This is actually cleaner than the stables." Gareth called back from behind him, finding some manner of joy in their situation. Though that wasn't particularly difficult, she was literally like a ray of sunshine in the dark most of the time. That was really bad, especially if no one had been there to clean them, but Big Brother Agravain made sure that everyone remembered after this one time. "Far be it from me to put a damper on your joy," he interrupted gently. "But can we not talk about poo while I'm knee-deep in a sewer? Clean or not, it's really gonna make me feel queasy." "Ah, right. Sorry, master. I'm not upset, just, never mind, Romani. How close are we?" He timed that well enough. The trio of Medusa, Gawain and Boudica rounded the corner and then abruptly halted. He had just about enough time to raise an eyebrow at them before a noise reached his ears. The patter of water flowing down and striking rocks, accompanied by what sounded like a hiss. The temperature started to climb as well. "You're close. Within 100 meters at least." Romani's voice provided further context for what he already knew at least, though his gaze narrowed just a bit as his feet carried him forwards even further, rounding the corner and joining the others before he similarly paused. The sewer tunnel came to an abrupt end. Before him lay a rather vast chasm with a vaguely orange tint to it, subtle lighting brought about by the dotted flames rising from the floor. His eyes darted to the direction of Gawain, watching their reaction, and he noticed it immediately, the tension in their shoulders. "Gawain, are you? Let's go." Their curt reply cut him off. They stepped forwards and dropped down to the ground, clanking against the floor before anyone could get another word out. Ritska moved forwards and stared down. They walked across the expanse for a few steps before turning up to face them. "Master Ritska. Okay. He was the next one to drop down. It wasn't much of a drop either. Probably 2 meters if he had to guess. The landing was a bit rougher than he would have liked, but he didn't fall flat on his face at least. Gawain caught him by the shoulder and helped him straighten up, a mild look of concern on their face as they did so. Ritska saw the unspoken question in their eyes, one he answered. "I'm all right, Gawain. Thanks for worrying though." The movement was accompanied by another pat on the head from him. Gawain froze up at the gesture for half a second before they relaxed, and, he could swear, they pushed their head into his palm almost like they were a dog before catching themselves and leaning back, a stony expression as though they'd done nothing. "It's only natural, Master Ritska." The clank of drops behind him turned his head, Medusa having come down next into the chamber room, though that wasn't what he really wanted to call it. It felt more like a sauna. The water still falling from the sewer pipe into the floor hissed and spat when it touched the rocky ground, showcasing the heat of the floor. Indeed, he could feel it under the soles of his shoes. Like being close to a radiator, he doubted this was the sort of place he'd be able to stay in for very long. And that was with Da Vinci's protective mystic code. He turned his head, staring straight across the chamber towards the hole at the other side. His eyes narrowed at what looked like a metal door fixed into the wall. The surrounding wall face around the door was equally made from rusted-looking metal. Both Gawain and Gareth moved on ahead of him. Turning back around, he looked to the mouth of the tunnel to see Masha's back facing him, still standing and not having dropped down yet. By her side stood Boudica, the writer similarly staring down the tunnel. Mash. Boudica. You guys all right? I thought I heard water splashes, senpai. Mash replied quickly with an air of tension in her voice. Water splashes. He raised an eyebrow. Can you sense anything? No. She replied after a tense moment, her shoulders dropping a little as he heard a sigh escape her. I might have imagined it. He understood that feeling well enough. Places like these play on my nerves a lot too. It's fine. Come on down, there's something up ahead. Turning back around, he saw both Gareth and Gawain facing his direction with concerned looks. Romani's voice chimed in before he could speak to them. The signal is really strong now, Fujimaru-kun. It's coming from right ahead. Crashes echoed behind him. Mash and Boudica cried out, the sound of stone cracking to pieces shattering the quiet. Ritsuka whipped his head around, Gawain and Gareth readying their weapons. Guys. His voice stopped in his throat as soon as he saw the sight before him. Boudica and Mash were down, or rather, beaten down. The rider was crushed into the ground and splayed out like some kind of broken puppet. Mash was embedded into the wall, head lolling in place, and would have fallen if not for how she was being held up. His first instinct was to cry out, but something stopped him. No, someone. Chris stood where the two downed servants were. Her boot pressed into Boudica's stomach with enough force to draw blood, the increased pressure driving the unconscious servant further into the ground. Her hand grasped Mash's head, bone cracking as she squeezed and shoved the girl further into the wall. She didn't flinch as Mash coughed up blood onto her. In contrast, her stance remained controlled. Ma! Ritsuka began to walk forward, halting as Chris shifted. She looked at him. Her sunglasses were removed, hanging off her coat's collar. With them removed, he could truly see the full resemblance to Medusa, the same features, same hair, everything. But there was one difference. The eyes. Purple eyes with slitted pupils stared at him silently. They glowed ethereally as if casting some kind of spell. He tried to move, but those eyes, as he stared into them, his body wouldn't obey. No words stretched between them until Chris pressed her downed opponents further into the sewer. Even unconscious they cried out, flesh rupturing from the force being applied to them. I warned you. Chris' words were the only warning Ritsuka got before she disappeared in a pulse of speed and wind. Master. Gareth cried out, dashing forward, hang back. Their words were cut short, their body locked up just a few steps past him. Freezing like an image for all of a second, he barely caught sight of their panicked expression as they fell forwards only to jerk backwards. Chris was before the Lancer in a split second, cleaving down with their sword in a blur. A splat and a sizzle followed. Ritsuka stared dumbly at the limb now arcing through the air, flying from the owner. Gareth didn't even get the chance to cry out from the loss of their limb before Chris twirled. In the next instant the saber had twisted around faster than he could comprehend, and it was only the still image of the heel of the servant crunching into the side of Gareth's helm and the groan of steel that gave him some indication of what happened. Then the Lancer was ragdolling through the air, smashing into the wall and being showered with dust, all but vanishing from his line of sight. Chris charged the second her foot hit the ground from the roundhouse kick, but contrary to what Ritsuka thought was going to happen, she didn't rush him. She went for someone else instead. Gawain kicked backwards, bringing up his free arm while his other was still in the midst of drawing his sword. The sword in Chris' hand blurred like light before snapping to a halt, buried halfway into the forearm of Gawain while the rest of the blade extended upwards. She had moved to decapitate the boy in that single strike. Instead she had buried the edge of the sword into his arm and pushed it far enough back that it had bitten into the side of his neck. Slitted eyes stared into Gawain's. Ritsuka felt the pulse of magic and Gawain stopped moving, locking up with sword have drawn. A disappointed sigh. Pathetic. Chris reversed her sword and dragged across. Blood spilled down from the slashes on the young blonde, both from his split arm and his cut throat. His sword all but forgotten as he pressed his arm into the side of his neck to stem the bleeding. Ritsuka saw the flash of panic in their eyes as they locked gazes with him for all of a second. The servant collapsed, writhing. Ritsuka paled, the sounds of Romani and Da Vinci unable to get through the panic in his chest. The whole assault had taken place in a few seconds. Within those seconds, most of his servants were. Truly, you are a pathetic, obnoxious fly. In a burst of speed, with her arms glowing gold, Chris appeared before him. She drove her sword towards his chest. The air broke as another blur slammed into Chris, sending her away. The saber flipped, stabbing her hand into the ground to slow her momentum. When she came to a stop, no wound was present on her, she didn't even look winded. Her slitted, snake-like eyes narrowed. Medusa stood in front of Ritska, her chained stakes in her hands. Her blindfold lay discarded on the floor, magic crackling around her, burning the air. Her hair shimmered, the ends curling like snakes sizing up prey. HMPH. I thought I would have enough time before you stopped me. Chris stood back up from where they had been kicked, looking rather unconcerned as they flexed their arm. Clenching their hand opened and closed several times before raising their head and shooting a look to the rider. He couldn't quite place it, but it looked almost pleased. But perhaps that was nothing more than arrogance on my part. Believing that your surprise would last long enough. Medusa said nothing, she didn't even so much as move a single muscle, instead her glare remained solely fixed on the servant. Ritska found himself unable to move, and not because of whatever Chris had done to him, but because he knew the second he moved so much as a muscle, they would act. One of them would attack the second he did anything. His eyes flickered to the distant limp form of Gareth, head dropped low and helm dented inwards. The wet gurgles of Gawain persisted and, horrifyingly enough, he had yet to hear even so much as a whimper of pain from Mash. Will you fight to kill me? Chris's sudden question threw him for a loop, only until he realized it was aimed at Medusa rather than himself. His eyes fell on the rider, who remained silent for only a few moments before replying with a single word. Yes. Chris' expression twitched, a brief flicker of something passed through their eyes before it vanished, their head nodded up and down before they exhaled. Of course. That is how things should be. So long as only I have your attention. Her next words broke his mind in a way he hadn't expected. Mother. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Not Yet Summer Resort. 11. The mood of the command room had changed in a moment. Get the director on the line now. He didn't care how he sounded in that one moment, his eyes desperately scanned over the vitals of Mash, the readings told him that she was alive, but at the rate things were going. His teeth grit and his jaw clenched, the urge to break the keyboard in his hands or curse aloud had never struck him more than it had at this one moment. The readings refused to complete themselves because of the authority of the goddess making them too lazy to actively finish giving him anything. She was hurt. He knew she was hurt. But nothing else. Saint Graph output of enemy servant is rising. Someone called out from somewhere, he wasn't paying enough attention to them at the time to actually figure out who it was. Then they spoke again. Readings from Asher flatlining. He's received a lethal blow. Damn. His hands clenched into fists, he took in a sharp intake of breath before he exhaled. He could afford to panic because he was up here, but Fujimaru was in an entirely different situation. They couldn't afford to panic, and what they really needed was to get someone down there. In the span of a few seconds they had lost nearly their entire ground team. Mother, then that means, so I was right. He whipped his head in the direction of Da Vinci and opened his mouth, ready to chide her that this wasn't the time for her to be boasting about being right. The words caught in his throat when he spotted her expression. It was far from pleased, instead it looked like a mixture between frustration and concern. The caster's hands pressed into the desk and curled into fists. Get Berserker on the line, now. Never mind the director. They all but demanded with a single powerful shout. He briefly froze at the commanding tone of her voice before her eyes fell upon him, her arm flew upwards and pointed at his face. And you, keep Mash's vitals stable. For the time being just assume it's bad and keep monitoring her. Between Ash and her, we're not in the best position and we need to trust Fujimaru with this. His head bobbed up and down. Da Vinci, we have a link with Berserker. Vinci. What is the matter, you look. No time for pleasantries, she stated, staring down at the screen before looking away. He heard the tap of fingers on keyboards as the caster continued to string together her orders to the servant. Fujimaru is under attack and most of his team are down. You're the only one who should be able to get there in time and we need Fujimaru's attention on healing. Romani spared a glance at the screen, then froze for a second time. The expression on the face of Berserker was absolutely thunderous, teeth bared and eyes narrowed into slits. For a second, it even looked as though their bumblebee-like hair was shifting and standing up, swaying in a breeze that wasn't there. Where are they? Apparently Berserker didn't need to be told anything else except that. I'm feeding you a direct line to them. You'll need to move quickly. The communication shut down before she could even finish the sentence. His eyes darted towards the tracker on the device and he watched as it practically blitzed across the screen. Moving so fast that it went from being a dot to being a line. All he could hope was that they were fast enough to get there in time. His eyes returned to the screen, his mouth opened and he called through it. Fujimaru-kun. Mash's vitals are dropping in ashes. Fujimaru-kun. Are you there? Fuji. I'm here. He snapped back at the doctor. While he didn't like raising his voice, that didn't mean he was fine with being shouted at without saying anything. Though he also blamed his current situation before being as stressful as it was. Sparing a glance down at the severed arm of Gareth for all of a second before shaking his head and rushing towards the downed body of Ash. Still clasping at their throat as the blood spilled forth without end, their eyes flicked to him the second he was close. Their arm reached out towards him, mouth flapping open and shut as they tried to form words, instead they gaped like a fish on land. A sight that he was certain was going to haunt him. But it could haunt him later, when Ash was still around to comfort him with the knowledge they hadn't perished. First aid. The mystic code thrummed to life, pulsing over the saber and starting to take effect. Their gasps turned less frantic and the flow of blood started to slow. A crash knocked him down, a rush of wind had him ragdolling across the floor for a few moments before he went still. By the time his head snapped up, he was lying on his front, propped up by his forearms and blearily staring across the length of the chasm. The only thing he could make out was the rushing lights of the two servants engaged in combat. The grinding of metal and the sparks flying from their clashes were all that filled the room. He dropped down as debris rocketed over his head, striking the ground behind him along with his back. A gasp hissed past his throat as something particularly heavy struck him, feeling more like a strong punch and weighing a good amount. With a grunt, he pushed whatever was on him off, looking up once again and seeing the frozen image of Medusa's spike hovering mere inches from the face of Chris, their own sword arm clasped between the fingers of the rider, the edge of the blade just short of disemboweling them. Then the image shattered, a mushroom cloud tore its way up from the spot where they were standing but moments ago and the light danced across the room once more. Trenches were carved through solid rock, impact marks in the shape of people and the still images of the servants locked in combat were the only evidence of what was going on and nothing else. His eyes fell back onto Ash, narrowing at the sight of them before a dusty cough ripped its way from the mouth of the saber. They rolled onto their side and continued to sputter, turning their head up to reveal that while there was still a rather large smear of blood on their neck, they no longer bore the wounds of battle. It meant their life was in no immediate danger. Get Gareth out of there. Wasting no time, he pointed in the vague direction of the wounded lancer before he scrambled up to his feet, not even seeing if Ash was getting up or not before he darted his way towards the direction of Mash, still embedded in the mouth of the tunnel without moving. Boudica's body hung over the edge, eyes rolled into the back of her head and matted wet hair slick with blood. The waterfall from the sewer dyed red with the blood of the wounded pair. His heart leapt into his throat as he closed in. A shape blurred past him, smashing into the ground with a dust cloud right in front of him. He slipped over his feet, falling backwards and landing roughly on the ground. His eyes widened as he found himself staring at Medusa on the ground. The rider groaned softly before her head snapped back up. He barely caught the movement, but she looked to be in the middle of a turn before a second shape landed atop her. The cloud of dust cleared in the wave of a powerful shockwave. Sparks flew as the rider parried away the sword of Chris and swept her legs out. The saber kicked up into the ceiling. Medusa rolled backwards onto her feet and gave chase into the air. throwing her spikes into the sediment above them and yanking up, catapulting herself into the woman and punching both of them into the ceiling. Ritska threw his arms above his head as he rushed forwards, zigzagging to avoid the falling debris as best he could as he moved in en masse. Speeding up and then kicking off the ground, throwing his body into the wall with a wheezing grunt and latching his fingers onto the ledge of the tunnel. With a groan, he pulled himself upwards, ignoring the stream of hot water now flowing right into his face and down his front. What did wet clothes matter right now? This was what she wanted. This was exactly it. Sparks flew between them as their weapons clashed once more. The eyes of her mother glared right into her own pupils. She felt the shudder of the mystic gaze trying to take hold of her in the same way she was no doubt affecting them. A grunt escaped her lips as she pushed back, skipping off the ground and throwing herself to the rock face, sword embedded in the stone to keep her anchored there. It was just enough to give her some distance and then she launched herself back into the fray. Her head jerked to the side at the last second before she made contact, twisting her body along with it. The spike rocketed right past her face and behind her. Mother waited for only a split second before their grip jerked backwards, the chain went taut and started to turn. The sensation of the weapon moving through the air reached her. A twist in the air and she reversed her sword, flipping and parrying the returning chain above her head. The split second was all the time they needed to strike. Pain flooded her system as a pair of heeled boots slammed into her gut while still in the air. A gasp escaped her lips as she flew, weightlessness lasting for only a brief moment before she struck something solid. It gave way behind her and the crunch of rock filled her ears. But she was not out yet. Her free hand clamped down hard at the edge of her crater and pulled, yanking her body free just in time. A blur slammed into the spot where she had been moments ago. She thrust herself back to the spot and attacked. The tip of her sword struck the curve of the spike held in the grip of Mother. She caught sight of the faintest evidence of strain on their face before the force of her attack knocked them from the wall and down to the ground. She followed them, throwing herself right into them and locking weapons once more. She could feel her lips pull upwards as she stared into their face. Was this how you thought our first meeting would go? Did you ever think we would meet each other? Her arms flexed, she pushed with all her might and sent one of the spikes spinning from the grasp of her opponent. Her body twisted and she brought up her leg, sweeping it through the air for a roundhouse kick. It slammed into something hard. Her eyes widened ever so slightly as she found her leg matched against its opposite, her mother having gone for the exact same attack. Then her mother's leg twisted around her own, like a serpent, and then stomped down, crunching stone upon contact, and forced her down into a crouch. A brief flash in the corner of her eye in the shape of a fist was the only movement she caught before her vision widened and her head snapped down. A sensation of striking something solid filled her ears. A tight grip found its way onto the back of her clothes and she was yanked backwards, briefly seeing the crater in the shape of her face formed in the ground before she was being hurled through the air. Flying for a few seconds, then tackled by her mother with incredible force. Crashing into the wall once more, she stumbled forwards. Then ducked, the remaining spike in Mother's hand stabbed into the stone where her head had been mere moments later. She moved, shooting underneath her mother's arm and then rising up behind them, an elbow strike to their back at them grunt and stumble, then her own hand came up and formed a fist. Swinging forwards and striking them in the back of their head, this time they were the ones whose face met rock with a crunch which had the chamber tremble around them. Their arm pulled free, throwing debris right into her line of sight and breaking contact. A boot struck her chest, she fell back into a roll and righted herself, bringing up her sword and swinging up. Sure enough, she predicted it well, her mother had gone for the follow-through. Exactly as she would have done. They fought as she did. Ah, they really were alike. Well, did you ever think about it? It wasn't as much a request as it was a demand. With a grunt she shoved them back and broke the lock between them, readying herself once more as they brandished their remaining weapon. Neither of them looked as though they were going to move. That was fine with her. Mother kept silent for a few moments. Then she replied, "I had hoped we would not. That was. She hoped they wouldn't meet. It seems they did have some differences after all then, but it confirmed that they had at least thought about her once or twice in their life and even after it. Even if it was only to wish they would never encounter one another. I can't say the same. I've thought of nothing else my entire life except meeting you. She was surprised she was saying even this much, but once she started speaking she found that the words just wouldn't stop coming forth. She just needed them to understand how important this really was for her, even if they didn't understand why. Holding myself back when I first saw you was difficult, did you suspect back then? I noticed you were really on edge. It was gratifying to see, actually. Mother kept their face still, betraying absolutely nothing about themselves. It was a beautiful thing. Why do you look like that? Like her. It went unsaid but she knew what they meant. It was a fair enough question but even still, it wasn't an answer to her own. Her balance dropped, she fell forwards and then pushed off the ground in the last moment. Flying into the face of Mother and swinging with all their might, their skin cracked and flaked as porcelain skin peeled away to reveal golden scales. The sight gave her pause for all of an instant but it was dismissed. As long as she didn't go further than this. The clang echoed out as steel kissed steel, sparks dropped to the ground between them as Mother brought her own spike up to block. Their eyes widened briefly before a second hand flew up to support their guard, all the while she pushed down with her strength, proving the more dominant of the two. But it couldn't last. There was no way it was going to last. This was Mother, after all. She would doubtlessly prove the stronger of them given enough time. Yet that was fine, that was perfect. She locked eyes with them as she pushed, giving only a faint twitch as their battle continued before she spoke. Because this is your face. That's why I chose it. Resistance vanished, her weight fell forwards for all of a second, then her eyes bulged as a knee was driven into her gut once more. Mother sidestepped at the last moment, her sword was now buried in the rock. A flash of silver in the corner of her eye, the rounded handle of the spike slammed into the side of her head, snapping it to the side. A kick to the back of her knee jerked her downwards and then a shin flew around and into the front of her face, driving her backwards and slamming into the ground. She bounced twice in a sea of dust and rubble before she came to a halt, stabbing a hand into the ground to slow her momentum, clawing back to her feet and shooting forwards. More of her skin peeled away, her fingers sharpened into claws as a fist was thrown right for the face of Mother. It was caught with a trembling arm. Then her eyes caught something else, forming upon the arm which caught her punch. Scales. So much like her own, identical to her own, and her eyes lingered on those for a second too long. Mother punished her for it, a palm struck up into her nose, eyes watered and snapped shut, then another several blows landed against her body. Her vision cleared long enough to see Mother sweep a leg upwards, her arm came up to protect the side of her head, the shin slammed into her guard a moment later. It felt like being struck by a hammer. As it should have done. Her guard shifted, she looped her arm around the leg and pulled. Mother let out a faint gasp as she was ripped off her feet and into the air. She twisted with them still in her grasp and dragged them along the ground, moving with such speed that she carved a trench through the stone floor before she loosened her grip at the apex of her turn. Their body was launched away from her, only a split second of airtime before it struck the ceiling. She watched the body drop down to the ground, then she pressed the attack, sprinting across the chamber and throwing a shoulder forwards, ramming it into their chest the moment they were close enough and driving them further into the wall. She stepped backwards, pulling a hand back. She didn't bother with a fist, she could just use her claws. But she wasn't the first to attack. Mother burst from the rock face and flew right into her line of sight, teeth peeled back and eyes slitted with a fury. She froze at the sight for all of a second, being the focus of all that fury and rage, but above all. This was what they were, this was who they came from. This was who their mother was. This was what she wanted. They were looking at her. A hiss burst from her lips along with spittles of blood as she was driven backwards, feet scraping along the ground as she tried and failed to find ground to stop. Her eyes flickered down to see that a hand had been driven into her chest, right below her ribs. Yet it was like no ordinary arm, it was an arm so much like her own. Blood already pooling around the claw-like fingers embedded in her. But that was fine. Her hand clasped the wrist, her feet shot back and anchored herself into the earth, managing to stop herself, throwing her other hand forwards and shoving back against Mother. They met her strength with every ounce of their own. Soon enough the two of them were shoving all their might against the other. "Keep going, show me more," she all but begged them, straining against their might as she watched more and more of them bleed through into the battle. The ferocity, the savagery, the sheer might behind their attacks. That they could take everything she was throwing at them and still keep coming was incredible, but she wanted more than that. She needed more than that. She wanted to see who her mother really was. What she really needed was something tickled her senses. Something strong and something fast approaching, right from above her as well. Any suspicion it was a trick of the mind vanished in the split second that she caught Mother's body tense and her eyes shot upwards. Her own gaze rose up as she watched the ceiling glow, light pooled down as the rock right above them melted away, pierced with fire of yellow and black before it burst like a balloon. She kicked away from Mother as a spray of molten rock was catapulted about the room. Through the rush of mixed fire a shape burst through like a comet, streaking right down towards her. The only thing she managed to catch sight of was a vaguely humanoid shape before it slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Raising a hand to cover her face, the heat that washed over her was discomforting, but it was nothing compared to the feeling which now flooded the room. It was like an inferno of magical energy, unleashed without care for whomever was nearby. She would have called it reckless if she didn't see it for what it was. A threat display, or perhaps a show of force. "What do you think you're doing to my family?" Her senses screamed at her to move and she obeyed. A large fist shot out of the dust cloud, passing scant millimeters in front of her face as it moved. The rush of wind came next, a thumping sound and a thunderous boom. Then the explosion from behind her had her stumble forwards. The shockwave cleared the field of dust within an instant and allowed her a look at her new attacker. Messy short yellow and black hair, thick bronze plates of armor shaped like scales and a pair of mismatched slitted eyes glared at her. One of the arrivals from Chaldea, a berserker, but she knew not what they were until now. There was no mistaking this sensation now that she was right next to them. They were a monster as well, just as she was. A roar ripped free of her lips as she responded in kind, claws slashing across and catching the servant in the face, tearing long streaks through their cheek. Blood leaked down from the attack. Then they twisted and launched another fist at them. She pressed back, avoiding the follow-up by mere inches once again. Then something in the air shifted, their jeweled eyes screeched at her as it glowed bright and a feeling of weakness gripped her body. At the same time she stopped moving for precious instants. She wasn't even granted enough time to comprehend the attack before the clawed hands of the servant surged towards her. A tight grip found itself around her hair and yanked forwards, dragging her along with it and right into an uppercut. It was difficult to process what happened after that. She had a vague numb sensation shoot through her body and then there was the impact. A feeling of falling and then coming to a half as something fell atop her as well. Then came the heavy footfalls in rapid succession. She could understand that it was something charging at her and getting closer with each step, but forming more complicated conclusions than that proved troublesome. So she didn't bother thinking. It acted instead. It surged to its feet, snarling with teeth bared and claws at the ready. The enemy threw another clumsy attack. It dodged the punch and responded with a slash of their own, dragging their claws across the armored plates beneath their arm and throwing themselves into a roll. It landed on the ground and twisted about. The enemy turned around and swung out. It ducked beneath the backhand and unleashed a frenzy of blows against them, swinging their claws with all their might and without consideration for form or appearance, merely letting their instincts guide their hand. Each swing of the claws scraped away more of the armor. Plates of strong scale peeled away with each blow. Their own skin started to shed as their body was revealed. Muscles bulged as their height shifted, outgrowing their original form and losing something in the process. It was something important that they were shedding for this fight, but they couldn't remember what it was. It didn't matter. They were going to see off this challenger. Another slash across the chest of the servant drew blood, a spray across the wall. They snarled in victory and swiped up for their neck this time. The enemy swung down and clamped a large hand around their head. They felt a push and then found their skull buried deep into the wall of the room. Forced through solid rock with a single powerful shove, It didn't last long before they were ripped free of the position and pulled upwards, dragged off their feet and held aloft in the air for a split second. All they saw was the servant pulling their arm back and forming a fist in their own hand, then watching as it was coated in yellow and black flames. Then the fist surged forwards and they felt only pain. The grip vanished from their head and their body turned weightless. For a split second they could see everything in the room, their eyes roamed around and they landed on something else. A figure of purple with a feeling like them. Ah, right. They weren't it. That wasn't just any thing that felt like them. That was Mother. Chrysor twisted herself in the air, flipping around and locking eyes with the servant, the berserker, and narrowing them into slits. Her magical energy pulsed into her own eyes as she locked gazes with the servant, yet she felt nothing wash over them and the servant gave no indication they were even so much as troubled by her gaze as they sprinted after her. It seemed they had the stronger mystic eye of the two of them, but they had only used it once. Were they holding back? Foolishness, she would teach them the error of their ways. Her legs struck the ground, she surged forwards in the next instant. Berserker swung a mighty blow for her face, she waited until it was the last possible instant. Then she ducked right beneath the blow and surged up from the ground, looping an arm around the servant and trapping their punch above her shoulder. Her legs swept outwards as she pulled them backwards. Without a way to stop her, she sent them crashing into the ground with the tackle, then twisted. Her legs wrapped around their arm and her body followed suit. Her hold tightened to a point where it should have crushed a normal servant's arms. But it seemed that Berserker was tougher than most. Their magical energy displays were not just for show. But they lacked skill. She pulled with all her might, hearing the grunt of effort as Berserker struggled against her grasp. Then something shifted, her eyes shot down as she watched the hand of Berserker start to glow. Trickles of yellow and black surged between their fingers aimed right towards her face. She didn't need her instincts to tell her what would happen next would be bad. Her foot slammed into the jaw of the servant, snapping their head to the side and using it to push herself away from them, breaking the hold as she did so and rolling to the side. Not a moment too soon, the second she was away, flames shot out of the hand with the force of a jet, blasting a scorched gash right through solid rock and leaving only a molten puddle where they had impacted. Berserker was on their feet quickly, swinging up towards her. She parried the blow above her head and punched down into their side, aiming for the gaps in the armor and finding purchase. She was sure she struck skin and the faint grunt of the servant was proof of that, but it didn't afford her much in the end. They swung at her again, this time with the other arm. Her hands flew up in a guard to cover her face. The blow landed and she held her ground, yet the shock reverberated right through her body from the attack. Their strength was indeed something fearsome. She suspected they were even stronger than her if they truly put their mind to it. Another punch came from the other side, slamming into her guard once more, then another and another. They came quickly now, barely a second between them and with increasing levels of ferocity. It hurt, it was painful. She could feel her scales being torn away from the unending assault, but the attacks of the Berserker were proving just as valuable to her. She could heal from this, and better yet, the servant was getting sloppy. Their frustration was bleeding into their attacks as the fight went on. A chance. She broke her guard and stepped to the side as the next blow was thrown her way. Her arm shot out and grabbed the wrist as it passed her by. Her other hand flew up. Her knuckles drove their way into the jaw of the servant before they could reach, feeling a weighty crunch behind her attack. The servant swung up with the other hand. She dodged that blow and ducked low, sweeping a leg out and slamming the back of her heel into the side of their knee, jostling their body ever so slightly, but it was enough to get them off balance for even a split second. She rose up and lashed out with another fast jab to their face, this time raking their claws across the front of it. She saw the marks across the eye, then she had indeed dealt with. Both eyes snapped open and glared at her. She missed. A hand with a grip like jaws clamped down around her wrist and stopped her before she could escape. A fist struck her gut and lifted her off her feet, yet she was not launched into the air. The grip on her wrist stopped her from escaping her attacker that easily. They pulled their fist back again, readying for another punch. She drove her forehead right into their nose. The grip on her loosened enough to pull her arm free. Her hand came up, clenched into a fist and then swung back down to the servant as they rose up, recovering from the headbutt swiftly. They met her punch with their own. The sounds of battle were still fresh in his ears as he dropped Mash down on the ground and went to work using his healing code on her again and again without pausing. Glancing to where Boudica was leaning against the wall as well, the worst of the damage was already gone with her, but that meant nothing when he considered how badly Gareth had been affected. His eyes moved to the limp body of the Lancer. A clean cut right from the shoulder had removed the entire arm from her left side. A grisly sight to be sure, and that was without the obvious kick to the head as well. Blood had streamed down from under the helm and he wasn't sure they could even get it off. She still hadn't regained consciousness. He jerked forwards, a crash echoed out from behind him, turning his head and looking over his shoulder, his brows shot up instantly at the sight. Chris choke slammed Berserker into the ground and then started to run, still with the servant caught in their grasp, smearing his face into the ground as she sprinted and carving a trench through the floor. A jerked movement and then the saber was thrown free of the Berserker, an explosion sending her sprawling until a weighty kick to the gut knocked them directly into the ceiling. Berserker kicked off into the ground and smashed into them, obscuring both in dust and shadow for a single instant. They came flying out of the cloud and directly into the ground once more, brawling without restraint. With a frown, his eyes turned away from the battle and towards where Medusa was still lying. She remained unmoved from her position, but he couldn't see any signs of injury on her, at least none that would have prevented her from moving. It looked more like she was catching her breath. Much as he might have empathized with her plight, this wasn't the time to be frozen up. Especially not if that fight between Berserker and Chris ended up bringing the entire cave right down on top of their heads. Fire rolled past his face, the curtain of flames lashed across and stopped him from rising to his feet. Staring with wide eyes and stepping backwards, throwing his arms around Mash to cover her as best he could, grimacing at the heat which washed over him. The burning lasted for a few seconds before it faded away. He pulled away from Mash, snapping his eyes onto the fight once more and seeing Chris aim the still burning arm of Berserker to the ceiling before twisting around the limb, landing a roundhouse kick onto his chin and flipping over the arm, pulling as they did so and then hurling the servant over their shoulder. They vanished in a blur, reappearing onto to slam a drop kick into the airborne servant and then punting them across the chamber in an instant. Following them the moment their feet touched the ground. Gawain, try, his words caught in his throat as he took notice of the saber. They sat on the ground, staring dumbly at the fires that were all around them, eyes wide and panicked. Great. Of course they wouldn't be able to do anything. Sen, Pai. The voice was like a blessing for him, lips pulled into a smile as he turned down to the shielder and took stock of her. They were sending a hazy look towards him, like they couldn't quite see him all that well or weren't all there yet. But that was fine, as long as she was awake, then that was all he could ask. The ice screamed once more, her body locked up and then the punch slammed directly into face. She did not fly backwards, instead the fist pressed against her features and drove her down into the ground like a hammer would do a nail. Her skull buried itself in solid rock as the pain didn't have time to pass through her system. Or she had gone numb to the sensation of it. She was not so numb to avoid feeling the pull of her leg as she was wrenched from the ground, dragged along for only a split second before she was airborne. Managing to turn herself to land on her feet and stumble for only a few steps, twisting herself just in time to see the charging servant. Her eyes narrowed. She jumped, they moved right beneath her. Her legs pressed against their back and pushed her forwards, driving them into the wall as she hit the ground and rolled, turning around and shooting forwards, shoulder barging them further into their own blunder. Berserker twisted, freeing themselves and buckshotting debris all around them as they did so. They swung a burning arm right towards her face, a quick dodge, and she felt only the heat of the fist passing above her head as she darted forwards, claws at the ready. Swinging them within moments, slashing away at the exposed chest of the servant until her fingers were slick with blood. There was something about the blood that was different, however. As though it was tainted with something else. Another punch rocketed for her face, arms flew up in a guard and protected her well, enough that she was not struck with the attack. Instead it slammed her guard into her own features and sent her stumbling. She pulled the arms down and snarled. Berserker opened their mouth. She saw the glow in the back of their throat, the brilliant yellow so much like their fire. She pressed off the ground and twisted backwards, flipping and slamming her feet into their chin. Their jaws snapped shut and the back of their head bounced off the wall. In the instant that she landed, she attacked once again, sweeping a kick into the side of their knee and jerking them downwards. Her other knee flew up and struck home against their head. Berserker caught her gut with an elbow. She folded over the limb as they dragged it across and rose up. She had barely the time to counter as they clasped her head and slammed her face into the wall, then rained punches into the back of her head with each strike forcing her further and further into the rock. A roar pulled itself free of her throat, frustration and anger seeped into it. Her arms pierced the rock face and pulled, tearing free a chunk of it and then pulling downwards. She had enough time to catch Berserker raise their arms in a block before their body was covered with rubble, the section of wall pulled right onto them. She did not think that would keep them trapped for long. With a snarl, she threw herself into the mound of stone and started to pull away the largest parts to get to her enemy. Seconds they would recover and she would need to. A hand burst from the debris and slammed into her face. A grip like a vice caught her as she brought her arms up, punching away at the grip. Through her one uncovered eye she watched Berserker rise up from the debris, bloodied and dusty, a snarl on their own face as they pulled her forwards and then threw her back. Her body twisted through the air for only a moment before it hit the ground, rolling for some time until she was right again. Her breathing came out in pants, her form twisted into a mockery of what she had attempted. Musculature replaced life. With shaky steps, she pushed back up to her feet and glared at the servant as they pulled themselves free of the rubble, marching towards her with only one goal clear in their eyes. It was one that she could understand all too well. She had the exact same goal. They were going to kill one another. Her hands clenched into fists, pulling her arms back and preparing herself. The steps of Berserker quickened, moving faster and faster. She broke into a run at the same time they transitioned into a sprint. Roars escaped the both of them, hands pulled back and bodies twisted. She swung forwards with all her weight behind the next blow. Her fist met the burning knuckles of the Berserker with a clap. The air split and a shockwave tore apart the ground beneath their feet, yet neither one of them broke away from the other. Their other hands came up and slammed into their opponent's own, clasping against the other and pushing back with all their strength. She narrowed her eyes. Blood started to pool around the ground near her feet, her own and her enemies', but it would serve as a fitting tribute for what she needed to do. This was not a fight she could win without using her noble phantasm, of that she was certain. Her vision widened as something struck the side of her head. In the same instant a metallic thud echoed out in front of her, coupled with a grunt of surprise from the Berserker, or at least it sounded like surprise. There could have been some pain mixed into the situation as well. She staggered for a moment, blinking focus back into her vision before she frowned at the sight that was before her. Standing between herself and Berserker, almost casually, with a long scythe draped across their shoulders and tattered rags fluttering in the wind, was the tattooed form of Lancer, turning their head between the two of them and raising an eyebrow. The flash of amusement and approval was plain to her, but that didn't explain their presence here. Pulling herself up, she took a deep breath and growled out her next words. "Step aside, or what?" Lancer drawled at her, leaning forwards a little bit before smirking. "You're not in much of a position to put up a fight, you've exhausted yourself against this one. That's why you were about to use your noble phantasm, isn't it?" She didn't dignify that with an answer. "But that's not why I'm here, as wonderful as it is to see you and this dragon tear one another to bloody ribbons." Dragon. Her eyes flickered to the servant who had gone still, stepping forwards and then catching themselves. Their own gaze moved between her and Lancer, sizing them up with clear preparation in case there was a fight. So they weren't just instinct after all, that was something at least. A dragon though. It made much more sense now why they had been so strong. "You keep fighting and you'd tear this entire chamber down on your heads." Lancer continued on, cutting through her thoughts before they paused, turning their head around and sweeping their eyes across the entire ruin before snorting. "Small miracle that it has not already buried you. You don't do things by half measure, do you, Chris?" She was already gathering her strength. Lancer raised a brow at her lack of an answer, but showed no offense. Instead, they directed their attention elsewhere and their smile widened. And the little ant is still scurrying around. Oh dear, looks like you got a couple of scratches in this little duel. A sigh escaped them. They pulled the scythe from their shoulders and slammed it into the ground, punching a hole and keeping the scythe mounted. They then leaned into it, folding their arms over their chest as though they were not in any danger at all. Sorry to cut it short, but honestly, I'd rather not have to run through the trouble of having to explain why you all ended up dead to Hanleth. They paused, then their eyes turned to her and narrowed. The smile vanished from their lips and was replaced with cold focus. She narrowed her own gaze, refusing to be intimidated by the glare now being leveled towards her. No matter how much killing intent they flooded into it. I told you that I wanted Ash alive. Next thing I know, his throat has been slashed open and he's dying on the ground. Care to explain? He was in the way. A raised eyebrow was shot at her. They clearly expected more, but that was all that she was going to give them because that was all there was. Unless they wanted her to make up another reason for why she attacked them. Their face was a little irritating for her and their talk had put her in a slightly bad mood. Did they want her to spill those as reasons as well? They shrugged, then turned their head. Fair enough then. Can't argue with that. She didn't need to. Lancer understood. It was nothing personal, they were just in the way. They were trying to get through the door then, were they? She clenched her jaw. Yes. Lancer snorted. For someone who is so against chaining one's life to duty, you take yours quite seriously, don't you? If you're done here, I'm not. They sharply cut her off, flashing another glare before exhaling and shaking their head. Then directing their focus towards the dragon servant. Oh, you're magnificent, you know that. Absolutely wonderful. Watching how desperately you fought to protect your pack, I was truly inspired. The servant frowned at the words, looked the Lancer up and down and then replied slowly. Your words sound mocking, Lightkin. Lancer waved a hand. I'm being genuine. Though you can relax yourself a little, there's not going to be any more fighting. Chris blinked at the servant, her brows furrowed. What exactly did they mean by? You sound pretty confident about that. Her attention shifted across the length of the room, to the human who currently held a contract with Mother, now standing tall as though they had not been cowering before her mere minutes ago. The strength in their gaze returned, but she had seen how weak it had been. Is that saying we're going to be heading back or that you're going to put an end to this? Ah, the ant speaks. Lancer excitedly cheered, waving a hand towards the boy and stepping away from their weapon. Their hands placed on their hips, taking in a short breath before continuing. But you're right, I am going to put an end to this. Because I am going to let you walk right on through those doors and take a gander at whatever secret Hanleth is hiding. Her head whipped around to the Lancer, her brows shot up. What is the meaning of th? Lancer sent her a bored look and waved a hand. They're here already and they're not going to stop until they have a look. Raising a brow, they continued onwards. And how do you think Hanleth is going to react when you come back to her and let her know that you killed the Chaldeans when they investigated a little? They aren't enemies yet. Her jaw snapped shut, she righted herself and stared at the servant for half a second before responding. She ordered none to cross that door. I'm not invested one way or another, but I don't want you to die over something like this, perishing in this dreary place. A scoff escaped Lancer, shaking their head from side to side and pacing around, running their hand up the length of the scythe and across the blade of the weapon. And you're outgunned here, aren't you? Even if you beat the dragon, you'd be too weak to stop your mother from killing you. She would be content with that ending. And then Hanleth would be upset. Her face tightened for a brief instant before it loosened. You know what the consequences will be if this happens. Lancer sighed, pulling their hand away from the weapon and walking towards her, leaning down and then whispering in a quiet voice. Do you really want your first, and possibly only, interaction with her to be one where you try and kill one another? I'm not against it, but really, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance that you might never get again. Would you be satisfied with that? Hanleth ordered. Never mind what Hanleth wants. Lancer frowned. then tilted his head and raised a brow. What do you want? She wanted to spend more time around Mother, to know who they were. Her eyes flickered to the side, her tense posture melted away. There, you see, Lancer called across to the Chaldeans. Now then, you've come this far, want to have a little peek at the skeletons in Hanlet's basement closet. Ritska didn't trust this guy in the least, they were smiling too much and getting way too much enjoyment out of this situation. To say nothing of what had happened moments ago, his eyes darted away from the Lancer and onto Chris, looking conflicted over something. Despite apparently standing down, she looked more as though what she wanted to do was continue fighting until either she was dead or they were. And then there was Medusa, the relationship between them becoming more clear than ever before. That was without the fact that Chris had just tried to kill all of them when not even an hour ago she was helping them. All because it was her job, and yet her job demanded she kill them for investigating, or so she claimed at least. From what he had been able to hear, the servant seemed to be one contradiction after another. That being said, he wasn't going to be going anywhere until he was sure that everyone was going to be alright. Gawain, he whispered to the saber. They'd recovered a little bit but not all that much, enough to nod their head up and down towards him. Keep an eye on him for me. He really didn't want to have to do this, but it seemed as though he was left with no choice, and to his knowledge, they were the best healer they had in Chaldea at the moment. It was time they actually started to earn their keep in that role. Guinevere, are you doing anything important right now? The message was sent through the link, yet his eyes remained fixed on the still smiling face of the Lancer. A reply came back rather quickly. That would depend upon your definition, but I sense a great turmoil in your words. You have need of my skills as a goddess then, I assume. In which case, you may call upon me. I shall offer aid as I can. That was generous of her. His hand came out, a glow of light around the air, and then he uttered the name. Castor. A flash of light and they stood above him. Gentle smile on their face faltered ever so slightly when they gazed down upon him, then glanced around at the others who were in a similar state of disrepair before a sigh escaped from her. I should have expected some manner of trouble, but did you summon me truly to clean up after such a deplorable mess? He frowned at her. Can you help or not? She raised a hand and gave a disinterested sigh. I did not say that I would be unwilling, merely that I will never be unsurprised that humans can go to a land of peace and then somehow find a way to make war upon one another, and in such a brutal fashion as well. Brushing past him, she crouched down over the top of Mash and gently took the girl into her arms, handling her as though she was like fragile glass. The concern in her seemed genuine, but he found himself more disturbed by it than anything else, especially as he had seen her on the opposite end of the spectrum. Take this poor dear, don't worry about it, Sir Kyrillite, you'll be standing proud once more. A glow circled beneath them, light washed over the shielder as the wounds on her reversed entirely. He would give Guinevere the praise she was due for healing, it put his mystic code to shame. Like he had been handing out little plasters for grievous bodily harm instead of being an actual help. Guinevere-san, Mash shakily replied, staring up with a shocked expression before turning her gaze onto him. Senpai. What happened? Hush now, child. Guinevere silenced them, lowering them back to the ground as they moved along. Take a moment to recover your bearings and think of the most important question, the rest can follow. Playing nursemaid now, are you? Guinevere froze up at the voice only briefly. Ritska watched a complicated expression flicker across their face as she turned around. Clasping her hands over her front and taking in a deep breath before exhaling. I had thought I sensed you earlier, but I assumed I was mistaken. Now though, I am unsurprised. What manner of havoc have you been wreaking upon these poor souls now, Alma? Ritska turned to the Lancer, their expression had changed from an amused smile to indifference. Their voice sounded just as cold. All these years and you ask what sort of trouble I'm causing. Don't you think you trust me too little? Guinevere made an unimpressed noise. I believe what you refer to as my trust in your capacity for being troublesome, that is, after all, what you most enjoy, is it not? Lancer rolled his eyes. You find it troublesome because I don't conform to your petty little ideals. You do not conform to any ideals. Mine are not the exception. Ahem, Lancer shrugged their shoulders. I conform to my own, that is fine enough for me. Quote. Keep your distance from them, Nar. I know what it is that brings you mirth, and I would rather you not spread your chaos here, no matter how indulgent your sister might be. Lancer raised a brow, their lip twitched into a faint smirk. I'm pleased to see your words have not dulled over the years. I would be rather saddened if you have turned senile in your old age. Quote. Disrespectful as ever. Like you ever respected my choices. An attraction to savagery is not something to be respected. Guinevere shot back, a sharp note in her words, her hands visibly tightened. Nor was your indulgence in blatant displays of brutality, you and that cult of monsters you formed after your bloodletting ways. Lancer smiled cordially. I did as you taught me, I found like-minded people and spread my influence across the land. Really, you should blame them for being so quick to accept my words. I barely even had to utter anything beyond an introduction and they were more than happy to shed blood. Guinevere said nothing, just turned back around and crouched by the side of Boudica and started to heal her. Not even giving any indication that she was going to resume speaking to the Lancer servant. Ritska frowned at the display, then raised a brow in the direction of Lancer. They just met his gaze and offered a carefree smile, then turned to Chris and rolled his eyes while waving a hand in their direction. Mothers, am I right? Seriously. Another one. Nar Alma. Servant. Lancer. Size. 183 centimeters. Strength. C. Endurance. C. Agility. A+. Mana. B. Luck. C. Noble Phantasm. C. True Pain. The pain that stings the very soul. C. Anti-unit max target. Max range. It is the mere presence of the god of blood and pain. This noble phantasm is continuously active so that any wound he lands if felt. Real pain inflicted on the very spirit origin itself, even where there is no cut there will be pain felt as though they were cut. For those with immortality or even a great resistance to pain, it would matter very little. The pain is felt regardless of their protection, as the god of blood brought his misery to all. The effect can be delayed until the true name is invoked, allowing for the damage to be compounded in a single instant of pure agony. Memory of blood, history of agony upon flesh, beak-bounded field max target, everything in range, max range, 1 to 20. A bounded field that takes time to establish, though somewhat similar to his first noble phantasm, this one is markedly different. Rather, it calls upon the memories of those who step into its domain, bringing to life every injury that the victim has ever suffered in their life. Allowing Alma to pick and choose which one he can revive the memory of. Quite simply, they recall the pain they felt during that time. Though it only works within the confines of the bounded field, it can be resisted through high enough mental fortitude as it is the memory of pain. If those memories are rejected or resisted, then the effects of the noble phantasm are lessened considerably. Those with high magic resistance can similarly overcome the effect. Though for those without, Alma can force them to experience their old wounds at will. Choosing which of them he can activate at any given time. Class skills. Magic resistance. B. Divine core of a blood god. B. In dabbling with the dark, his divinity is slightly lowered, but there is no denying his godhood. Personal skills. Blessing of the blood god. B. Nar Alma believed the act of killing strengthened oneself, therefore his followers achieved this gift. The more one slays an enemy, the stronger they become. The increase in strength is rather limited however and would take many, many lives to achieve max rank. Aptitude for slaughter. All. A. The god of blood, he is the one who perfects the art of killing to such a degree that he is the foremost expert. Whether it comes to techniques, tools or even skills. He knows the best way to kill whatever living animal crosses his line of sight. Be they intelligent or dumb. Killing is just the natural progression of life, and he excels at it. Rivers of scarlet. A+. The more of his own blood is spilled, the more frantic he becomes. For him, the only failure is in death, and as long as you have the strength you must fight. To that end, when he is wounded he will experience a massive increase in his speed. It allows him to truly become a blur on the battlefield and slaughter indiscriminately. Summoning. To think that you would have summoned me, actually, I'm rather pleased with this. You look to be a boring little ant, but let's see just how strong your venom is, yes. Dialogue 1. Resting comfortably, are we? Well, as is your right, but don't get too careless. You don't want someone to catch you unawares, do you? Dialogue 2. Master and servant. Heath the ha 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 ha. Don't worry about that sort of thing. I'm just here as part of your little colony. Think of me as a humble little worker bee. Though, try not to be too boring, right? You don't want me to get, no, I'll leave that for now. You can probably figure it out for yourself. Dialogue 3. If you have Guinevere. Is that mother I can sense? Hey, quite a disappointing one, but I can approve of her raising. It's like birds, you bring them up and then toss them out. Let the strong flourish and the weak die. Though I'm rather curious, HMPH. Not that I care for such things. Dialogue 4. If you have twin princes. My little brothers. Ah, I see, although, why do you carry around that dead weight on your shoulders? Really, he's your weakness, you know. If you just got rid of him, then you would be much stronger. Well, I'll keep it in mind for the future. You never know. Dialogue 5. If you have Caffrey. Well. If it isn't little Caffrey, still being a nuisance. TCH. I never cared much for her authority. Survival should be based on skill, not luck. The strongest predator, not something as happenstance as the worst place and the worst time. Dialogue 6. If you have Flan. Father, is it? I wonder how you managed to get him. He always had a weak heart. Mother was the strong one for being able to move on with her life after having children. Though really, perhaps they were made for one another. Mother was just like a little bug doing what was natural for her. I just don't get why she never understood that. Father, meh. Weakling. Dialogue 7. If you have Barghest. So close and yet so far, is it? Still, she's a ferocious monster and really, there isn't a single flaw in your love. They exist within you, it's their love for you that keeps you going. So really, taking them into you is proof of your love for them. After all, the best predators have only the finest meals, as they say. Keep on going, black dog. Dialogue 8. If you have Hanleth. Hanleth, is it? She's a bit slow to do anything, really. Like a snail, but without any of the protection. Actually, she's a super easy target. I sometimes see her and just get a little tempted. Joking, I'm just joking. But seriously, she could learn to be a little defensive of herself, couldn't she? Dialogue 9. If you have Chrysor. Chrysor, yeah, I suppose we get along. She just acts as I want her to and I act as she wants me to. It's only natural, isn't it? We're both just acting however we want to act. There isn't anything complicated about it. Dialogue 10. If you have Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper. Isn't that an amazing name for them? Where are they? Is it the little child? Heath the ha ha ha. That's amazing. So you really start them out young, master. But seriously. She's definitely got the talent for that sort of thing. I'm sure I could hone it a bit further if you want. Dialogue 11. If you have Minamoto no Raiko. Oi, why are you tensing your face like that? No, I mean where is the one underneath you? Come on, what is with this fake act of yours? Show me the real Raiko, the monster underneath that mask. Doesn't it get exhausting walking around and pretending to be something you're not? Dialogue 12. If you have Shuden Duji. Oni, you call them. I like them. Very simple people who live according to their desires. They're great. That Shuden one, she is definitely something special, isn't she? How many people do you think she's gutted with those talons of hers? Dialogue 13. If you have Jekyll and Hyde. Trying to split your good from your evil. What a stupid notion, in the first place, that the whole good and evil thing is nothing more than a set of thoughts concocted by your head. They're so flimsy that they switch depending on the situation. How can you separate something you don't even understand in the first place? Well, The result is pretty interesting though, so I guess it isn't a total loss. Likes. What do I like? What a funny thing to ask. I just enjoy living free, you know. Doing whatever I want to do at the time and letting everyone else do the exact same thing. Really, that's all you need to know when it comes to living life. Hates. Stuff I hate, huh? People pretending to be special, I guess. At the end of the day, God, human, demon, we're really all just a bunch of funny-looking animals on the food chain. There's nothing inherently special beyond what we claim. We're all born, we live and then we can die. So it's just a matter of the last man standing. People who can't accept that are just stupid. Wish for the Holy Grail. Wishing for something. Sounds like a crutch for the weak who aren't satisfied with their strength. Meh. Best to either get stronger or just run away from dying and hope you're faster. Bond Level 1. Bringing me out to slaughter, little ant. You're a bit more ruthless than people might imagine. But that is fine, you're the master after all. Only natural that you want to flex your power a little. Bond Level 2. Do you ever just get a passing thought when you see someone being really careless and have it just piss you off? They're just so open and you look at them and think of how easy it would be to kill them. Man, humans today are so lethargic to their own survival. Bond Level 3. So you send me out and just watch me, huh? Well, to each their own. Though you're getting a bit too comfortable, don't you think? I'd suggest to get a little bit of wariness in your bones. What if I'm not around to save you, little ant? Bond Level 4. Calling you little ant. Yeah, it's because humans are ants to me. Well, in the same way that an ant is an ant to you. But people don't really think about how dangerous they are. One ant. Nothing. A billion ants. Yeah, now you see the problem. So really, little ant is quite the compliment. After all, there is strength in numbers and humans have a lot of those. Bond Level 5. You know, I guess I'm a little disappointed in you. Not overly so, I admit. I can see you're willing to do anything to survive, but man, you being unable to take that ultimate step in the fight for dominance. Talk about slipping at the finish line, well, I'll wait until you cross it. Bond Level 5. Cleared Lost Belt Anastasia. Don't you feel a bit lighter, Master? Doesn't it feel good to show off just how much better you are compared to the losers? Don't worry about feeling guilty. It's just the way of life. The strong live and the weak die. Don't worry about a thing, Master. I'll be there to help you cull all those weaklings. Birthday, huh? I think you should celebrate every day you're not dead, rather than just the passage of a single year. But I suppose young do die before they reach adulthood, so maybe it is a little bit of an achievement. During an event. Sounds like a ruckus, wanna go out and dominate them. First Ascension. I think my shoulder feels a little lighter. Should make moving around easier, huh? Second Ascension. I've gotten a bit stronger, it seems. That's more like it, right? I can't wait to finally show off some of my latest moves. Third Ascension. Determined to make me a good weapon, huh? But then, what Ant Queen doesn't want her soldiers to be the best, right? Fourth Ascension. So this is the limit, is it? I guess time will tell whether this is going to be the make or break for me. Peaking like this, I'm either going to slaughter or I'm going to be slaughtered. I'm curious to see which. Not yet. Summer Resort. 12. Another member of the family, and suddenly their interest in Gawain, Ash, made a great deal more sense. Though he was less inclined to believe the motives of this one at this point, even if a warning from Guinevere wasn't something he was inclined to hold much value in at the present time, there was something about the Lancer which set him on edge. Nar Alma, the god of blood. Even without Guinevere's warning, he would have been put on edge by a title like that alone, combined with the way they dressed and their choice of weaponry. He held more in common with some sort of Grim Reaper than any of the other gods he had encountered thus far, the lack of demand for respect as well. He hadn't announced their divinity and had kept their name secret. Like it didn't matter to them. But even without their relation with Ash and Guinevere, there was still another matter that demanded his attention. Especially because of the nature of it. His eyes moved towards Medusa, having regrouped with them but never having for a second taken their eyes off of Chris, if that was even their real name in the first place. It was probably an abbreviation of something, and he got a very strong feeling he knew what their real name actually was. Mother. The words escaped his lip in a flat tone of voice. Medusa flinched for a moment but did not turn her head to him, though it was an acknowledgement from them. That would have to be the best he actually got from them in terms of a reply, not that he blamed her for being cautious. The communicator flashed up. Guinevere has healed everyone, and even some of the worst damage to Gareth has been restored to before it was ever done. To say Romani sounded impressed would have been an understatement. His awe-filled tone briefly had him turn his eyes onto the doctor. Though there was an undercurrent to his voice that went beyond being amazed by the power of the goddess. There was a great deal of relief in his words. And he knew why that was. Thank you for your help, goddess. Romani bowed his head ever so slightly, directing his attention to the goddess that was somewhere behind him. Your gratitude. Ritska turned his head to the goddess and kept his expression even, his eyes landing on the way that the tall woman swept her fingers through Masha's hair, evening out some of the more unkempt parts. Her head raised itself back up, eyes lingered on him for a moment before she shifted aim and onto the doctor. The smile on the face of the woman turned softer, inclining her head ever so slightly towards them. It is appreciated, but no thanks is needed for such an act. I have a strong dislike for such needless bloodshed. If it is within my power. An exaggerated gagging sound cut her off, the features of the goddess flattened and a deadpan gaze switched to the direction of the noise. Ritska followed along with her gaze and found himself staring at Nar Alma. The god rolled his eyes before waving a hand. She's going to go on for another hour if you let her. Just accept their thanks and be on your way, mother. I've never seen a pitcher plant endure long in the presence of actual predators. Then it would seem there is nothing left for me to do. Guinevere answered blandly, her eyes flickered to him once more in a brow raised. Unless you would prefer for me to remain and lend my expertise on the matter further, but we both know that whatever aid I offered is one that you would not trust so easily. His lips pulled thin. He answered after a second. Thank you for answering, and if we need you again, I will call. He could have sworn she looked a touch surprised at the fact he actually thanked her for the help, but he wasn't going to dismiss what she had done was indeed a good job. Please spread a little warning when you return, just for the others to be on edge in case something happens. Guinevere nodded once, not offering a reply, and then started to dissipate into thin air, vanishing away to wherever she had been before he had called her down here. His eyes lingered on the spot she had vanished, then his gaze was pulled back towards the direction of Medusa. Well, the writer rolled her jaw from side to side before replying slowly. I did not believe it was them. The chances of encountering them were non-existent. There was nothing that should have allowed for their summoning. The throne made an exception for me only in that I was different before I became the Gorgon. But Chrysor was born a monster. Da Vinci's voice supplied. It would be akin to summoning the Echidna or the Cerberus. Something that wouldn't make even an ounce of sense with the benefit of hindsight, at least for what we know of the throne. They require some connection with humanity, after all. And Medusa used to be a goddess before her fall, he understood that part. And yet that right there is something that claims to be your child. He pointed across the room towards Chris. She didn't look as though she even acknowledged he was pointing at them, not in the same way that Medusa did. And they seem pretty convinced of it, same as you do, are they? Yes. Medusa's answer was quiet, barely above a whisper, but he heard it. His arm dropped back down to his side, he looked over the expression of the rider and then towards the saber. He fought back a flinch when she met eyes once again, but not for long. The servant mounted her sunglasses over her face once again and covered up their slitted orbs. How long did you know? I wasn't certain until they admitted it. The writer replied slowly, turning her head and staring down at him from the corner of her eye for half a second before breaking contact. A sigh escaped them. But I suspected they were not as you claimed. I would have known another version of me, just as my sisters would have. This was not another version of me. No matter how they appeared. You would not recognize your own blood. Berserker demanded, stepping forwards and frowning. Ritska noted the disapproval in his tone of voice, but he suspected the matter wasn't as simple as he was making it out to be. They were born from my death, I never saw them. Medusa answered back swiftly, her gaze fell onto the servant with a sharpness in her words. I knew nothing of them until I was summoned, my time as the Gorgon remains as a haze. All I know is that, something was born of my death and fathered what would become the Greek monsters. All of which is moot now. The declaration from Gawain was accompanied by the saber stepping forwards, moving in front of him and with his sword drawn and clenched tightly in his hands. As expected, he was acting much more protectively ever since the fighting had died down. They have attacked us for a reason and it lies beyond that door. I am not so convinced that they would stand down on the words of any other than their lord. Gawain let out a shuddering breath as he continued on. Regardless of whom the speaker would be or what relation they have to Queen Guinevere. Alma turned his head to Gawain, raising a brow at them before speaking. You could say that you're upset that she tried to kill your master, brother. It is a much more honest answer than flapping your lips and speaking with the words of that hag. You shut your mouth. The smile that blossomed across the face of Alma was positively ecstatic, his eyes glowed with something. Oh. That sounded like a rather aggressive tone of voice there. I've never heard of a blade getting angry before, and would anger not cloud your duty and make you act carelessly? We wouldn't want that now, would we, brother? You. Enough. Gawain fell silent. Boudica rested a hand on his shoulder and pulled him back a few steps. The rider glared at the lancer. Unless you have something else to say, I'd ask you not to start provoking us now. Especially not when we're as likely to trust you as we are to draw swords and start killing one another again. Feisty one, I like you. An approving nod of the head from Lancer, met only with a disinterested grunt from Boudica which indicated how little the praise actually meant to her and, quite frankly, Ritska wasn't sure what praise from this person was actually like in the first place either. Raising his hands, Alma stepped back and looked utterly uncaring for anything that was happening. All right, I can keep quiet and let this situation play out, it is going to be much more interesting that way. Alma's grin told Ritska that he knew something was going to happen and he wasn't sure he liked what their definition of interesting was going to be. Though that would have to wait and see, he'd not seen the Lancer do anything wrong so far, but there was just something about them that put him on edge. Like being sat next to a tiger and just waiting for the moment where it would snap. A body covered in tribal cave paintings didn't do much to alleviate his concerns either. Gawain. His gentle urging brought the saber back to him. He stepped back and fell to his side once more without another word. Despite how much it looked as though he wanted to say more, reaching up and slamming his helmet closed with a rather aggressive movement. Making it apparent he was still glaring in the direction of the Lancer. Gawain didn't like or trust them and Ritska would put his faith in the saber, but he would admit that the intervention of the Lancer had helped them. Da Vinci. Readings from through the door have remained unchanged. Not even so much as a twitch from all the magical energy that was being thrown around fairly close to it. The caster's words were tinged with an undercurrent of concern, apprehension clear in her sentence. Given that we had some very powerful servants battling not too far from them, it tells me that whatever is on the other side of that door isn't in a position to care about it, or they were confident that everything would be sorted out. Ritska hummed and nodded his head, then directed his eyes towards Chris and narrowed them ever so slightly. It was still fresh in his mind, but there was something more than he really wanted to know from them. If Hanlith didn't want anyone coming here, then why weren't we told about this place to begin with? The turn of Chris' head in his direction was slow and begrudging, almost as though she didn't want to answer him. Indeed, her focus seemed to be elsewhere. He'd noted the way her body had been changing over the last minute or so, transforming from a tall muscular lizard humanoid back into the body so similar to her mother. A deliberate action on her part. It was not expected you would come here. There was no reason to warn you. Clearly there was. Given you just tried to kill us over it. He shot back with a frown. Something that important seems to be the sort of thing you would have at least warned someone about. That way we would have had some idea that coming here would have been against your wishes and prepared for it. Chris scoffed. That does not encourage you being told about it. No, but we were not enemies until we came down here. Something else came forwards. And why wouldn't Pharaohs have told us about this place, if she did have a hand in building it from the ground upwards? So that means she didn't know about it in the first place, which means you all kept it a secret from her because you knew she would tell us. His eyes narrowed. And then whatever she told us, you assumed we wouldn't be pleased with. Quote. The pressure exuded from Chris intensified in that moment. He took a deep breath and kept his eyes level with the woman. Confident that she wasn't going to do anything, but he prepared himself for it either way. Ooh. Impressive deduction, protagonista. Da Vinci's singing cut through the tension like a hot knife through butter. His nervousness deflated ever so slightly as he turned his eyes to the caster for a moment, then shot her a small look. I'm so proud of you. It must be because you're hanging around MASH so much. She's quite the little detective, you know. Ritska managed to suppress his urge to chuckle, but he did nod his head up and down. That was probably true. The interests of MASH had been bleeding off onto him for some time now, and her little deductions were something to be impressed about. Though he wasn't sure if he was actually as good as she was. Da Vinci-san, I don't believe this is the time. A rather urgent whisper from MASH drew his eye back. The girl looked rather flushed about being put on the spot and praised rather suddenly, but he was just happy she was up and moving around again. No signs of damage remained on her, courtesy of Guinevere. Though she still looked very much on edge. A dry snort from up ahead. His attention whipped back around and found Lancer grinning at them once again, nodding his head towards Chris. You'll have to forgive her, she's a little overzealous when it comes to this sort of thing. Lancer. Chris warned with a low growl. The Lancer responded with an indulgent roll of the eyes and a shake of the head. His eyes moved between the two of them. You are close. It was Medusa who spoke up first, an odd inflection in her tone of voice that sounded somewhere between surprise and alarm. Close. Nar inclined his head, then shrugged. We understand one another, though my own little sprinklings of advice did nothing to her in the grand scheme of things. We just bonded over a shared understanding. Mind you, he nodded to Medusa, smile shifting once again into something sharper. She's had you on her head ever since she got summoned, you and my sister, that is. Lancer. Chris' growl deepened, her eyes glowed behind her glasses. Nar gave an exaggerated shiver and stepped away from the saber, still looking bored. Fair, fair. I'll go back to being quiet now. Ritska doubted that was going to last long. His eyes once more turned to Medusa. She looked far from being pleased, but it was hard to tell what it was really related to. Either the existence of Chris in front of her or the proximity to the Lancer servant, neither seemed to be appealing to her. But he could talk about that later when they weren't before a captive audience. The metal door at the far end of the chamber beckoned, untouched by the fighting which had occurred all around it. Through either luck or design, it had avoided even so much as being scratched by even a lump of stray debris. So if we walk through that door, you're not going to attack us. Chris did not answer him immediately. She instead kept her expression void of emotion before she turned her head away. Quote. It is not a fight I can win at this present moment. Fighting you would be unwise. That was probably as good as he was going to get out of her, so his eyes turned instead to the Lancer, who nodded his head up and down, confirming that she was at least being honest with them, or that he was going to intervene. Whichever the case, he knew what to expect from them now, as did everyone else. But still, watching them match berserker blow for blow had been daunting enough. He'd need to call out some big guns if a fight broke out again. If you're still so unconvinced, Lancer spoke once again, not all that surprising. Then Alma's head angled back and he cupped his hands around his mouth. Oh, berserker. A shout pulled from his throat and echoed around the chamber, bouncing off the walls and fading away. Ritska grimaced at the volume and sent the servant a bemused look for a few seconds, then felt something tickle the hairs on the back of his neck. His head whipped around and he watched the floor ripple for a moment like the surface of water. Then an armored hand burst out from it and swung down into the floor, pulling up, and then the body rose up from the pool of liquid rock, thick white cloth covering their shoulders and draped over chainmail and plate armor. The knight continued to move as though they were rising from the ocean and not from solid rock. The servant pulled themselves onto their feet and took several steps forwards. Their helmet flickered first to him and then in the direction of the lancer and saber. They were to be kept away from this location. The first words from the servant's mouth were directed to the duo, a hint of warning in their tone of voice. Lancer chortled. You know how curious humans can get when they find a trail of breadcrumbs. They can't help but follow it in the hope of finding a whole loaf. We both know they're not going to leave now and Hanleth hates violence. A wave of the hand. So, only path left is forwards, right? Berserker kept silent for a few seconds, then let out an irritated sigh before they continued onwards. This is no longer in my hands. Do as you will. Ritska heard a click like a lock. The metal door creaked as it went slightly ajar. I will await the consequences of your before you go. Lancer stepped forwards, cordial smile and a hand raised to stop the servant from departing. Berserker waited for only a moment, then turned back to the god with a noise of acknowledgement. Would you do me a small favor and go and pay attention to the prisoner? All this excitement might make them feel a little uncomfortable. Especially with how things went here. The demon, why would they need to do that? They had looked pretty secure. The knight inclined their head in a show of confusion. For what reason would I do you this favor? Nar just waved a hand. Because I've brought it up now, you can't really dismiss the possibility now, can you? His hand curled and then a thumb was jerked behind them towards the metal door. Especially with who is through that door over there. All it would really take is them being distracted for a split second and then, well. Berserker turned their head to the side, then slowly started to sink into the ground once again until they vanished. The conversation confirmed that there was someone behind the door. Clapping his hands together, Lancer sent a smile his way. There, now that all of that has been taken care of, you can walk right on through that door and have all the little mysteries of the world unveiled to you. I know how little you humans enjoy a mystery and prefer an answer, right? That depends on the mystery. Ritska answered slowly, nodding his head to the others before he glanced up at the friendly berserker and waved them down to him. The blonde servant inclined forwards and raised a brow at him. Once we're done, can you go back and find the director? I get the feeling that it would be safer with you around her. Berserker briefly glanced in the direction of Chris before turning his gaze back onto him. The blonde rolled his lips inwards and then nodded his head. I will keep her safe. With that said, Ritska started to walk in the direction of the metal door on the other side, flanked by the group who were all acutely aware of the presence of Chris still in the room. Even after the saber took several steps backwards to move far out of their path, the swords and spear were still bared onto them. He reached the door in short order, fingers slipped into the gap and pulled it open with a low groan. He stopped the second he caught sight of what was inside. The lighting in the room was virtually non-existent, as though he was staring into a void. But he could hear it clear as day, above the light rattling of metal and slow drip of water. The sound of quiet breathing echoed from within the chamber itself. His eyes squinted as he tried to get a better look at what was inside, but he ultimately found himself unable to see anything inside of the darkness. Mash, do you have that torch? She hummed in acknowledgement and passed it over to him. Taking it into his hands, he pointed it towards the room and flicked the switch on, bathing it in light instantly. A groan and a rattle, his eyes locked onto the shape in the center of the room instantly. Hanging down from the ceiling, their hands bound in blocky wooden cuffs, their entire body was wrapped in rusted iron chains which linked them to every corner of the room without exception. Keeping them bound in a single spot and unable to move, their body twisted and struggled as the light of the torch hit their face. Or where their face should have been. Instead, Ritska found himself looking only at a cast iron mask, scraggly bits of graying hair peeled out from beneath the metallic covering and draped down over the top of the mask and down like that of a beard. His eyes roamed over the ragged tunic and the bruised and battered skin, cuts across their body and welts covering their exposed arms and legs. To say nothing of the thick manacles around their ankles, he could just about make out the discolored skin beneath them from where it had been forced too tight. What the hell is this? The words escaped his lips as a quiet demand for whomever might have an answer for him. This was barbaric. Sensor readings confirm this is the heart of the singularity, or the source of the signal. This servant is providing magical energy to the entire resort. He heard Da Vinci make a small noise that sounded like begrudging respect, but it quickly gave way to a tone of disgust. They've been turned into a mana generator. The torch shined back to the face as the servant struggled about for a moment. A whimper emerged from them when the light hit their mask, turning their head away in a vain effort to escape the torch. Ritska brought it away immediately and turned back around to the servants behind him. Both Nar Alma and Chris looked utterly unapologetic. What manner of savagery is this? Gawain took the words right out of his mouth. The saber faced the duo and brought up a trembling arm to point to the inside of the chamber. What crime warranted this display? Nar shrugged his shoulders. Don't know, couldn't tell you. Not good enough. Ritska snapped at them quickly, finding his voice and clenching his jaw. I can understand keeping someone a prisoner for attacking you, but did they consent to become this? Did they agree to be chained up in the dark like some sort of animal? Alma just smiled at him, a look so casual it was as though they'd just passed on another on the street. You'd need to speak with Hanlith about that. Though I have to admit, I am surprised you care so much. Do you make it a habit of worrying about complete strangers? How do you know they didn't deserve this treatment? Strung up in a pit like that? Ritska recoiled as though he had been struck. Like hell they deserve something like that. I was dubious enough when you wanted the demon taken prisoner, but this isn't. They've been here from the start, haven't they? His brows pinched as it became clear. That's where the power for the singularity came from, not just a Holy Grail but them. Turn them into a power source and then next thing you know, you have a whole resort. No wonder this place is off limits. Ritska straightened. We're going to Hanlith. Now. Space folded as they slipped through the wall and into the cell. As expected, they found nothing amiss in the chamber. Quite why Nar Alma wanted them to pay a visit to this place was lost to them, but it was hardly as though they could deny the need for security. If there was a breach, however unlikely, then their own summons would prove to be unable to prevent the demon from escaping. Which did mean that they alone were necessary for the arrival. It was their first time encountering the demon as well. Their steps echoed through the cell, mixed with the growling breaths of the prisoner as they started to pace around them. The creature gave little indication of even registering their presence in the room, let alone make an effort to track their movements. Possibly a result of Hanlith's influence, but that felt far too quick. Perhaps they just accepted the futility of trying to escape. Understandable. Coming to a halt, they stared down at the face of the demon for a few seconds before sweeping their gaze over the bondage. There wasn't any sign of damage, nor was there evidence that the demon had made an effort to escape. It would appear as though Alma was simply paranoid about the senses of the demon after all. Unusual for the god, they never seemed all that fearful in their own memories. Silently, they turned away from the demon and marched back towards the wall. The sound of rattling slowed their movements to a crawl, their head tilted ever so slightly as the noise increased in volume. A deep intake of breath and then the heat of the room shifted. Turning themselves back around, Berserker stared at the demon who now had their attention fixed solely upon them. A keen gaze in the glowing eyes of the demon as it made a clear effort to lock eyes. Another intake of breath, this time through the nose, and the demon closed their eyes before exhaling through their mouth. A smell of brick and mortar. The declaration was met with silence. They had nothing to speak of with the demon. You in this city. One in the same. The sanctuary-given body, treading one's own veins as though they were streets. All of that from a simple smell. The city is my noble phantasm. Not that this knowledge will afford you anything. A chuckle came next. The body stands before the heart and proclaims itself safe. Eyes narrowed upon the spoken words, they brought themselves around to fully face the demon. Their hand drifted down to the sword on their hip, though they did not take it into their palm just yet. Fingers danced along the hilt. Is that a threat against me? They kept their voice measured, allowing not an ounce of mocking into their words. Instead, they turned their head and let their actions speak for them, making a clear show of aiming a gaze upon the chains before returning their attention to the face of the demon. A promise. You would need to free yourself first. The demon pushed upwards, straining against their manacles and leaning forwards. The rattling got louder and louder before the groan of steel came next. Almost immediately, more chains emerged from the walls and coiled around the body of the demon, dragging them backwards before they could manage to move too far. Yet they did nothing to fight the new irons, instead they seemed to have expected or perhaps even welcomed them. They had not been trying to escape, merely adjusting their posture, proven when they stood up straight and stared down at them from their prison. Eyes like the sun dimmed slightly, another rumbling sound like laughter came next, mocking and hiding a truth behind the mirth. A king makes guarantees of all promises. Raising a brow behind their helm, they moved their hand away from their sword and back down to their side. A king in chains is no king with power to make good on their promises. Your threats are nothing more than air. Your choices now are simple, accepting the existence of this land or. Their vision swam for only a moment, focus slipped away from them. It returned a moment later, a subtle feeling of heat crept through their body, like pinpricks on their skin. They dismissed it as the demon making a show of itself, indeed their body glowed just a touch brighter than before. Demands without force are meaningless. My heart will not be swayed by words. Only action will guide me. As is the right of the strong above the weak. Berserker exhaled, turning their head away from the servant. I came only to ensure you were still chained. Not to debate ideals, as though such a thing exists for you. Survival of the fittest is not an absolute law to be followed by all. The demon snorted loudly, refusal of reality does not suit you. Belief or denial does not change what is. A rattle, the arm of the demon pulled at the restraints and dragged the right limb forwards just enough that they could point a crooked and sharp claw towards them. The strong live, the weak die. My people remain strong against all threats. You can proclaim strength while clamped in irons. The demon growled, returning the arm to its original place. I proclaim strength against your attempts to break my spirit. My will to survive is my people. Their will fuels my own. So long as my fire burns, so too does my strength. I carry the heart of my people wherever I tread. Berserker regarded them silently. There was conviction in their words, perhaps Lancer was not so incorrect after all. They certainly had the tenacity one would have expected, matching even the determination of humans when it came to survival and dominance. But that was true of all races they observed. It was merely that the Lordkin had shaped what dominance looked like to humans and thus their society reflected it. Learned behaviors. But what learned behaviors were the demons the inheritors of? None. Then your people are trapped with you in this place. You led them down this path of folly and have clamped them in chains yourself. Inclining their head, their eyes focused on the face of the demon. When did it get so warm under their skin? You. Another bout of lightheadedness swept through their body, they wavered on their feet and rocked back and forth before catching themselves. No. Something was wrong. They didn't get sick. What? Their head was pounding. Clasping a hand over their helmet, they groaned and stumbled backwards, losing their balance and collapsing to the ground. The heat burned through their entire body until it felt as though they were aflame. Like something burning right into the center of their heart. Burrowing through their body. White-hot needles spread through them, their mouth opened and closed yet nothing escaped. Nothing but gasps and pants, hot breaths trapped inside their visor. What was happening? What had? A city without a heart. The voice of the demon pounded through their head. Yet it did not come from outside, it came from within. I carry my people within me. I carry the heart of our race. Our flame. Their vision blurred as they stared across at the demon. The chains which trapped them started to glow, heat spread through them until they burned white hot. The bindings melted, dropping to the ground with wet splats, the molten metal hissed as it spread across the ground. The demon exhaled, fire leapt from their throat in a single bout of flames. With powerful steps, the demon marched forwards and resumed speaking. Each word hit them like the force of a punch. Our flame was the heart of Izalith. A large hand reached towards their head as their vision started to darken. City without a heart. We will accept it as our new home. For stealing from us, we shall steal back. There were few perks to working for this place, but if there was a single point that she did find appealing, it was the attention to detail that came when they deferred judgment to her on what was the best way forwards with the children. It also seemed as though she didn't have all her way, however. Else she would have killed the Lancer within moments of meeting him. His smile and sickening demeanor made it obvious that he shouldn't have been allowed within the same general space as impressionable young minds. His aura just oozed distrustful or manipulative. That, as without his absurd comments, is well focused entirely on her prowess as a hunter, something she would have accepted from anyone else if they had complimented her for her skill. Lancer instead had complimented her for her talent at killing. Not that she needed to put up with it at the moment, however. The Lancer had vanished into the wind. Atalanta banished the servant from her mind the second the light-hearted giggles reached her ears. All previous revulsion vanished from her body and her expression softened as it turned to the source of the laughter. The children she had opted to escort around the park were already enjoying themselves. But it was none more pleasing than with Assassin of Black. The white-haired girl clothed in tattered black rags clung to the pole of the horse she rode, giggling all the while as she threw her head back and made excited noises. A merry-go-round seemed the perfect place to take them at the time, and the girl loved it. Ashamed she hadn't been able to bring Gawain here either. It would have gone well with his ensemble, but it appeared he was needed elsewhere. Or he was required to be elsewhere, was probably the better word. But that was for another time. Archer. Her ears twitched in the direction of the voice, her head turned soon after, and with great reluctance she tore her eyes away from the happy children, Jack the Ripper, nursery rhyme, and the goddess known as Caffrey, and towards the approaching servant. Castor, or Pharaohs as she was better known. The brunette made a show of looking around her for a moment before she frowned, somewhat thoughtfully, and turned her eyes back to her. Sorry for disturbing you at the moment, but I was just wondering if you've seen Solaire. The Sun Knight. He was at least polite and well-mannered. And when was the last time she saw him? Her brows pinched in thought as she tried to recall the last moment in which she had met him. The sour note made its way back into her mind, though it was soon followed by confusion as well. Turning her gaze towards the caster and furrowing her brows upon the servant. Were you not informed? He told me that Lancer had requested to meet with you both for some matter of importance. Did you not see him then? Pharaohs double-talked. Lancer wanted to speak with us. I haven't seen Lancer in hours. I certainly never spoke with him in Solaire. Something was wrong here. Opening her mouth to speak, her words caught in her throat as something happened in the corner of her eye. Turning her head to where the movement was happening, or rather, where the movement was no longer happening. One of the large night guards stopped moving entirely, their body froze up as though time had stopped around them. Then her eyes sought out another and noticed the exact same phenomena. And then again when she sought out another. There was something amiss. Return to the manager and inform her of the situation. I believe that Lancer might be involved in something. She didn't wait to see if the caster took her advice, she was already moving towards the children. Their staff pressed flat into the rock, stone burned red and melted around the point of contact. Liquid fire steamed around their body as they pushed forwards until they finally broke through into the chamber before them. Taking a step forwards, a growl emerged from their throat like the roar of a furnace and just as hot. A shift in the pressure of the air, a scent they could mistake for no other and yet so very, very diminished. Not for long, however. It would not have to endure this state of tortured weakness for very much longer. Carrying themselves forwards with deep crunching steps, their free hand moved forwards. Their palm glowed bright like the morning sun and pressed against the cold metal of the door. It ceased to the cold. In the instant they made contact, the heat of their touch turned the barrier into nothing more than a puddle of spitting orange goo. Stepping through and crunching the doorway with their body, it split and cracked, accommodating their size. Drawing themselves to a halt, their eyes roamed over the chained-up thing that looked so pitiful and weak to them. But they knew the truth, they were only that way because they had been separated from their true heart for so very long. Left to roam the world as a shadow of their former brilliance. Dragging the hammer across, they lowered it down until the flat end of the shaped rock was facing the prisoner. The masked thing turned their head and looked at them, stared deep into their eyes. A flash of something passed behind the cold metal shell which covered their features, perhaps it was desperation or perhaps it was begging. They did not pay attention to the expression for very long and instead pressed forwards. The hammer was forced flat against the chest of the servant, the hiss of scalding flesh and muffled cries of pain hurt them too. They disliked the suffering of this thing which was related to them, even if they did not show it. They carried the same fire in their chest that burned in the heart of every single demon that walked the world. A sister in all but body. But this would make them a true sister. Wisps of red light fluttered from the hammer, seeping through the eye sockets of the mask and into the mind. The fire spread across the skin of the servant, dragging more and more from the hammer and cloaking themselves with it. Yet that was not all, they could feel their soul resonate back to them, answering the change and breaking free of the mental anguish they had been under for so long. The chains shattered, the prisoner remained standing as another echoing cry escaped them. Bright shapes burst from the back of the body and curled around, thin root-like appendages twisted and curled. The transparent golden light was cloaked in flames, hissing and growling as they fluttered around and scattered embers of light across the room. The once dark chamber was bathed in brilliant amber. Their hammer was pulled free as they stepped backwards, their tail came around from behind and dragged forth the mass they had pulled with them. The body of the city they were standing within. Every city needed a heart. And every heart needed a body. It was perfect. Their new mother understood that. The golden wings surged forwards and thrust into the broken body of the night. Running them through and then curling around their body, wrapping it up in their embrace and pulling back, their limp form was propped upwards like that of a mannequin. Without even the effort to struggle, the night remained silent as the light of the flames seeped through the bondage and flooded into their body. The gaps in the armor burned as rays of light poured out from every exposed joint in the suit, the head jerked backwards as a gasp escaped them. He stared at them, feeling nothing. It was a fate they deserved for what they had done. And it was nothing more than a matter of survival. He would ensure his people would always survive. Ritska didn't care much that the doors slammed the moment he threw them open, pausing only for a moment to take in the fact that the room was still a slovenly mess before dismissing it from sight and mind. Though what he did notice was Pharaoh's jerking her head towards him in clear surprise of his actions. Her mouth opened to say something before she paused, clearly getting a look at his face, and then pinched her brows together in a show of confusion. By comparison, the face Hanlith made was something more akin to a startled rabbit as she jerked up from her alcove chair, almost cracking her head off the roof of it but still sliding backwards and pressing herself into the backrest. Raising a hand and giving a nervous wave of greeting. One that he repaid with utter silence as he stomped forwards. "You look a little upset. I want to know who that person is. The one you have chained up in the dark under this castle." The reaction of Pharaoh's was immediate, jerking back as though she had been punched in the face and staring at him as though he'd just declared that the sky was green. Then whipping her attention towards Hanlith and shooting them a confused frown. Hanlith, meanwhile, just opened and closed her mouth several times like a fish on land before slumping down. A rather petulant groan escaped her lips as she hunched forwards and dropped her head into her hands. "How did you even find out about that anyway? Shouldn't you have been more focused on the amusement park?" Snapping her head up, she attempted a glare but it came out more like the irritated glare of a child who didn't get their way. "Do you seriously keep on working even when you're supposed to be relaxing? What the heck is wrong with you? How do you function like that?" Ritska cut her short. "Never mind how I function like that. This singularity was weird to begin with, and did you think I was going to write it off as just a little quirky?" Folding his arms, he raised an incredulous brow at her. The director was standing up and singing like a pop idol. Hanlith sniffed, then tilted her head. Was she any good? She was actually. Ritska admitted with a shrug of the shoulders. "That's what caught me so off guard, and wait, this isn't about that, and don't try and change the subject. That person you have imprisoned under the castle has the same feeling as the demons who have been attacking here." Boudica continued onwards, moving around and leveling a glare towards the goddess. One that the deity made a pointed effort to turn her head away in order to avoid it. Not to mention the secrets you were keeping from all the other servants you had around here. The berserker that only a select few knew about being some sort of warden, yes. The eyes of the goddess flickered to the writer for a moment, then darted away and moved past him to the others who had entered the room. Both Alma and Chris had paced away from them and now stood a good distance from them. Hanlith pouted at the Lancer. You led them there, didn't you? Alma raised a brow. I am offended at your accusation, sister. I didn't lead them anywhere. I just followed them down. He grinned, waving a hand towards him. These little ants scurried down there all by themselves. They had the good instincts to avoid trusting the little watering hole too long. Chris thinned her lips. I made efforts to prevent their discovery. By trying to kill us. Gareth didn't let her get another word out before shouting across to the saber. And in a really underhanded attack as well. I thought a security guard was supposed to keep people safe, not stab them in the back the moment they wander off. Ritska turned his gaze to the goddess to see her reaction. She had turned bone white and was staring at Gareth in abject horror before whipping her head around, scrambling forwards in her chair and nearly falling out of it to loop around the corner and shoot a baffled look at the saber. It confirmed that she was indeed far from happy, at least. What? Why would you go and do something like that, Chris? Hanlith all but demanded, a mixture of shock and alarm. If they were going there you could have just let me know and then I would have just sent someone down to warn them away. That guy with the sun on his chest would have talked them down. He would not. Chris replied quickly. And it was not a situation that could be avoided. They have been looking for an excuse to destroy this place and they found one. Ritska frowned at her words. That isn't, he cut himself short, dragging a hand across his face and groaning in exasperation. Yes, we would have always come to put an end to the singularity, that was never in doubt, but it wasn't as though we were just walking looking for the slightest reason for us to drop all pretense and smash everything to pieces. Chris turned on him. You mean to imply you would have returned to the park and forgotten the existence of what you saw? No, he wouldn't have. You know what my answer to that is. You still need to say it. He doesn't need to say anything. Gawain stepped in front of him, making an effort to move between the line of sight of Chris and himself. Not to you or anyone else. A land that spoke of peace and enjoyment, yet built on the anguish of a single being. Unacceptable. Gawain turned his head on Hanlith. And after all you spoke of. I know what I said. Ritska jolted in surprise. He was not alone as he watched Gawain do something similar, the both of them stunned into silence from the sudden shift in tone and pressure from the goddess. No longer looking at Chris and instead looking at the two of them with a rather heated glare. I know what I said and I meant every word of it. You think that chaining them down there in the dark was the first thing that came to mind. The accusation of the goddess was met with silence. You think I don't know how this looks. Even though I'm not happy with it, I did the best I could. She continued on. He suspected she would have done so even if he tried to come up with an answer. When that servant was summoned they were utterly rabid. Their every moment was a screech of self-depression and wild aggression against everything that went near them. The moment they were in the dark they calmed themselves because that is. Hanlith cut herself off, then lowered herself down and flopped. The earlier presence was gone and replaced only with a rather sad-looking woman. Unable to meet their eyes as her voice turned quieter and more sorrowful. They wanted only one thing and nothing I tried could make them change their mind, not even the use of command seals could stop them from feeling this unending sense of self-loathing for whatever reason so. A shuddering breath escaped the goddess. So I gave them a little bit of what they wanted. I put them in the lowest point of the city and then chained them up. But even then, I didn't give up. Her head rose up, eyes glistening with tears met his own. I put every ounce of strength into keeping them calm and happy, even through their rabid nature and twisted madness I brought them semblances of peace, perhaps the first they had felt in a long time, and they were content with life. They didn't demand to be beaten or whipped or abused, they just let themselves slip away into the dark and started producing incredible amounts of magical energy. The pieces slipped into place, which you started to harvest for the amusement park as a reactor for the entire thing, funneling all of that magical energy at the cost of their misery. They're happy. Hanlith snapped back at him, frowning deeper. And you would have been happy as well if you'd just left well enough alone. Like the demons. Ritska narrowed his eyes, folding his arms and watching as she flinched away. But he already got the general idea of what was happening here, looking her up and down before he clicked his tongue. They appeared not long after you chained them up, didn't you? Trying to break in and reach them. Hanlith gave only a silent nod of the head. Because you had one of their relatives chained up in the basement and worked up into producing magical energy for your theme park, and they wanted them free. Hanlith groaned and slapped her hands against her lap in frustration. They didn't want to hear anything I had to say to them, probably because they thought I was torturing her. Consensual torture is still torture. Da Vinci's voice echoed through the room a moment later. You just mixed in a bit of your authority to make the whole thing a bit less painful for them. Because that is what they wanted and that is what you gave them. A moment of silence passed, then the goddess let out an empty snort. What was I supposed to do? Just kill them and, number. They were someone in pain and I wasn't content to leave them like that when I could do something to help them. Her hands pushed out of her jumper sleeves as her head moved between him and Da Vinci. What was I supposed to do? Just let them suffer like that. How could I have ever called myself a goddess of bliss if I turned a blind eye to that sort of thing? Feet shuffled to his side, glancing and seeing Mash move a little bit as her brows tightened. Then the demons weren't trying to be troublemakers. She stated after a few moments of silence, sounding as though she was putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Because they were just trying to get their friend back, but if you gave them back then you would lose the magical reactor powering the singularity. She wouldn't have been able to keep the park around if they lost the demon in the pit. I take it that without the demon, you have no castle. Hanlith nodded once more. I only ever possessed a small shard of the Holy Grail. It was a lot of magical energy but I had to embed it within them. They're technically the Holy Grail now, so if you want to end the singularity, you need to go down there and extract it from them, but this. The goddess grit her teeth. What is so wrong with this place? It's the one safe haven that everyone has where they can just relax. Why can't you just let it lie? They're happy down there, even if you don't agree with it. Ritska closed his eyes, inhaling through his nose and then out through his teeth. It's not a matter of whether I agree or not. Not anymore. That demon who attacked had genuine reason to be against you and I fought him under false pretenses. He heard the sound of metal being drawn. His eyes snapped to the side as he watched Chris slowly unsheath a sword from the scabbard on her hip and hold it loosely by her side. Not quite threatening yet, but still enough to cause the tension of the room to skyrocket instantly. Then you will now aid the demon, is that what you mean to say? Pulling his lips thin, he locked gazes with the saber before turning his head and breaking eye contact with her. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now. By all rights, apparently this was the only way the berserker could find happiness, but he wasn't about to stand by and let someone suffer a beating just so that it could benefit everyone else. No matter how much they seemed to want it. More of a case of self-flagellation than anything, worse if they had been summoned under the class of berserker. He couldn't go back to pretending it wasn't a thing though. A hand slipped onto his shoulder, his eyes glanced down towards it before rising up and seeing Boudica with a hardness in her gaze, the focus of her attention directed solely onto the goddess as she started to speak with a clipped tone. Did they actually agree to this, or did you just force this upon them? Hanlith didn't meet her eyes. Not for several moments, then she exhaled. I tried to speak with them but nothing I said got through, either because of their madness or because they just didn't have an interest. I didn't want to do that but they just didn't leave me with a choice. So for the sake of everyone's happiness you forced the condition upon them. Ritska bluntly surmised. You really are Ash's sister, huh? Hanlith glared at him, yet there wasn't just anger there. It was mixed with desperation as well. So you would have just put them down. Seen their misery and executed them. At least I tried. What would you have done? What could you have done? Her eyes narrowed as he failed to respond. Rendering judgment upon me is all well and good, but don't act as though you hold a better solution in your hands. I did what was best not just for this lone individual, but for everyone else who would have come here, who did come here. Can you say, with absolute honesty, that you did not experience pure joy when walking this park? He couldn't. Because it was fun. He rolled his jaw. I can't keep having fun at the expense of someone's pain. A blink, he placed his hands on his hips and nodded. You're right. I don't know a better way for them to exist, or if there even is one in the first place. Maybe you were right and this is the only path, but I'm not prepared to let someone be tortured and tricked into believing it's genuine relaxation. No matter how many smiles it brings. That was just how he felt. It was happiness built on a lie, and it didn't matter how appealing the theme park was, it was still built on a lie. His eyes turned on Pharaoh's, noticing she was silent during the proceeding. What do you think about this then? The caster turned her head towards him, her lips rolled inwards and her arms came up, folding themselves over her chest as she rocked back and forth on her heels, humming to herself for a few moments before shrugging. It is ultimately up to you, Master. I was only ever brought on as an independent contractor. His eyes narrowed just a touch. That isn't a full answer, Pharaoh's. This is a park you built. Are you happy with the way it's been constructed? Silence. Pharaoh's met his eyes and then scratched the side of her neck, letting out a slow breath. It's one person who can't experience happiness except through pain being granted their wish, and, through that, they are giving happiness to everyone else. So really, I can't see what the problem actually is in the first place. Ritska straightened. I see. His eyes flickered down, staring at the ground. It wasn't that he didn't understand what was going on, he did. They had been put into a bad situation and had made the most of it in such a way that everyone could benefit from it. Really, there didn't seem to be much that could make him sour about it. Save for the fact that it was all built upon a single servant being forced into an agonizing situation based on some own self-loathing demanding they suffer. And then Hanlith complied with that one demand and ensured they did suffer. She gave them what they wanted and made them happy, and used that rather double-sided blade of a situation to ensure that everyone else could get something out of it as well. I understand why you did what you did, he replied slowly to the goddess, turning his eyes onto her. And I can accept that you have made this a very wonderful place, all things considered, but you can't ask me to keep going along with this. Not now that I know what happened. Hanlith curled her lips down and nodded her head sadly. I figured that would be your answer. Then her head turned and shifted towards the saber, his body tensed as he prepared himself for a stand down. Chris. He blinked. I'm a goddess of bliss, not of pain. Hanlith simply explained, bringing her shoulders up and down. I can no longer provide what you need here, and no matter how much I flood this land with my power, you would no longer appreciate it. So there is no point in it anymore, and fighting you to try and force my world would only bring misery to the both of us. That was, surprisingly easy. His posture loosened, eyes darting to Chris and watching them. Sure enough, they had slipped her sword away the moment the goddess had ordered it. Listen, Hanlith swallowed and then slumped. I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry about how this all worked out. It's my fault, so if you want someone to blame, then blame me. Chris and the others were just doing what I told them. He was, a little caught off guard with how upfront she was being. It wasn't the half-hearted remarks of Velka either, it was. You really mean that, don't you? I just wanted a place where everyone could be happy, where Gawain could get a fresh start, but it all went pretty terribly. Do what you need to. I won't stop you now. She looked rather defeated. Well, that was very anticlimactic. The moment was ruined by the almost bored tone used by Alma. Ritska turned his eyes onto the Lancer as he brought his hand up and flicked a finger beneath his nails, trying to clean something out from underneath them. I thought you'd have both been ready to fight for what you believed was the right path forwards. That's normally how these things go between people, right? Ritska frowned. I didn't come here wanting to fight. But you still expected one, right? Alma cut him short, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. No predator goes into a hunt expecting a fight either. Rather, they just want an easy meal and then to go back until they get hungry. Animals don't crave battles, no matter how good at killing they are. Doesn't mean they are not prepared for them. Boudica grunted behind him. I'm not likely to be upset at your disappointment. I wouldn't expect you to. Alma shot them a faint smile. Like I said, no animal craves battle, that is a purely human concept. Everything else just fights for survival. As they should, which is why I am a little disappointed in you, sister. His head shifted, a disapproving frown upon his face now. I thought you would have fought for the survival of your sanctuary. I am not a savage beast, brother. Hanlith shot back in a dry tone, and I can't muster the energy for a fight in the first place. I'd rather spend my time doing anything else except fighting. Yes. A long drawl. Like this place, a very quaint little watering hole you made for yourself, and I will admit, I found it appealing for a time. But, like all watering holes, it really does get tiresome after a while, doesn't it? Something about the Lancer's words put Ritska on edge. His eyes narrowed slightly. Opening his mouth, he made to say something, only to pause as the ground shuddered all around them. A quake which pulsed through not just the floor, but the very walls itself. His eyes turned about on all sides as the groaning continued for what felt like years before it finally simmered down. What was that? Fujimaru-kun. Readings just spiked and the Saint Graph reading of the Berserker you found is rapidly increasing. Romani's words were interrupted by an almost casual voice, so much so that he almost missed it entirely. But his eyes had briefly caught the moment that Lancer flashed a smile that was so terrifying it rooted him in place. Sounds like it's my cue. He didn't see them move. He didn't hear them move. But he moved. A wet splat echoed through the chamber. In the same breath of time was the sound of cracking glass and the rattling of a chain. Then came the weak gasp, like a faint hiss of air from a punctured tire. A sound that should not be coming from anything living. Yet that was the noise which emerged from the lips of Hanlith. Ritska could only stare unmovingly at the sight before him. His eyes traced along the length of the scythe held in the grasp of the Lancer servant, polearm held flat against his outstretched arm and the tip of the weapon pointed upwards. The curve of the blade punching clean through the sternum of Hanlith and affixing her to the roof of her own chair, the tip of the blade emerging slick with blood from the chair. Yet that was not it. The chair was now held up, the chain which dangled from the ceiling no longer pulled taut with the weight of the seat, instead it was now held up purely by the strength of the Lancer. The goddess blinked several times, still making the weak gasping sound as she opened and closed her mouth. But what struck him most of all was the innocent smile of the Lancer, as though he had done no wrong. Now then, perhaps things can finally get interesting. Not yet summer resort. 13. Atalanta knew that something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong with this situation, though she kept her expression calm to avoid rousing any suspicion or make anyone panic just yet. There was no denying that there was indeed something amiss here and she wasn't sure what it was. Yet every time she turned to one of the knights, the summons who had served as the guards, she could see each of them with their heads hung low, their bodies void of tension and more akin to the empty suits of armor they were as opposed to the creatures they had been before. Everyone else was too preoccupied to notice it, still embroiled with whatever fun they were having elsewhere, but she knew that this was wrong and worse, it was dangerous. With no sign of Solaire and Lancer a danger in all but name so far, there was only herself to protect the entire park if something were to happen, and this was doubtlessly the perfect opportunity for something to happen. Miss Atalanta. Her ears flickered backwards at the voice, turning her head ever so slightly to the speaker and smiling once more. Banishing any sign of tension or unease from her expression as she dropped down to her knees in front of the young girl before her. Yes, nursery. The caster servant glanced around. A perceptiveness entered her gaze which did not belong on the face of one who looked her age. Has something happened? All of the metal men feel different now, they all feel colder. Like someone has carved out all their hearts. I'm sure it is nothing. Trying not to appear too hasty with the dismissal, she shook her head from side to side and mentally prepared to call forth her bow at the slightest sign of danger. Until either Pharaohs returned to her with news or Solaire made an appearance, she was not going to so readily. Oi, Archer. That brusque voice could belong to only one servant she knew of. Saber of Red. Keeping her voice calm, she turned back and brought her attention to the approaching servant and took stock of the secondary figure walking by her side. Sir Percival, a man who had demonstrated himself to be a decent enough guardian of the children and, by all accounts, he was a man of virtue and honor. As expected on one of the round table and as far from the saber of red as one could get, at least in terms of personality as opposed to skill. The foo! She glared at the saber as she jerked a thumb. The blonde paused and then briefly switched her gaze onto the forms of Nursery, Jack and Caffrey at her side before returning to her face. A clear display of irritation swept over them for a few moments before she clicked her tongue rather loudly and made a pointed effort to correct themselves. "What's the matter with the Tin Men? You run out of batteries or something?" Atalanta stared at Mordred for a good few seconds, then switched targets to Percival and saw the knight offer only a small shrug of the shoulders before he similarly gestured towards the direction of the summons. "We only ask because it is apparent that something has happened and Sir Mordred often has a gut feeling worth following in regards to these things. Like some manner of talented hound." The explanation was followed by a rather proud-looking smile aimed at the back of the saber, one that they clearly sensed if the sudden twitch was any indication and the visible effort not to respond to the comment. Compliment or not, it sounded more backhanded to her ears, yet clearly the knight meant it rather warmly. With a shake of her head, she answered, "I have little reason to suspect that there is something wrong at the moment." With a glance to the children for a moment, she then turned back to the pair and quickened her pace to them until she stood before the two of them and dropped her voice into a whisper. "Though I would prefer to err on the side of caution for the time being. My usual comrades are indisposed at the moment." The polite smile on the face of Percival remained, yet his aura abruptly switched into utmost seriousness. The pressure behind his cordial face intensified at least tenfold to signal his alertness. Mordred just grunted and raised a brow at her. "Seriously?" A snort from the blonde and a shake of the head. "What good are they if you can't find them in case of an actual emergency?" Then they waved her hand almost dismissively. "Well, not that it matters now. You got us to sort out any problems you have on hand and you don't need any more help than the likes of me." Atalanta stared, then blinked once. "You will understand if I am not put at ease by your confident proclamation." Mordred double-talked, then snarled. "The heck is that supposed to mean?" She ignored the remark and continued onwards. "In the event of a situation, I will prioritize the safety of the children above all else. If neither Solaire nor my other ally make an appearance at that time, I would like for you to assist the others in coordinating some manner of defense in my absence." It was a selfish request, but she was always going to put the children before everyone else. However, with help presenting itself, the least she could do was spare them some thought, even if they were servants who could undoubtedly protect themselves if danger did spring up. It was more for the surprise of the matter than anything else. She just needed someone who could make a safe haven while everything was sorted out. Saber of Red was not the only one with a bad feeling about. A low metallic groan drew her ears and her eyes towards the left, at the same time that the Lancer and Saber in front of her did the exact same thing. Directly before them, one of the knights started to straight back out from their slump until they stood tall. Yet something was wrong. Their aura shifted, turning more outwardly aggressive. The helm snapped towards her and fires billowed from behind the eye sockets of the helm. She tensed her body, then heard the same noise happening from all around her, turning her head on a swivel and watching as the other knights started to rise up with a literal fire spewing from their eyes like the mouth of a furnace. The bow formed in her hand, fingers dancing along the string of the weapon. Raising up their hands, the large sword and shield fell into the grasp of the servant as they armed themselves and fixed her and the other servants with a glare which held only a single intention behind it. Then it shot forwards with a burst of speed and swung down. It felt as though the world itself had stopped around them, leaving only the image of Alma with his own sister mounted on the end of his scythe and affixed to the inside of her chair. Then time resumed. A whistle and then a crash, the chair was flung through the air and into the wall with enough speed to pass right through it, shattering the tower and letting light bleed through into the room. Ritska brought up his arms from the cloud of dust that rushed past him before swinging them back down. Alma was now on the far end, scythe raised as though he had blocked something. Chris was standing where the chair had been moments prior, sword pointed towards Alma while Hanlith was gripped in her other arm. Face utterly devoid of emotion as she inched backwards while keeping her gaze solely fixed upon the Lancer, something he didn't even look bothered about. The situation crashed into him a moment later like a mountain upon his shoulders. Caster. The shout tore free of his throat as he swung an arm out. The light flashed in the room to herald the arrival of Guinevere once again. He didn't bother to try and learn if she was well or not, all that mattered was the fact that someone was injured and they needed help. So soon. You humans truly are. Guinevere's words died in her throat. Ritska watched her expression twist as she whirled around and looked over the room in a clear display of shock. Her eyes landed upon Hanlith in the grasp of Chris and then snapped over towards the direction of Alma, still holding the bloodied scythe in his grip. Ah, mother. With a flourish, Alma flicked the scythe to the side and whipped the blood clean from the weapon. Offering a friendly smile in complete contradiction to his demeanor thus far. Back again already. I might accuse you of caring if we keep running into one another like this. Alma got no response. Instead, Guinevere had already marched across to the direction of Hanlith and all but ripped the goddess from the arms of the saber, not even trading words between them, with the glow of her palms filling the air already, the gentle hum of a ringing bell and then a whistle. Not that Alma didn't have problems of his own. Not even a hello. Talk about being rude, but that's fine. Alma's voice echoed as his body vanished into a blur, avoiding the attack from Gawain with ease. The sword of the saber buried itself into the ground with a crack, his head snapped to the side. Alma reappeared, his leg raised up and vertical against his body, swinging it down like an axe. They twisted and were suddenly spinning through the air once more. Ritska barely managed to catch sight of his amused grin as he hit the ceiling and in complete defiance of gravity, remained there. Gareth slid to a halt and whipped around, glaring up at the Lancer who'd managed to dodge her thrust towards him. Then Alma resumed his speech as though nothing had happened. Guinevere is one of those mothers that leaves you when you learn to fly. Like birds. Sure, you can hang around her after you're all grown up, but she's not your mother anymore. Just another member of the flock, and you'd better believe she'll work a hierarchy into your life. You're talking about birds. Ritska jolted at the sudden intensity in the voice of Gareth. The usually polite and soft-spoken Lancer had completely switched her demeanor into one of cold fury as she stormed right to the front, shield in one hand and spear in the other. The spear cocked and then hummed. The glow of the blue light started to brighten considerably. You intend to bring up such a conversation now of all times? After performing an act of utter revulsion, shaking her head from side to side, Gareth continued onwards. I think not. Your true colors have at least been brought to the surface, cur. We all see you for the cowardly dastard that you have been, to strike your own family down in cold blood for nothing more than enjoyment. Alma cocked a brow. Oh, and how do you know this is not injustice for? Do not speak of justice. Else you would have brought this to our attention long before now. Ritska nodded along with the words of the Lancer, acutely aware of the situation happening behind him. Gawain stepped forwards and drew his arm back. Light flourished around his left hand before he swung upwards and hurled it forth like a javelin. It was like a single stream of light for less than a second, shooting forth towards the Lancer before it was suddenly redirected back into Gawain, striking them in the chest and sending them flipping through the air and into the wall. Alma remained firmly on the ceiling, scythe gripped in his hand and pointed towards the direction of the saber. He wasn't going to play a game of cat and mouse with them right now. Form a circle around Guinevere. The order was accompanied by his own rushed movements, sliding to a halt in front of the goddess and never once taking his eyes off Alma. Something the two of them had in common and, oddly enough, it brought about a rather pleased look from the servant for a few moments before it shifted. Most packs leave their old and sickly behind to die, a sacrifice to the predators. Ritska managed to stop himself from scoffing at the notion. Instead he kept his gaze firmly on the servant and replied in a clear voice. Maybe, but I'm not exactly the ordinary sort of pack animal you would find. I'm not prepared to start ditching people just yet. Clearly, there was something more here than his confidence. He didn't look concerned about the prospect of facing down this many servants in the least, not even when the roster included their own mother, and Guinevere had already shown him a willingness to kill her own children if the time came for it. Not that he was hoping to call upon that skill. But he couldn't shake the feeling there was something more. It had something to do with the tremor they felt earlier, that had to be it. Did you hate her that much? Gawain's voice trembled slightly, a crunch of stone and the saber pulled themselves from the rubble where he had been launched, standing up straight and shaking loose the dust from his armor. His sword arm shook as he spoke with barely contained fury. Gawain was angry she was injured and possibly dying. Alma blinked, then tilted his head. Where did you get the idea that I hated her? Because I just killed her. A flash of light struck the ceiling, but Alma was already on the ground with his scythe braced against his shoulders and both arms looped over the pole. The servant raised a brow in the direction of the attacker. Ritska noted the fading glow of Boudica's sword as made it clear to him she wasn't apologetic about the attempt. Alma didn't even address the attempt on his life and continued on as though he hadn't been interrupted. You don't need to hate someone for that. No, I just killed her because that's how things work in the world. A watering hole, no matter how fine, is not a place where predator and prey can be at peace for long. Ritska blinked. He blinked hard. For such a reason, he voiced aloud, staring at the Lancer with furrowed brows. You killed her because, what, you just got tired of not killing things and decided that she was a good place to start. It didn't seem as though it could be as simple as that, but he could find no other explanation for the words of the Lancer. They snapped his fingers, then pointed at him with a sharp grin and an approving nod of the head. As expected of you, little ant. You got it in one. That is precisely the reason that I killed her, because that's how life works. Those who cannot defend themselves become food for those who can, just as those who cannot thrive must inevitably perish. Survival of the fittest. They just tried to kill her because they didn't think she was one of the fittest. Alma pulled his hand away from the polearm and scratched behind his ear, raising a brow at him and looking as though he were speaking common sense all of a sudden. Really, I always wondered why people didn't get that. Still though, I guess this just goes to show that maybe I overestimated you a little bit, but yeah, that's why I killed her. I did have a bit of fun walking around, but it sort of pissed me off as well. Stone shifted around them, bubbling up like liquid and then forming statues. Creations with a vaguely humanoid nature to them but little else. All pointed towards the direction of the Lancer, who ducked down to the side in the same instant. Green liquid spewed from the mouth of the statues and to the ground. They hissed and spitted, steam rising from the impact. Alma reappeared, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed and scythe leaning next to them, tapping his foot on the ground for a couple of seconds before he turned his head and looked across to his previous sight. That was rather bloodthirsty of you, Castor. I didn't think you had it in you. Surprise attacks are a speciality of mine. Pharaohs answered in a cold tone of voice. I guess that's why none of us can find Solaire, right? Called him away for a meeting and then killed him so they couldn't do anything to stand against you, or did you just get bored and opt for them first? Ritska straightened. Solaire was dead. The cool smile of Alma was answer enough to that question, then he shrugged and stepped off the wall, slipping his fingers around the shaft of his weapon and dragging it away as well. He was a little too at ease for an undead, so I was curious to see how much he'd lowered his guard. A moment passed, then Alma frowned rather deeply and cocked his head to the side with a disappointed grunt. He didn't even show the slightest ounce of reaction before I took his head off. I don't think he really expected me to do anything, guess he trusted me an awful lot. Ritska slowly clenched his hands into fists as his glare on the Lancer intensified. You killed him because you thought he was getting too soft. It seemed such a shallow reason to kill someone. Another streak of light leapt from the hand of Gawain and towards the Lancer. He blurred and once more it was reflected back towards them with a wave of the scythe. The weapon blurred into a spinner of golden and then jerked to a halt, throwing the miracle back towards Gawain. This time, he blocked the attack with his sword and grunted in response as the lightning fizzled across his body. That seemed rather sudden. A scoff from the Lancer as he righted his polearm. With all these interruptions, I'm getting the idea that you don't want me to speak. Which would be a bit strange, what with all these questions you keep asking me. Ritska supposed that was right. Wait for him to finish speaking, at this rate we're just wasting energy on him. That was the only command he gave to the servants before he narrowed his eyes upon the Lancer. So what, everything in the Singularity was too peaceful for your liking then? Alma nodded along. Yeah, that's exactly it. I won't lie though, I got the urge to kill a bit more than I normally would have, but really, that was my sister's fault for that. Jerking his head forwards and past him. Trying to make everyone relaxed and all that, but I prefer to follow my instincts, so I just tagged along, and then I just got a bit annoyed with always having to repress not killing. You see some happy-go-lucky kid walk past without a care in the world and I just got the urge to. The slashing motion he made with his hand left little to the imagination. It was also the blunt way he talked about the murder of the child servants which clearly had an effect on the others. Boudica in particular looked incensed to the point of bloody murder at the comment. Man, I almost gave in and swung out a couple of times too. Held myself back though. They kicked at the ground, sounding put off by his own actions. Until now. Yeah, Ritska nodded along, then took in a deep breath before speaking once again. What was that tremor? Oh, that. Alma grunted, then smiled. Told you, demons are just like humans. Wanting to do everything they could for survival, so when I found out who we had in the basement, it seemed pretty obvious what I had to do. No watering hole is peaceful forever and all of that. The sudden jump in readings. The demon escaped, didn't they? Alma's smile widened considerably. Oh, they have done so much more than escape. As if on cue, another quake shuddered around them. The tower jerked backwards and forwards before the distant sound of an explosion reached his ears. Ritska whipped his head towards the hole made earlier and stared, but he didn't dare try to move himself. Though he didn't need to either. Not when the rising clouds of black smoke told him all that he needed to know. Fujimaru-kun, I'm reading dozens of new signals in the Singularity and the number is still rising. It's the same as the demons from earlier, they're appearing all over the resort. Romani's warning was confirmation. Ritska turned his eyes back onto Alma and glared hard at the Lancer. Oh, that's a rather heated glare you've got there, Aunt. Alma chuckled, then cracked his neck rather loudly before glancing away to the side. And I'd say that you're about to be stretched rather thin as well. All those demons running around and your friends have been lazing around for a mite too long, who knows how many of them are going to be cut down before they can even blink. He caught the meaning quickly. His eyes widened at the implication. The relaxation field. Sharp ant. The cackle was a response. The scythe started to spin as it was twirled around in the offhand of Alma. The Lancer resumed his pacing back and forth. So really, looks as though we're all going to get what we wanted in the end. Everyone got their relaxation and I get to see a fight for the fittest. In the end, we're all going to walk away from this in a very happy mood. They stopped and swung down, burying the head of the scythe in the ground and raising an eyebrow, a rather smug grin on his face. Am I not a courteous individual? Ritska clenched his jaw and then called back. How is she? He got nothing in response from Guinevere. It only made his frown deepen as the look of the Lancer was a knowing one. He had a confidence in his gaze which remained even unchanged when Guinevere arrived. Nor did he ever say he tried to kill Hanleth either. Speaking of her as though she was already past tense. Guinevere. Her spirit core was shattered on impact. It was a fatal blow, they knew where to aim. Romani's voice informed him with a quiet firmness. I'm sorry, Fujimaru-kun. I don't think even a divine spirit could repair a spirit core with damage that severe. Ritska spared a glance behind him for a moment, staring down at the freckled girl held in the arms of Guinevere. The goddess trailing a finger across the brow of her daughter before moving down to her chest. Though she healed the visible wounds, Ritska could already see the golden motes peeling away from Hanleth. His jaw clenched. Well, Chrysor. Alma spoke, but not to him. What are you going to do now? He turned back around. The eyes of the god were now upon Chris, or Chrysor as she were more accurately called, and a single brow raised. Hanlith is soon to be gone from this land and she gave you what she said she would. You protected her little resort and in return, you got to meet with your mother. I would say you're even, aren't you? Chris remained silent for a short time, then nodded her head once. We are indeed even with one another. I owe her nothing now. Alma waited for a moment, then let out a small huff of amusement. But you're still going to fight me, aren't you? Yes. Chris didn't even allow for a single second to pass before she delivered her answer, sword clenched tightly in her grip. She was not yours to take from me. She was mine. Alma opened his mouth, then closed it and shrugged his shoulders. Fair enough. The posture of the god tensed, he drew his scythe from the ground and coiled themselves backwards, the grin on his face grew once more as his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The tower rumbled once again, harder than before and forced Ritska to brace himself in order to avoid falling over. But it had only been a single second that he was off balance, that was all it was. It was all that was really needed, he saw it the moment he brought his head back around. Alma's arm swung forwards, something flung from his wrist and hurled right towards Ritska, his eyes barely caught it but he didn't get the chance to move. Nor did he need to, the flash of orange which had been thrown from Alma was intercepted by Gawain, stepping in front of the throw. Then came a wet splash across the room as something exploded on the front of Gawain, the saber remaining unmoved. Silence passed through the room. Alma made a slow move of going for something on his waist while looking disturbingly calm. Ritska glanced at Gawain to speak, to ask if he were all right, then paused as he saw what was now lying at the feet of the saber, the neon orange remains of a rather bewildering weapon. A water balloon. Mash voiced aloud what they were all thinking, then as one their eyes turned onto Alma. Ritska saw he now held something between his fingers, smiling innocently as he did so. His brain comprehended what it was a moment later. Well, it was a balloon. Alma replied with a slow nod of the head towards the direction of Mash, then he flicked his thumb up the small match held in his grasp. The head sprung to life with a small flame as the Lancer's smile turned into a self-assured smirk. But it wasn't quite filled with water. The smell hit Ritska, coming from directly in front of him. It was dripping down across the front of Gawain, the colorless liquid was coated across the front of his armor. The smell of gasoline. Ritska's eyes shot wide as he watched Alma flick the match forwards with speeds he couldn't register. All he saw was the flicker of light as it streaked across the room like a comet before it slammed into the front of Gawain without even making a sound. Then Gawain lit up like a candle. And screamed not in pain, but in terror. He was on fire. He was burning. He was there all over again. The heat was all around him, on his skin, in his bones, in his very soul. He needed to get it out of him, he needed to get away from it. Nothing coherent passed through his mind, he was burning all over again. Flashes of time he knew nothing of, echoes of a pain he had never felt but could never forget. An agony which stretched back through the future and affected him in the present, a single pain which seemed unending. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't hear anything. He just moved, desperate to try and outrun the flames which clung to his body, pulling the helmet away from his head and hurling the burning orb into the distance as far as he could. Whether there was anything else happening, he didn't know, but he was on fire. It was all over him, it wasn't coming off him. The flames rose up, flashing over his skin as the burning spread across him. His throat rippled as the scream broke free of him in octaves beyond even his highest expectations, stumbling around and slamming his grasp over his armor, tugging and pulling as he tried to put out the flames. He wanted to get out of here. He didn't want to be here anymore. He didn't want to be on fire. He didn't want to hurt like this again. Not again. Never again. It was all his fault. He hadn't been paying attention enough. He should have been better. He should have been better. He didn't care how it looked. He didn't care how it sounded. He didn't care about appearances, or symbols of strength or even his duty. Gawain just didn't want to be here anymore. Help me. Please help me. He begged for all the world to hear, pawing away at his armor with his weapon all but forgotten. He felt it circle around his heart and mind, the creeping cold to offset the burning on the outside. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mother. Please make it stop. Something steamed against his face, streaking down his cheeks as his legs carried him forwards. No matter how much strength was forced into his legs, the burning remained as he sprinted forwards. Noises all around him faded into muffled cries and thumps. He couldn't hear anything beyond the crackle of the flames. The flames against his skin. It was going to happen again. It was happening again. The burning was going to take him all over again. He didn't want that. He didn't want that to happen. Not now. Not when he finally had something to live for. The moment Gawain burst into flames he ran, screaming and begging for all to hear as he dropped his sword and flailed around, peeling burning sections of armor from his body and hurling them away into the distance. The worst part was that the flame wasn't even that big. It barely covered the upper parts of his shoulder, but for all the screaming and begging from Gawain, the desperate pleas for aid, one would have imagined that his entire body was on fire from head to toe. But that was not where it ended. It was the chain reaction which came next. Boudica froze up the second that Gawain started to scream and cry, eyes fixed on them with a horror-struck expression. The moment of distraction was something that cost them all. With barely enough time to raise her shield before Alma was upon her, breaking through the guard and slamming a heel into her gut, folding her over and then swinging up into her chin with the butt of the scythe, gripping her by the heel as she flew upwards and then spinning. Boudica was ragdolled into mash in the next instance, barreling the shielder over right in front of him and forcing him a step back to avoid being nailed by the two of them. It took every ounce of willpower in Ritska's body to tear his eyes off the howling Gawain and onto Alma as he darted forwards. He vanished for all to see. Ritska's eyes bulged as he moved without even so much as a sound, his eyes darting left and right as the whistle of the scythe moving through the air filled his ears, growing louder and louder until he saw a flash of white. The grin of Alma etched itself into his mind in the single millisecond before his face was showered in bright sparks. Falling backwards at the same time, Medusa parrying the scythe upwards with her spikes and following through with a kick. One that Alma caught with his wrist, circling his fingers around her shin and rolling backwards, dragging her along with him and throwing her into the ceiling and out of the roof. A rattle and a flash, Alma was jerked into the air from the phantom chain which formed around his arm. Chrysaor appeared in the air right next to them, leg arcing through the air towards the direction of the Lancer's head, making contact with a dull crack and a visible distortion. Lancer vanished in a blur that shot straight down into the floor. Fresh holes opened up as the top half of the tower all but vanished in the explosion. Ritska wasn't sure how he was able to remain upright through the force of blow, let alone how he was able to keep his eyes open as the wind buffeted against his face. Yet that wasn't the end. The rattle of chains and Medusa was dragged back into his field of view. Lancer twisted his body and pressed off the ground with both hands, landing his feet into her block and sending her skywards, then twisted over a slash from Chrysaor, rolling his body like a corkscrew and slamming his hand down into the top of his head like an axe. Her body jerked down and virtually flipped with the blow, face down and legs in the air. Alma kicked them hard in the back and dropped them like a plank. Debris mushroomed out as the tower trembled. The sound of fading explosions reached his ears as the saber was kicked down into the depths of the tower. He fell backwards like he was a puppet without strings, snaking along the ground and avoiding the thrusts and slashes from Gareth as the knight chased them down. His hand flashed up. Boudica appeared with her sword already glowing a brilliant gold, arching through the air. Sparks flew as Alma blurred the scythe in his hands, cackling all the while as he flung himself between the two servants. Ducking and weaving between blows like they were oil and water, it was impossible to call what Alma was doing a fighting style. It looked more like a twisted form of breakdancing. The scythe rolled over his body as he flipped it through his hands, knocking aside the blow of Boudica and then continuing the strike through. The scythe halted and then jerked forwards like a spear into the nose of Gareth, jerking her head back slightly. A crack as the shield knocked the weapon skywards. Alma let it go and threw himself to the ground, landing on his head and bringing his legs up, performing a splits as he twisted around on a pivot and blurred for a couple of seconds. The display brought both Boudica and Gareth into a retreat as Alma abruptly stopped and flipped up, catching his scythe as it fell back down and falling upon Gareth once more. Ritska narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the violence doubtlessly happening below them. Fujimaru-kun. The source of the singularity is moving and heading closer to the surface, you need to get there and intercept it before. He was jerked backwards, Mash passed him by and brought her shield up, sparking along the surface as the side of Alma slipped along the metal before swinging back, hooking around the side of the shield and dragging it out of place, throwing a leg forwards into a kick. Mash swung down, knocking the blow to the ground and retaliating with a straight jab to the chin of the god. They kicked off the ground, avoiding Medusa just narrowly and hitting the with another retreating step. How long can you play around with me before oof? Ritsuka gaped. The god was tackled out of his speech by the burning body of Gawain slamming right into his side and picking them up. The child didn't so much as slow down as he sprinted across the length of the platform. It took Ritsuka only a moment to realize what his intentions were, but by then it was too late. Ash stopped. The saber jumped, carrying the two of them over the edge and doubtlessly plummeting towards the ground. Alma had never stopped laughing the whole way. Ritsuka remained frozen for all of a second before his feet carried him forwards, sprinting across the length of the rubble and sliding to a halt at the edge, his eyes widened at the sight before him. Bursts of flame emerged from all over, another rumble brought about the rising of a large root-like branch jutting out from one of the ground and showing no signs of stopping its growth. Nor was it alone. More and more of the roots emerged from the ground, shuttering the castle and knocking down everything that happened to be in their way. His eyes tracked the small dots moving about at ground level, fighting amongst themselves. Flashes of light from different combatants and the faraway crashes of steel. Then he saw them, the still burning comet of Ash and Alma as they struck the ground with a thunderous boom, mushrooming out for all of a second before the flaming orb that was Ash was punted clean of the cloud with a blur taking off after them, carting them away further into the battle. Get ready, we're going down after. Just wait for a second, Fujimaru-kun. He barely managed to stop himself at the sudden shout from Romani. The spell around Ash is probably going to be weakening soon, which means he'll be back to his old self. Ritsuka stared at the screen. That signal, the servant you found, is the cause of all of this, and it is making for the surface as we speak. Right now, that thing is bursting to get out to the surface. It already has control of the castle. If these readings are accurate, it needs to be stopped now. He knew that. He knew that. But Ash, I know you're worried. Da Vinci spoke up now with a softer tone of voice. But if we dally here, then it gives the servant more time to gather its strength. By the time it crests the surface, it could have an army of demons at its side, and with the strength of a Holy Grail shard, that would still place above the likes of regular servants. A beat, then the woman grimaced. Worse, if we account for the fact that demons from this other world are some twisted cousin of the gods, Ash might need to hold out by himself. Not that you can't send him some help. He gritted his teeth, whipping around and pointing at Pharaohs. Get someone down there to help Ash. He turned on Guinevere and briefly paused. Whether she would be a help or not was something he couldn't really count on. It was more for the reaction that Ash would have for her rather than the other way around. Do what you can and then help where it's possible. He glanced at the others, briefly looking in the direction of Chrysor and then directing his focus to ground level once more. We're heading down and intercepting the servant with what we have. Try and lead some additional servants we encounter. Targets of interest are the demon we met and the berserker we encountered. Calls of affirmation. He nodded once and then allowed Mash to pick him up. It was the fastest way down, after all. Back to falling it was. She watched Chaldea leave. She let them do exactly that without even raising her voice once. She had even allowed Nar Alma to escape, or rather be carted away by the object of her obsession, purely because it was a fair exchange between the two of them. They had at least waited until she interacted with her mother before he enacted whatever plan of his this had been. So it was fair to allow them the same thing. It meant sense in her head. Chrysor remained utterly still throughout the entire thing, then shifted her attention towards the only other person who remained. The mother of Hanlith. She did not bother to remember their name, nor did she truly care for them all that much. Being the mother of her summoner afforded them no courtesies. Pulling her lips slightly taut, she watched the light fade away from Hanlith mote by mote. It would be perhaps a minute before she was utterly gone from this world. Even now, she were barely on the verge of consciousness. It was startling, the comparison between Hanlith and her brother. Clearly, Alma inherited all of the lethality. She watched them in silence. She blinked. When her eyes next opened, she had Hanlith cradled in her arms and was moving off the tower and sprinting down the side of the building at full pelt. It was difficult to register the moment in which she had moved or even when she had picked up the dying goddess, but the two things fell into line with one another. Acting on instinct was nothing new to her, so she just let it ride out. She watched them play, she watched them laugh, and then she watched them part ways. They were strangers, they held no relation. They could not have been more different, yet they acted as close as family. It was not even an attempt to mate, more like forming a pack. Yet it felt less than that. They did not live together. Nor did they move around together. They just interacted for short times during the day and moved off. Humans are social creatures, they crave stimulation for their senses. A bygone remnant from lesser times. You can remain just as productive without constant chattering from whatever random stranger happens to catch your eye on a particular day. Does that make it wrong? No, I never called it wrong. It simply is what it is. Is it like the affection of a pack? Perhaps, but not quite so severe. True, humans will stick together in times of hardship for survival. Making tasks easier for one another by offloading the more difficult and complicated work to those who are capable, but sometimes it is the need for solidarity. How do humans form their packs? Why do you ask? Don't tell me that you're becoming fascinated with humans all of a sudden, no. You just thought it looked foolish, didn't you? Picking up strangers rather than forming closer bonds with their own families. It would be simpler if they kept it contained. Why bother with more than they have been given? Are they not content with their family? The man fell silent after that. His expression thinned, his eyes turned to his desk and he stopped writing his notes for the first time since they started speaking. That would depend on the family. He said little else for some time. Then resumed writing once more. Families cannot be chosen. They are granted, and sometimes, humans are dissatisfied with what they have been given. They might not admit such a thing, they might not even realize it. But the attention of a family is never quite enough for them, so they choose to seek out more. It sounds like a waste of time. It gives you nothing. It can divert focus from the truly important things in life. Yes, friends tend to consume much of your attention. But would it be a waste of time? That would depend on a definition of waste. This conversation has more value to you than to me, yet I indulged in it anyway. She could not respond to that. Her eyes turned downcast as the thoughts swirled in her head. Then she spoke. Why did you? The man grunted. Because I wanted to answer. That is how instincts work. Sometimes, you do something because you want to, not just because you need to. One day, you act against your own instincts as well. It sounded impossible for her. How does this happen? The man smiled, as though she told a joke. Only briefly before the smile faded away. I cannot explain it to you. You just need to wait for it to happen. It will happen for you, one day. And then what? Then you can choose if you wish to act on your wants or your instincts. The sound of battle filled her ears. It was distant but still closer than she would have been comfortable with. The possibility of being discovered was rather high, and protecting herself and having time to speak with Hanlith was impossible. She wasn't sure why she acted. Or maybe she was. Resting Hanlith gently on the ground, she propped her up against a wall and remained crouched by the side of the goddess, staring at her as the breathing turned quieter and quieter with each passing moment. She was fine with only this. Then Hanlith spoke, a hoarse, gentle voice. Chris, did I do a good job? She kept silent for a moment, her lips thinned as she stared down at the goddess and let out a short breath. I believe that, for a time, it was a comforting place for the servants to reside. They were clearly entertained by it. A slow nod of the head from Hanlith, the freckled goddess raised her head slightly and looked her dead in the eye. A desperate flicker entered her gaze as she forced her next words out. Did you? Chris knew what she asked. She took in a longer breath than before, turning her gaze from the goddess into the far distance. She could sense them, shining so brightly like a bonfire on the land. The essence of her mother, fighting and killing just as she had always thought them capable of. Meeting them had truly been a wonderful thing, even if she never saw the Gorgon entirely. I fulfilled my desire. I met her, and I was complete at last. Something touched her hand, her eyes flickered down towards it and stared at the bloodied palm of the goddess resting atop her own fingers, eyes traced back to the owner as Hanlith gave her a gentle squeeze, traces of unshed tears entering the eyes of the woman. I wanted you to have more time with. Chris nodded her head in understanding, that had been her wish as well. Though meeting them alone was something that she could be content with, for any length of time, it was solely what her heart desired. The hand of the goddess slipped down from her own and thumped against the ground, the eyelids started to flutter and drop. Thank you, for letting me meet my mother, Hanlith. Don't thank me, for that, it was natural for me to help you. The lip of the goddess turned upwards for a brief instant as the golden light consumed the rest of her body. Chris stared at the spot where the goddess had been and found herself captivated by the empty space. Until the very end, she truly gained nothing from all of this and she ended up dead. She really didn't understand Hanlith. Her eyes closed and she pushed herself to her feet, opening them up once more. They were even, she owed Hanlith nothing. She could just take a step back and let matters lead where they may. Her sword comfortably fit into her hand. But she wasn't going to let matters end just there. She was the security guard of Hanlith's wish, charged with protecting the dream that she had made. So, until the very end, she would act to protect the sanctuary. She didn't know why and she didn't care why. Ultimately, it was because she wanted to. Because it was what Hanlith asked her to do. His back hit the ground for all of a second. An impact struck his gut. He went skywards in the next moment. Pain lanced through his chest as the air was shot out of his throat. The world faded into a blur of multicolored images and sounds as he whistled through the sky. His momentum slowed. He stared up at the sky. A shadow emerged from the corner of his eye, a single flash of Alma twisting through the air before a heel crashed into his face and whited his vision, driving him down into the ground with a painful crunch. He bounced, coughing out blood as he did so and gasping for breath. He received not even a second to gasp. Alma was above him and striking him in the side with another kick. His body cartwheeled through the air, slamming through something made of wood, only knowing that because of the sound it made when he went right through it, and ragdolling through the air once more, at least until a grip tightened around his hair and dragged him back, not even allowed the time to scream before his face was rammed into the ground. The feeling of moving and the painful sensation of his face being dragged along the ground mixed with the insane cackles of Alma before he was pulled free. Light flooded his vision. The swift change from darkness to light blinded him for a brief instant. He was struck in the chest during that period of time, hammered back into the ground but unable to even form a scream. He had no air left in his lungs to give. His eyes bulged as his limbs flailed uselessly around him. Alma stomped down on his chest and drove him deeper into the ground. He leaned forwards and applied more weight to his leg. Locking eyes with him and cocking his head to the side, raising a brow and humming. I thought your attachment to this place would have made you a little more savage, brother. I thought I saw a little spark of something but. They sighed, as if disappointed, pulling his leg off his chest. Gawain scrambled up, hand swinging forwards as lightning crackled along his fingers. The miracle formed in his grasp. Alma twisted, sweeping his body in a full circle. He saw his raised leg flash in from the side. His eyes widened ever so slightly before his heel drove itself into his cheek, throwing him down into the ground and obscuring half his vision as he pressed his head down into the ground, grinding the sole of his foot into the side of his head and twisting it. It hurt. It was agonizing. His left hand swung up and grasped at the leg in an effort to push it off him. His body twisted and squirmed, yet for all his effort he found himself unable to remove the weight from the top of his head, no matter how much he tried. Another sigh from above him. I guess this really is the best you can manage, little brother. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. I mean, if this is the culmination of all your feelings then. They trailed off, sounding somewhat disinterested. Gawain felt red-hot fire shoot through his body, his eyes shrunk to pinpricks and a snarl bubbled out from the back of his throat, blood leaked from between his teeth as he pushed and shoved to remove the foot from his head. A roar, he shoved the leg from the top of his head. HMPH. A faint noise of confusion, Alma stumbled as he were thrown from him. Gawain surged to his feet, pulling his sword from his bottomless box and swinging upwards at the fiend, the blade arced through the air. They caught his wrist before the weapon could make contact, he snarled and pushed, hissing as he tried to force the sword onto his target. A desperate urge to take the head of this monster resulted only in him making a pathetic sound between a scream and a whimper, all while Alma looked at him without an ounce of emotion. Why? It was the only thing he could think to ask. This place, those people, they had been smiling so widely, it had been such a wonderful thing for him to see. Such a wonderful thing to experience. And yet this man, this creature that dared to claim relationship to Mother. Why would you do ac? They twisted his arm around, the clang of metal as his sword slipped from his fingers into the ground. Alma scoffed and then brought his leg up, pressing his foot against his face and shoving him back. He stumbled, tripping over his own feet and then fell to the ground. He waited for the attack to follow. It never did. He panted, breathing in and out, turning his head to Alma and watched as he lowered his foot back to the ground, raising a brow at him. Everything that lives has instincts to it, a desire to do what they want. They shrugged. I saw you and I figured that you had nothing, not an ounce of want within you, nothing but Mother's little teachings, so I figured that I, as a caring big brother, would do my best to lend my brother. They stepped to the side, smirking all the while. Gawain staggered past them, roaring as his punch failed to make contact. A light shove in the back sent him sprawling to the ground once more. My expertise on experiencing wants. Sure, this place fulfills your want for recreation. I will offer Hanleth my genuine praise on that, but there has to be a little something else. The ultimate desire, the want, for survival. Gawain rolled onto his back and glared. Alma wasn't even looking at him anymore, instead he was pacing around with his hands on his hips. You don't have that spark for survival. You'd quite happily throw yourself into a literal fire for no real reason other than someone told you to. That's no way for anything to live. Where's that passion to never give up? That spark which drags your broken body in the desperate hope you can see the light of the next day. His instincts screamed. He threw himself into a roll, the flash of steel and clang followed next. He stared at his own reflection in the scythe buried not even an inch from his face. Jerking backwards, Gawain stumbled to his feet and shot his eyes towards Alma. He smiled as he dragged the scythe back, cutting a thin line in the ground and pulling it free, shouldering the weapon and tilting his head. But personally, I'd much rather see your desire to ultimately want something, to fight with all your might to achieve something not because you were told to do it, but because you want to do it. They flashed a grin that was all teeth. I want you to kill me because you want to. Gawain jerked back as if struck, his words were utterly lacking in sense. You're insane. They frowned. Pain lanced across his chest. Gawain gasped and stumbled backwards, slamming a hand over his front and pulling it back to reveal it stained with red, shooting his eyes up to see the side now painted with scarlet. With his blood. When did he even move? Don't dismiss me that easily, little brother. Just because you don't like my words doesn't make them insane. The madman rolled his eyes. Don't you get it? Everything should want something. Strive for something, feel that burning passion for something. Alma was right in his face. Gawain's eyes shot wide. His head snapped to the side, he stumbled and turned with the blow, feeling numbness in his left cheek as he whirled back around, seeing Alma with his arm outstretched, having backhanded him across the face. I ruined paradise. I killed your sister after she wanted to only help you. I set the demons of chaos upon your friends and master. I killed people just because I felt like it. They started to walk towards him, his weapon dropped to the ground behind them, head dragging across the pavement with a grinding noise. They leaned his head back, eyes burning red and his smile stretching from ear to ear. After doing all of that, don't you want to kill me? His hands clenched into fists, he wouldn't let himself fall victim to something as foolish as this. As his mother had taught him, his duty was paramount above all else. His anger would cloud his judgment, providing openings for enemies to exploit. He needed to be the sword, he needed to be the sword, he needed to be the sword. Straightening his body, Gawain evened his expression and stared blankly at Alma. You are a threat to everyone in this singularity, you have committed crimes against your own family and the royalty. Endangering the lives of the humans I have been charged with protecting. For these reasons, you must die. His hand flexed, his sword formed in his grasp once more and his fingers curled tight around the hilt. Whether I am the one to kill you or not is irrelevant. Alma stopped walking. They smacked his tongue, still hung up on all that, are you? Guess mother really did sink her claws into you, she's not watching right now, you know. You can drop the loyal son attitude. A scoff. Not that she would ever appreciate it. You've flown the coop and no longer matter to her, if you ever really did. Sparks flew between them, sword locked against scythe as he glared up into the eyes of Alma, they looked back with apathy. The queen loves all beneath her. Alma scoffed. She doesn't know what love is. Face it, she's been sleepwalking through life for cycles. A shove backwards, they broke away and then he swung again, slamming his sword again and again into his guard, frowning as he found himself unable to find an opening. The speed difference between the two of them was just 2. They scythe swung around, the back of the weapon hammered into his temple and jerked his head to the side. A kick to his gut forced him backwards, he barely caught sight of the polearm racing towards his chin before it cracked into his head hard, jerking him backwards and into a flip. He hit the ground, scrambling to his feet once more. You can see it in her life. I didn't even need to see her again to understand it. Rinse and repeat again and again. He wished they would stop talking. How many times do you think she had kids before finally getting around to you? It didn't matter to him how many children she had, as long as they weren't like this one. She was just doing all this because she was told to do it. You can see it in her eyes when you speak with her. Utter dullness, like yours. She loves because she has to. That's her function in the world and nothing else. Go forth and multiply. His thrust was parried to the side, his shin slammed into his ribs and a backhand staggered him away. Who could possibly want to live a life like that? You have any idea how pathetic you have to be to accept living like that? Never doing what you want to do. He blocked a downward slash, staggering as it chipped at his guard and reversed around. He sidestepped and swung with both arms. They flipped over the top of his head and kicked him in the back as they moved over. He twisted with the momentum and swung upwards. They turned and avoided the slash before they landed and were upon him again. They blurred. He caught the transparent image of them in the millisecond before they struck. He brought his sword up. The impact reverberated through his arms and sent him skywards. And that's who you look up to as someone to impress. She's the last person you should aspire to be like. They were above him once more, swinging down towards him. He slashed across, knocking the head of the scythe away from him and throwing a free hand up, jabbing them below the collarbone and snagging his hand around his rags, twisting them over and reversing his rolls, Alma's back to the rapidly approaching ground. Their knees were driven into his chest, flipping them over as he hit the ground hard. Dust filled his vision as he rolled onto his front, pushing himself to his feet and straining his ears. A whistle. He blocked. Steel sparked and a grinding sound echoed through his ears as the scythe scraped across the flat of his guard, and like that, Alma shot past him and vanished once more. Yet his voice continued to echo. I indulged myself in my wants and it was wonderful. I couldn't understand why no one else was doing it. You do what you want, when you want, and everything becomes so much easier. The air whistled again. He turned and hissed. Blood sprayed on the ground as he proved a hair too slow and the scythe nicked against his shoulder. Armor shattered and flew from him as he fell into a roll, landing back on his feet and narrowing his eyes. They wanted me to be their god of war, and so I took the job very seriously. More than they could ever realize. He turned to the whistle. Their shin struck the back of his leg, his balance fell from beneath him and he dropped to his knee. But there is only one war that matters. The war for survival, and I understood that, I relished it. Everything that lives does so according to its wants and needs. That's the only thing that remains constant in this world. Doing whatever your instincts demand at the moment. Another whistle, a flash of light. He parried the scythe upwards. A cough escaped him, his body folded over the knee, a hand gripped the back of his head and slammed him into the ground, his body bounced up. Something gripped his leg and pulled. The world blurred as he was spun around, it felt as though it lasted years before whatever was gripping his leg released him. He soared without a sense of direction, weightlessness overtook him. Alma features flashed in his eyes, a hand slammed into his face and his body was jerked backwards. He struck something with a groan. Resistance around him contorted to fit his body with a sharp clanging sound. The hand was pulled free of his back just far enough that they could pull it back into a fist and swing forwards once more. The blow sent him reeling, pushing through the metallic support as the roller coaster collapsed without its legs, crashing to the ground around him as he struck the ground and bounced twice. A foot stomped down into his face and halted his momentum painfully, lifting off him and stepping away. Where one side does whatever it needs to survive and thrive. Where it lives by its instincts. What goes for even the lowest of beasts should go doubly so for us. Gods, humans and demons. All of us are doing everything in our power to cling to the top of the food chain, and we lie to ourselves about why we fight. Gawain coughed. Alma barely noticed. Some claim to do so for the good of the world, others claim because it is their birthright, and more will just claim it's because they're superior to others. In the end, it doesn't matter what their reasoning is because it all is rooted in the same thing. A hand found itself around his throat, dragging him from the ground and into the air, bringing him eye level with Alma as they stared into his eyes. Because they all know, deep in their blood, it is about survival of the fittest, and if you aren't proving yourself the fittest, you're the food. Ideals don't keep you breathing. You think a deer can fight a wolf with fancy words and pretty notions about safeguarding the weak. About building up the strongest democracy or kingdom in the woods. Gawain gave only a weak groan. It's nonsense, all of it, don't you see? Don't you get it? It is the will to survive that pushes creatures onwards, that makes them reach their full potential. Alma turned. Gawain was flung from their grip with a rather weak force and struck the ground in a slump. The desire for something. To be the best. To be the biggest predator in the woods. Nothing else matters in this world. That is the war that is worth waging, the war that is built on that singular truth, the war to become the apex predator on this world. His head jerked as Alma prodded it roughly with the butt of his scythe. He managed only a weak groan. And if you aren't fighting for what you want, then you aren't competing. You're just waiting for someone who actually has a desire to come along and eat you. What is living if you aren't living for your passions? For your wants? Never mind honor and duty, heroism and villainy. They're all just excuses, layers upon layers of little lies we tell ourselves to try and separate us from our true nature. The scythe buried itself in the ground. Alma's fingers tangled through his hair and gripped tight, yanking him off the ground and earning a wince of pain from him as they glared into his eyes. We're all just animals. So why pretend to be something we aren't? Why shackle yourself with such pointless things? Stopping yourself from doing whatever you want to do. Stopping yourself from thriving in this chaotic world. What are you, brother? Are you a predator, or are you just another worthless lump of meat? What utter insanity. His eyes narrowed into slits, his head jerked forwards and pulled itself free of the grip of Alma, slamming his forehead into the nose of the lancer with all of his might, feeling warmth explode across his face and feeling a twinge of something dark coil inside of him at the sound. A sense of satisfaction. He did not let it end there. His arms swung up on either side, palms crashing into the ears of the lancer and earning a cry of pain from them. It brought a smile to his lips without him realizing. His hands snaked around the back of Alma's head and pulled down, driving a knee into his nose once more and loosening his hold just enough to let go of his head, pulling his arm across and battering his elbow into the side of Nar's temple and snapping his head down. Gawain swung up with all his might. His leg caught them in the chest and sent them spiraling through the air, crashing down a distance from him in a cloud of debris. He panted in and out, shambling forwards only to pause. His eyes drifted down to his hands, stained with the blood of Alma from his attacks. They moved up, His fingers drifted along his features before pulling back as if they'd touched something hot. He was smiling, he was grinning at the savagery. That wasn't. Ha 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 ha. It started as a low chuckle, a shadow rose up from the cloud of dust, sweeping it aside with a flourished swing of the arm. Alma stood with a bloodied smile, wiping clean the trail of crimson dripping from his crooked nose with a thumb. That's more like it, doesn't it feel liberating to act on your instincts? Aren't you just ecstatic at seeing my blood color your fingers? That pure little smile on your face tells me that you are. Gawain stared, his hands dropped down to his sides. I don't want to enjoy hurting you, but those people, those smiles. His hands clenched into fists. Their happiness was real. It might have been built on a lie, but it was real. His fist slammed into his chest, he hunched forwards and snarled at them. He saw their smiles, he felt their joy, and he relished in their mirth. Their genuine happiness, even though it was all built on the pain of another, he wasn't to say that made it all worthless in the end. They were all pleased. They were all happy. I shared in their laughter. In their joy. It was real. Alma raised a brow. It was built on pain, little brother. That poor demon in agony, are you going to say that? It was wrong. They didn't deserve to suffer like that, but the happiness those people felt. The happiness and joy that I saw was real. It had value. Their laughter, their smiles, they all had value in this world. He saw red. And you destroyed it all. Anything that could have been salvaged. The chance for making it all right, and you broke it all. You broke it all because you cared only about what you thought was right. Alma was grinning now as though they were listening to something funny. You don't care about people. You care only about what you want to see in them. Just because you want to act like a monster doesn't mean everyone else does. And Gawain's eyes shrunk to pinpricks. A fire burned in his heart. You're insane. Utterly insane. I saw their smiles. I experienced it for myself. I was happy. He barked out a sound. It was unthinkable, it went against everything he had been taught. But it was fun. He had enjoyed himself. Even the news of the demon in pain did not sour his feelings on the matter, but now it was all ruined. Forget duty. For the sake of those smiles this monster had poisoned, for this place that he had ruined with his own arrogance. Unforgivable. His snarl ripped free of his throat as he swung his arm into the sky, lightning crackled along his finger as the bolt of sunlight raced for the heavens. It peeled apart, thin streaks of light twisted and curved through the air before dropping back to earth like rain. Alma laughed all the while, dancing between the falling bolts like a dancer, as though he had not a care in the world. No, as if his efforts were somehow the funniest thing that he had ever heard. You're absolutely unforgivable. Light danced across his palm, rings of light were slung forth. Alma rolled over them, spinning his scythe and hooking it around the ring, landing back on the ground and twirling around. Dragging the ring of light back across and hurling it right back towards him. Gawain brought up his arms in front of himself, the light slammed into him with an explosion, shrouding him in brightness as he swung his arms wide, eyes darting left and right before he shot skywards as a shadow danced across the ground. I won't let you get away with turning this place into a bloodbath. The spear of light formed in his grasp, his arm coiled back like a javelin and he pitched his body forwards, thrusting his arm to its full length and sending the spear sailing through the sky faster than he could blink. Alma rolled over it, diverting the spear with a swing of his polearm and flipping forwards, bringing the scythe to bear and grinning all the while. Gawain skipped backwards, Alma crashed into the ground right in front of him, but he pressed the attack before the lancer could recover, throwing a punch forwards with a roar. It was caught in the palm of the lancer. They raised a brow at him. Talk about irony, but your true feelings at last. Their smile turned softer, it made him feel sick just staring at it. Hello there, little brother. Nice to finally meet you. Nar pulled, Gawain was jerked forwards and swept off his feet as they spun in a circle, then released him at the apex of their spin and sent him through the air. With only the voice of Alma chasing them down as he shouted out. Big brother is here to let you vent all your emotions. They were unforgivable. He couldn't let them get away with this. Wouldn't let them get away with this. It pulsed through him, a crackle through his brain. Gawain winced for a moment before he landed, righting himself and clawing his fingers through the ground as he came to a halt. Growling to himself more than anything else, snapping his head up and bringing up an arm in a block, grunting as the shock of Alma's kick reverberated through his whole body. He pushed backwards, swinging his arm wide and diverting the kick back into the ground. His other arm swung forwards, it was shoved down with a chop which converted into a jab to his chin, then their other arm swung forth and struck against his chest with a lightning-fast blow. The haymaker sent him reeling. Yet it was as though a fog was being lifted from his mind, bit by bit, something was loosening its hold over him. Like he was waking up from a dream. Goo! He staggered with a kick, retaliating swiftly with a punch to the liver only to be thrown back with a powerful shove. His mind loosened. Images filtered through. Names. Faces. He tried his best to suppress them, but they flooded his mind without end. Visions of battles, of deaths, of killings and of others. Memories with Master Ritska that he could not recall making, a name burning its way through his mind that belonged to him, yet it was not him. What was? He caught a punch in his guard, his raised arms jerked back and slammed into his face with a thud. Gawain stumbled backwards, feeling the wind surge past him as a shadow flickered through the corner of his eye. He whipped around fast as he could in an effort to intercept the shadow. Swinging his fist down, his knuckles cracked the pavement beneath them. A solid grip found itself onto the back of his armor, pulling him away and spinning him through the air before he was loosened. Turning airborne once more and sweeping his arms out, eyes darting in every direction and his senses focusing as much as they could. Anything to give him some indication of where Alma was coming from. The attack that he knew would be upon him soon. Noble phantasm. He heard the words whisper through the wind, he felt the shift in the air as his body started to tighten. True pain. It was only a single second. Then he felt it surge through his body, a true agony which could not be put into words. Every cut, every scratch, every bruise. Every single wound he had suffered felt as though it had been set alight, an unending agony which shot right down into his very heart. Such was the pain that he could not even muster the energy to scream, his throat tightened and his body locked up tight. Becoming little more than a brick falling through the air. Then Alma rocketed down from the sky, their bodies spinning around. A flash of movement before their heel slammed into the top of his head. He struck the ground with a crash, yet he could no longer feel the pain of the impact, rather he continued to writhe and squirm on the ground. Muscles contorting and limbs spasming as the flood of pain never once abated, he could barely make out shapes through his blurred vision. The shadow of Alma dropped to the ground, then stalked towards him at an almost insultingly casual pace. His arms dragged themselves forwards, fingers clawing at the ground to find some sort of grip. They twitched and trembled, unable to curl and succeeding only in feebly pawing at the dirt. Through it all, the pain did not leave him. He did not even grow accustomed to it, merely hacking and gasping as wave after wave of agony rolled through him. "You're still conscious down there." Alma crouched down in front of him, a note of approval in his voice which made him sick. It burned more than the pain of his wounds. Through teary eyes, he pulled his head off the ground and glared at the blurry shape of Alma with all the fury that he could muster up. A single desire shot through him, nothing else mattered at this one moment, not his duty or anything else. He just wanted to kill Alma. Pulling his left hand up, he stretched outwards with clawed fingers in the direction of the shape, snarling and hissing as he spat out from behind his teeth, the pain only serving to fuel his single desire to kill this monster and nothing else. They rose up from his crouch and took a step slightly out of reach, his arm thudded down against the dust. Gawain stared at the space between them, such a distance that it might as well have been a world away. His fingers curled. Whatever strength he had left went into pulling his body forwards, clawing at the ground and heaving with all his might. He moved in nothing more than inches. But anything that brought him closer to the servant was welcome progress. They stepped back once again, he snarled and moved forwards, dragging himself until he finally caught something. His fingers wrapped around the ankle of his left leg, his head upturned to glare into his eyes as rage focused his vision. All he looked at when he raised his eyes was the beatific smile of Alma, as though he were watching something majestic. That's a wonderful look you have there, little brother. Dropping down to a crouch, he moved a hand towards himself. Without the strength to move, all he could do was brace himself for the blow that was going to land. Fingers gently stroked at his scalp, needling themselves through his hair and patting it down affectionately. He froze at the touch. I'm so touched that you can show this face to me. Their words sounded so genuine. It only served to sicken him further. The disgust he felt for this thing was beyond any words that could be used. He gasped, forcing the air through his teeth and shaking his head away from them. He only chuckled at his efforts. I will kill. I'm so glad to hear your earnest thoughts. Doesn't it feel good to be honest with yourself? He snarled at his words, tightening his grasp around his ankle. He didn't know what he was trying to achieve. He couldn't put much effort into his grip, but the urge to do something, anything, just to cause them pain was the single thought that filled his mind. It didn't matter what it was, just so he could stop laughing and cackling. Their face just angered him that much. Their revelry at this destruction and misery. Their words of madness. They were just an eyesore he wanted gone. He just wanted all of it gone. He didn't even feel the weight in his grip being ripped free until he heard the grunt of pain and then the snarl of absolute fury. His eyes dulled as something grasped the back of him and pulled him up, looping over someone's shoulders as his weight was lifted from the ground. Barely in a state to recognize the white hair in his face or the voice of concern that sounded so very familiar to him. Not yet summer resort, ending. Gawain blinked. No longer was he standing in the battlefield, he was now standing in a black expanse which stretched on for as far as the eye could see. The back of his neck tingled, the feeling of something watching him. He turned around and tensed himself. His posture remained as such only to loosen as he stared up at the figure standing behind him. Short blonde hair, a shade equal to his own, piercing green eyes without an ounce of feeling within them. Just an icy cold gaze without a blink. Their attire was different from his own and he could see the wisps of darkness clinging to their body, seeping through their armor and down into the expanse. He knew who this was. You're him, aren't you? Gawain swallowed, loosening his stance and staring into the eyes of the older man. You're me. No, I am not. The reply came swiftly and tinged with a sharp edge to it. Emerald eyes burned for a brief instant before they dulled. I am not you, just as you are not me. But we share a body, at least, so in that sense, we are joined to one another. That sounded. Gawain wasn't sure how that sounded, but it did not sound as though this was his grown-up version. He frowned. I don't understand. If you aren't me, then who? It doesn't matter. Once this conversation is over, no, once this singularity comes to an end, you won't need to worry about which of us is the real one. Are you going to come back now? Their eyes turned from him, sweeping across into the distance for a short moment. A flicker of uncertainty before their eyes closed, a sigh escaped from the taller blonde. I'm not sure. I was determined to do so in the instant that the barrier of Hanlith was torn down, yet the moment has finally arrived and looking at you makes me hesitant. It did. He frowned. That didn't make sense to him. He stepped forwards. For the sake of Master Ritska, you are the stronger of the two of us. You're older and have more experience, you should be the one to come forward. It was the logical path. The most experienced servant, the most useful one, should be the one to be with Master Ritska. They nodded their head. Your words hold weight to them, rather, they are sensible. The complete willingness to throw away your own life so quickly for something like this is, but I believe that this would be called lip service. Gawain flinched as their eyes turned on him. The gaze of ash pierced through him like a spear. You don't want me to swap over. What I want doesn't matter compared to the sake of duty. A click of the tongue, they turned their head. This is why you disgust me. Even now you place your duty above all else and shackle me into becoming an accessory to your lifestyle. You vanish and then just dump the matter on another to deal with. Except I cannot truly blame you for that, you see no problem with your life. This felt insulting. No, their blatant disregard for the concept of their duty as a servant. His eyes narrowed and his lip pulled into a frown. He did not understand why they were becoming annoyed with this. Rather, it was not something that he would become annoyed with if their roles were reversed. He would have understood it well. You spoke of it earlier. I felt it pulse through your mind, your urge to kill Alma. Gawain snapped his eyes down, his hands clenched into fists. That was a lapse. Are you so disgusted that you were on the verge of doing what you wanted? I was going to lose myself to that anger. He snapped, eyes coming back up and glaring at Ash. I was going to if I could so easily cast aside my duty in a fit of rage, then I would not be worthy of the title of servant. If I cannot maintain a clear head then. Ash inclined their head, looking down at them with a slightly narrowed gaze. You still want to go and kill him, don't you? Does it matter? Maybe not to you. Ash exhaled, turning to face him and folding their arms. To me? Well, I'm not sure. At the very least you weren't much of an eyesore for a few moments. Gawain almost recoiled at their words. Why? Because I was focused on killing him for my own selfish need. Yes, they answered quickly, a twitch of their lip for the briefest moment before it evened out. Though I don't care so much about the act as I care about the motivation. You wanted to kill him. For one single moment, it did not matter whether it was born of duty or not, nothing else mattered to you but killing them. He did not understand this person. They found that right to look upon. His lips curled in disgust as he stared at them. You find simple killing appealing. Another sigh escaped Ash. That wasn't what I said. I never said I agreed with Alma or argued that he shouldn't die. Indeed, it is the best path forwards. His ideal and your own are not compatible. A clash is both inevitable and necessary. He will not abandon his thoughts, just as you will not. Then what? What is the issue at hand? You fought for yourself. I thought that was at least worth talking about. They straightened themselves out, unfolding their arms. I'll say it clearly. You are not the Gawain I remember. So that makes you an improvement, though there is still much I disagree with in regards to you. Ash angled their head. Why do you want to kill Alma? Why? Is it obvious? They are repugnant. An insult to everything, mother. Is that the only reason? They asked, frowning. Whatever happened to protecting Smiles or whatever you boasted of? Gawain clenched his jaw, his eyes lowered. That is equally true, Alma's way of living is wrong. It is, the pain they would cause to those who live it, the brutality he boasts of. It is wrong and it is evil. And you don't like it, all right. He blinked, then raised his head. What? Until this singularity is over, or until you die, I will not do anything. I will remain here until you try. I'm not like mother. I'll let you play out your wish. What? Know that you have to swap us back. He snapped at them, taking a single step forwards and raising a hand to his chest. You're the better servant, you can deal with Alma and then go and help Master Ritska. The longer we are apart, the more danger he might be in. Ash hummed, then nodded his head. You might be right, but Ritska did beat me, so I trust him to hold his own until the matter with you is settled. Gawain could not believe this. I'm doing what I want. Ash simply replied, gazing down at them across the tip of their nose. What I want is to see if you can actually achieve something this time around. Maybe it's because I found myself. No, I would not say it was amusing. But watching you struggle against Alma was cathartic. Perhaps a result of my existence as an avenger. Gawain glared. You are right, we are not the same at all. Maybe, but maybe we are. They shrugged. We're both about to get the chance to do what we want, so who can say? I would tell you to try your best but, I refuse to lie to you. At least try and make yourself less unbearable when I think about it. Maybe that's my whole reason for going through with this, or maybe it's just to spite mother by breaking her tool a little, who can say? I do not like you. The feeling remains mutual. They sighed as though his words were tiring to them, then moved their hand up and cupped their chin. Still, if you're going to be wielding Anri's sword, I would rather you find a good reason to do that. Even in her anger, she still swung it with a better reason than you, or I. A better reason to swing his sword. A better reason. His anger faded away and his eyes lowered once more, thinning his lips ever so slightly. He would not call it a better reason, but it remained a reason. If there was one reason to stop Alma, it would be because. If there was one saying that he felt the humans had coined that he approved of in this moment, it would be, "Over the moon," and it truly felt like that in the moment. Between the look of pure murder from his little brother and right now, it was hard to decide which of the two was much better. His legs kicked up, throwing his attacker off his chest before they could push their attack further. The scythe fell into his grasp and blurred, sweeping it around until the blade was looped around the back of their neck. He pulled backwards. They ducked, the edge avoided them entirely, and they even went as far as to flatten their ears. Turning around and glaring at him with pale yellow eyes before a mixture of a growl and a roar bubbled out of their sharp-toothed maw, and they threw themselves upon him like the wild beast they looked. He turned the scythe, grasping it with both hands and putting it up between the two of them and looping it under their arms, flipping them over the top of his body. They landed on their feet, then pushed off the ground and cracked the earth beneath them. He ducked and avoided the claws which would have torn out his throat, grinning from ear to ear as he twisted the scythe around and brought the head of the weapon to bear. They slashed along the flat of the blade. Sparks flew where their attack met steel. "I knew you were nothing more than a monster." He met the accusation with only a light scoff and blocked the neck attack with his forearm, jabbing them in the head and sweeping the back of the scythe around. The spikes which lined the nape of the weapon slammed into the shoulder of the woman. They didn't so much as even blink at the attack. Sweeping their leg forwards, the hoofed foot crashed into his thigh like a hammer, throwing his weight off balance for their uppercut to snap his head backwards. His eyes widened for a moment as he saw the flash of purple. He pressed back, launching himself away and twisting the scythe around his body. Light shattered as the arrows thrown his way were parried into the distance. He landed down and the barrage continued without fail. The woman snarled and unleashed yet another one. This time he caught sight of the recoil throwing her back as it rocketed towards him. He ducked and sidestepped, not fast enough though. The arrow tore through his right shoulder. A groove through his flesh and bone caused him to drop the scythe for a mere instant as he stumbled back, his right arm going limp in the process. Atalanta pounced. He took the scythe in his left hand and swung up the second she was close enough. She angled her head to the side and winced. He missed the killing blow but lopped off her left ear in the process, twisting his body and sweeping his leg up high, striking her in the sternum and throwing her back the way she came. He stomped down, spinning the polearm between his fingers. His laughter spilled out a moment later. "I was wondering what sort of savagery might lay beneath you. If I had known all it took to bring it forth was to harm children, I would have killed them in droves just to catch a glimpse of it." Alma didn't get a verbal response. Not with words at least. Atalanta, now cloaked in blackened fur and dyed violet hair, unleashed a howl which was nothing more than pure aggression. She did not disguise her desire to kill him in the least, rather it was clear she was embracing it. It went without saying that his noble phantasm was still active. The agony of that missing ear should have been eye-watering, yet she didn't seem to even notice in the least. She must have been feeling it, but clearly she was just ignoring it. It was marvelous. She bounded forwards. Wings split out from her back and launched her into the air with a single push. He tracked her lightning fast movements with some small difficulty. Purple light danced across the bow before the arrows rained down upon him without hesitation, each one aimed at taking his life. He skipped backwards, pressing and swinging where he could, diverting the arrows with his one arm and laughing all the while. This was the most fun he had in years. He'd need to thank Hanlith when he saw her. She really did give him the perfect little place. Ah, right, he killed her, didn't he? Oh well, he'd thank her memory. He twisted through the air, narrowing his eyes as he realized that Gawain wasn't where he had left him. That must have been what those thin little presences were, and that familiar feeling that had pulsed through the air. His lips pulled up into a faint grin. He had thought he sensed her earlier. No, it was not Caffrey, but it was certainly a goddess. Then who was? Azure dropped from the sky above his head, the scythe blurred in his grasp and parried aside the falling stars. He frowned at the sudden offensive, then caught sight of something shooting through the sky right towards his face. Gripping the scythe tight, he brought it up and held it in front of himself. The swirling ring of light slammed into his guard like a hammer. His legs dug down into the cobblestone to stop himself being bowled over. Eyes narrowed slightly before he pushed back and launched the ring of light over his head and into the air. It was only when it stopped spinning that he saw what it was. A bow. What the? A distant crack like thunder. Pain shot through his shoulder as blood exploded from the side of his body. He hissed between teeth and stumbled backwards, glancing to the hole that poked right the way through his body. A flash of instinct and he pressed off the ground. Another crack in the spot where he had been standing exploded as something fast and small crashed into it. Was this firearms? So that's what it was. Then which group was attacking him now? His eyes widened, he heard the crack of something heavy hitting the ground behind him. Whipping his head around and barely catching a shadow of the figure blotting out the sun before the hardened part of a rounded shield cracked against his jaw, something broke loose in his mouth and escaped from his jaw, accompanied by a spray of blood. He lost his hold on the ground, twisting through the air for a brief second. The snarling maw of Atalanta flashed through his mind, then her furred fist pounded into the front of his head, driving him down into the ground. Pain cracked through his shoulders as he hit the ground, it broke underneath him. Their hands grasped him by the neck and pulled him from the ground, throwing him away from them and skipping across the ground. He righted himself, skidding through the ground and glancing up. He stepped back, widening his eyes and watching the head of a spear shoot right over the top of his head. Swinging up, he clashed against the thrust and launched it away from him, catching a glimpse at his attacker and frowning at them. Not because of what they were wearing, but because of their general aura. This wasn't a fighter in the least. Rather, they weren't even anything like a proper kill. It was like a mouse armed with a toothpick. Pathetic. Pain slashed through the back of his legs, his weight dropped down as another distant crack of thunder heralded a painful impact into his ribs this time. Blood spurted from the fresh hole as he stumbled away, kicking back and spinning through the air before he landed back to the ground, pressing his left hand against his wound while his right held his side once more. A tiny white-haired girl with fake bunny ears and wielding a large cutlass. Odd. Oh, weren't you that idle? More flashes of light, he charged forwards and twisted the weapon, they pranged off the front of it and away from him, leaning back to avoid the second wave of purple arrows from Atalanta. Thrusting his scythe down, he pole vaulted through the air, twisting himself into a spin with the blade facing outwards. He landed and struck down into the ground, splitting the glass horse which had appeared in front of the mousy woman in half. He pressed forwards, throwing both sides away. Another spin, he landed a roundhouse kick onto the side of the bunny-eared girl, then leaned to the right as a bullet just skimmed past his cheek, drawing a line across his skin but nothing else. His left hand surged forwards, grabbing the bunny-eared girl by the face and slamming her into the ground. With a grunt he dragged her face across the stone and carved a groove into the floor with her features, completing a full spin and drawing a circle around himself. Releasing her at the apex of it, he tossed the girl as far from himself as he could, then stepped back as a rather large axe struck the ground in front of him and cracked the earth. Nothing. There was no life from this hollow armor. Which meant the link was. His eyes switched around, then narrowed as they caught sight of the person who was the architect of this. Jumping, Alma pressed his feet into the shoulder of the giant armor and springboarded off them, launching himself through the air at the woman with the starlight clothes. He got close, then turned at the last moment as he finally caught sight of the goddess who had been throwing arrows at him this whole time. And she was literally throwing arrows. He had never seen someone loose a bow just by swinging it back and forth. What was disturbing was just how skilled her aim with that technique was. Each of those shots would have killed him if they landed against his body. Kill shots, all of them. He approved. I've got a bone to pick with you, bullying my follower like that. He didn't need much more to guess why they meant. I was just helping her expose her true feelings. If you've got a problem then you can. He turned, spinning himself over and widening his lips into a smile. Atalanta dove right beneath him as a tackle, throwing herself with teeth bared and claws at the ready, his body turned around above her. Then he swung down and drove a punch into the front of her face, hearing the satisfying crunch as his knuckles dug into her right eye and smashed her head into the ground, bouncing her up. He touched the ground, grabbed her by the ankle and then hurled her right back the way she had come, briefly catching sight of her striking the metal armor and then bouncing over the top of them with an echoing thud. As expected, the rain of arrows soon fell upon him. He moved as fast as he could, weaving between them and avoiding the charging suit of armor. Eventually he stopped and slid around, throwing himself forwards and sweeping his scythe above, hooking the blade around the leg of Berserker as they charged forwards, pulling upwards and sending the servant into a clumsy fall. Alma charged the woman, the human master would be next. Ha! A blade crashed into his guard, he stepped backwards and chuckled as he saw the attacker pushing down with all their might. Gawain glared back at him. Back so soon? He punctuated the remark by driving his foot into their gut, sliding them away from him and twisting the scythe over, catching Atalanta with a swipe to the throat, spinning her around and driving her down into the ground. He whirled, kicking her in the side of the head and sending her body ragdolling through the rubble. A skip and he was slamming his weapon into Gawain's own. I'd be disappointed if you weren't taken out. There was something amiss in their gaze. It still shone with a singular drive and yet there was something off. It lacked the same murderous drive as before. Alma frowned, then grunted, shunting them back and sweeping the scythe across over their head. A ducking movement brought Gawain low as they thrust for his foot. He rolled forwards and over the top of them, thrusting his polearm back and driving the butt of the weapon into the nape of his brother. Clasping it with both hands, he swung around and aimed for their neck. It struck steel and advanced no further. Gawain met his eyes with a calm gaze. Several different presences flared around him, closing in from all sides. Alma turned his head left and right and grit his teeth as he watched servants charge in from all across, dozens of them of varying classes and capabilities. He knew, here and now, that he would die. It was only a question of which servant would be the one to land the blow upon him. Still, that was no reason to retreat. This was just how things went. But until the very end, he would struggle and claw with all his might. Heard you were the bastard responsible for this. The roar from the distance, he turned and brought his scythe over himself like a shield, skating backwards as a broadsword crashed into the flat of his blade like a missile. He turned and widened his eyes. The owner came flying in, silver armor coupled with red accents and a pair of horns. Their legs swung forwards in a flying kick and hammer the sword further into his guard, shunting him over into a roll and quickly pressing off the ground to avoid the follow-up punch. A flash of white, then an armored boot caught him in the face, throwing him backwards and just barely catching a glimpse of the spear wielder in bleached white armor. Alma flipped himself over, throwing his scythe into the ground like an anchor and looping himself into one spot, spitting blood out from his mouth along with several teeth. He jumped forwards, backhanding Atalanta away from him and thrusting the base of his polearm to the side, catching the bunny-eared girl in the temple. He pressed forwards, flipping through the air and swinging down. The spear wielder caught his attack off their shoulder armor and twisted themselves around, throwing a punch at his face which narrowly avoided missing him, though the power behind the punch still blew apart the ground behind them. Think you can ignore me, huh? The same boisterous voice. He pressed off the knee of the knight and flipped himself back through the air, watching the broadsword cleave through the space in front of his features before he landed down. With a crackle of red light, the horned attacker twisted around fast as lightning and swung at him, just barely able to bring his guard up as the blade smashed into the polearm and bowled him over. Alma bounced several times before catching himself. Rising up only to be tackled to the ground by Atalanta, he pressed his knees into her gut and flipped her over his head before she could start tearing away into his body. He rolled with her, reversing their positions and bringing a hand up to deliver a punch. A kick to the head that felt more like a warhammer drove him face first into the ground. His world turned white with pain as he remained dazed for a moment, scrambling forwards and climbing out of the hole, turning around. A rounded shield larger than his torso shattered his ribs. He folded over it as the air escaped his lungs and surged from his mouth along with a spray of blood. He was driven back into the earth like a nail, crunching solid rock with his body. Despite all the pain and all the agony he was suffering, he could hardly say he wasn't satisfied. Pressing his hands above his head, he willed strength through his body and pushed himself into a flip, throwing himself back before the large axe could cleave him in two. The moment his feet hit the ground he was skipping once more, dancing between blows and playing the part of a frantic mammal trying to escape. There. A light voice, he turned and gasped as pain lanced through the side of his body. He wasn't long in responding, grabbing the arm of the person who drove the sword through his gut, a blonde girl in a white dress and silver armor, and dragging them forwards, delivering several knees to the gut and then a backhand across their temple followed by a forehand from the other side. It was enough to daze them, further so when he pulled himself free and twisted around, sweeping their legs from beneath them and catching the back of their hair with his fist. Wrapping his fingers tight and turning back around. With the feeling of a maniac smile on his lips, he swung the girl like a club and smashed them right into the face of the Horned Knight, throwing both of them far from him. Though the move left him open to the spear wielder, he proceeded to shoulder barge him while driving that spear through his right arm. They yanked upwards, tearing the limb away from his body. It hurt like nothing he had ever experienced before in his life. But it was incredible to see that look of silent fury on the face of the white-haired man. He punched them in the cheek. They didn't even flinch, just maintained their glare as they swung the spear back across and this time aimed for his neck. Alma ducked down, avoiding the strike and kicking back against their knee, throwing themselves into a roll before shooting off into another animalistic dash, cackling to himself all the while. The white-haired master. Where had she gone? There you are. He shot forwards, and was promptly clotheslined by a spear to the throat, flipping underneath the attack and striking the ground, rolling well past his target as his neck closed up. Gasping and sputtering, he whipped around and hissed as the same gray spear drove itself through his knee and then planted him into the ground. He glared, the same white-haired woman from earlier who lacked any sort of killer instinct. Movement in the corner of his eye made his lip twitch. He did the unexpected and stepped forwards. His left hand grabbed the woman by the shoulder and then yanked her before she could balance herself. With a push he threw her in the path of the blue arrows, each one of them slammed into the woman and sent her careening past him. Marie, much to the shock and surprise of the human woman. Affection, was it? His lips peeled into a bloody smile, grasping the spear and ripping it from his leg, flipping it around in his grasp and then hurling it forwards like a javelin. It was parried from the air by a microphone. What? Hey, no killing my competition until I beat them first. Alma stared at the crossbreed girl in a frilled dress in utter stupefaction. Where had she come from? Suddenly the girl grew wings from her back and threw herself at him. With his leg crippled as it was, he made it barely half a step before she smashed into his side, driving the makeshift spear into his ribs and then pulling it free widthways. Blood splattered to the ground as she took half his sternum with her. He threw a punch back at her head. She ducked down and avoided it, then slashed across his unwounded leg and sent him careening forwards. Her tail whipped around his feet like a noose and yanked backwards, flipping him back, and soon he found himself facing the sky. No, not yet. Not until. He let out a roar. Light exploded from his body as emit force tore asunder the ground. He snapped his gaze up and threw himself forwards. Then blanched as he noticed the dragon girl hadn't even taken a single step back. His surprise left her smash the spear against his cheek. He felt more teeth fly from his jaw as he stumbled away from her, flipping around and then staring not at the dragon girl, but instead at the soles of a pair of silver boots. His eyes trailed up and he found himself staring at the face of the Horned Knight, their helmet receding and showing off a youthful blonde face and eyes burning with rage. Their kick smashed into the front of his face a moment later. He flew for seconds before he finally made a painful interaction with the ground, crashing through several pillars of rubble and bending a steel bar behind him. A cough ejected more blood from his body. His vision was dazed and his face was numb. He could already feel his body breaking down. But he still had some strength left. His scythe returned to his grasp. He pressed it into the ground and levied himself up on it, grunting as he staggered forwards. His eyes rose up, staring at the array of servants before him, all of whom were just waiting for him to make a move. You will always lose, Alma. A voice cut through the noise. His eyes turned to the form of Gawain as he marched forwards, sword in hand and scowl on his lips. You, who care for nothing but destruction, who focus on nothing but the pain that can be inflicted upon the masses with no consideration for the people who suffer. Gawain raised their sword, pointing it towards him. None of the victories you have claimed have ever lasted long. You care for nothing but yourself, and none care for you. Stepping forwards, Gawain clasped the sword with both hands and angled their body. Alma watched him silently, then let out a small noise of amusement. You say that, brother, but look how desperate they all are to kill me. No, Gawain declared. It is not about killing you. It is about fighting evil in whatever form it takes. Here and now, I shall end your evil. Alma narrowed his eyes slightly. For the briefest of moments, the sword in the hands of Gawain glowed an ethereal blue. But that was neither here nor there. Alma stepped forwards and took in a deep breath, placing his weight on his side and smiling lightly. We'll see about that. He could use his second noble phantasm right now if he wanted to. It would be a simple thing to enact right at this moment, yet, where would the reward be for something like that? It wasn't as if he cared for fair combat, but he wanted to see what his brother would look like when they plunged that sword into his chest. He pressed off the ground and accelerated towards them. Gawain charged forwards, moving with only a single step and coiling their sword back. The blade burned brighter and brighter until the steel was hidden beneath a cloak of sky-blue light. It was oddly captivating. He swung down at them at the same time Gawain thrust forwards. Their sword met his scythe, metal screeched and shattered, the sword powered through as Alma's weapon disintegrated beneath it. The sky-blue blade continued on its path, driving itself through his heart and out the back. Gawain's body slammed into his own and carried them both backwards. His back crashed into the metal once more and bent it further. Blood choked out from between his lips. Alma stared down at the certainly fatal wound, then towards Gawain as they held their place. It's over. Alma. So it is, Gawain. His head leaned back and his eyes closed. I'm glad I got you to have a little fire in your eyes. It was not worth it. Alma let out a small noise as he shook his head from side to side. Even after all this time, did they really not understand? Hey, Ash, what was it like to watch yourself fight for a goal you chose to believe in? He got no answer. Instead Gawain tore the sword from his chest, the only thing that kept him upright. Sliding down against the wall until he lay upon the ground, Alma stared up into the eyes of the blonde and smiled. I bet it was fun, wasn't it? The green eyes peered back at him for a few moments, then dust slowly peeled away from their body. Gawain brought up their hand and stared at it for a couple of seconds before he clenched his fist, closing his eyes. Both you and him are the same type of evil. Well, we are brothers, aren't we? Good luck, little bro, I hope you kill plenty of demons. Gawain looked at him in disgust. It was the final sight he had before their body faded away. The shockwave slammed into his back, stumbling him forwards as he turned himself around and glanced to the distance. A pillar of light stretched high into the clouds, piercing through them as though it were a tower to the stars themselves. All he could do was stare in complete and utter bewilderment as to whatever that attack was. It certainly wasn't anything else that he was familiar with, leaving him with the conclusion that it had been the deployment of someone's noble phantasm. But whose? Shrieks cut through his thoughts, banishing them away as he turned and flung himself forwards into cover. A bellowing war cry from Mash was followed by the sound of metal grinding against metal, then a heavy crunching sound and the tearing noise like tinfoil put through a speaker. He watched as the shielder swung with such force that the arm of the golem was wrenched clean from its body, scattering across the ground in a shower of debris. Light flashed and struck the chest of the metal creation. The golden arrow punched a hole clean through its torso and staggered it backwards. The flames billowed out from the gaping hole in its chest. A sputtering noise escaped it, black smog belched from the eye ports and then it slumped backwards, dropping to the ground with a hefty crunch. Progress, if it could truly be called that, was slow. Between the pillars of root bursting from the ground right in the middle of battle without warning, demons dropping down from them like apples from a tree, and the golems which were now fighting against them. They'd barely made it halfway to the location that Romani had said the signal was coming from. And that was with the support of whatever servants had happened upon their battle and lent their aid unto them, those he knew of and those he had never met before in his life. Ritska threw himself forwards. He grimaced at the dragging sensation along his back as he slipped down an incline of rubble, shunting his body and launching him into a roll. He grunted as his shoulder slammed into another piece of upturned rock and stopped him, poking his head up and narrowing his gaze at the field. Focus on the demons coming from the north. A cloud formed right above the location he indicated. Ritska had only a second to watch the rumbling darkness before streaks of light dropped from it without end, shooting to the earth like raindrops. Yet they clearly were not, as indicated when the demons cried out and dove out of the way. Yet the storm cloud split itself apart and gave chase to those who attempted to escape, relentlessly pursuing them and dropping arrows into their body in the hundreds, until they were needled to such an extent that there was barely a patch of skin exposed on them. Even when they dropped down, the rain continued for a good few seconds longer than necessary before it faded away. That alone would have been overkill. The sweeping inferno which rolled in immediately afterwards, washing over the corpses and leaving only dust in its wake, had him lean back with shock. It was barely a second later that something grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him backwards. A gasp escaped him as he was flipped around and pulled away from the boulder and up. Seconds later he found himself under the piercing golden eyes of one rather concerned-looking Gwendolyn, naturally still in the swimsuit. Charging demons. I thought of you with more sense. They snapped at him, pulling his arms up and looking over every inch of him, even going so far as to grab him by the head and turn it to the side, like they were fretting over a dropped cup, looking for even the slightest indication of a scratch. Ritska barely got the chance to say anything more before a second presence slammed into him. He managed to glance down, revealing the teal-colored hair of Kiyohime doing much the same, looking over the marks on his shirt for a few moments with an intense glare, patting the dust down from him before she looked up. A rather pointed glare in her eyes, one of concern and frustration. You should be more careful in future, Anshin-sama. But don't worry. With a flourish, she moved back and clipped her fan up closed and smiled rather gently. I shall be here to ensure you remain safe from now on. None of these things will score so much as a scratch on your face. Ritska was only slightly comforted to hear that, though he was still in something of a daze at their intensity. He opened his mouth to speak. Gwendolyn clicked their tongue, looked off to the side and manifested a bow in their grasp. He barely saw their arms move, only the flicker of light across the string of the bow, and then arrows hurled themselves from the weapon at incredible speeds. With a rate of fire equal to some manner of firearm, Gwendolyn unleashed the barrage with such accuracy that he nailed several demons within the span of a single instant. Like flies, these cretins. Those rather disdainful words were followed by Gwendolyn rising up, their snakes looping through the rubble and carrying them up until they reached the summit. They called down a moment later. I spy the source of the incursion. The northeast is where I sense these pests emerge. Concentrate our efforts to that location. A rush of wind. Ritska brought up his arms and lowered them from the cloud of dust which virtually appeared right next to him, revealing Medusa stood near him with her spikes at the ready, briefly turning her head down to face him before turning it away. Shall we move on that location then, Master? He paused for a moment, then nodded his head, sweeping an arm behind him and waving for the others to join up with him. Romani. What's it looking? More coming in by the minute. Romani explained without waiting for him to finish. Right now we're looking at nearly 100, and that's without including the golems which have been turned into dangers as well. Ritska grimaced, sparing a look towards Mash before he turned back to the man. How bad? You're going to have to fight your way through the entire thing, and with the number of enemies growing by the moment, there's no telling how long it could go on for. Mash brought her shield up and readied herself, turning to him with a determined gaze. Ready, Senpai. He nodded back. Let's move. With the benefit of hindsight, perhaps being the first one to rush over the cover wasn't the best idea. Though that was hardly to say that he wasn't well protected, but it was barely in the same breath that he vaulted the rubble that his eyes fell upon the rather large, heavily muscled, red-skinned monster with the head of some skeletal bull. In its arms it held an axe which was nearly the size of a bus. Piercing red eyes glared down at him as it brought the axe down towards him, roaring all the while. Ritska froze up as he stared at it. A blurring mass charged into the demon and caught it in a tackle. Ritska had a half-second to spot that it was Heracles who attacked the beast before the two of them vanished into the distance, with only the distant thundering of Heracles' footsteps being the only indication of what happened. He remained there for a couple seconds. A whistle flew over their head. He ducked down at the explosion and the wave of heat that washed over him. I think we should do what Gawain does in these situations. Ritska trailed his eyes to Gareth. The lancer smiled rather broadly as she cocked her spear back and forth. The weapon hummed and glowed blue. Brute force. That sounded like a plan Ash would come up with. Well, might as well. I will render aid as I can. Gwendolyn's voice echoed above him. In the next few seconds the air around them shimmered. The gold-plated giants armed with halberds fizzled into existence. They marched in step and mounted over the top of the rubble and assumed ready positions, clanking all the while they moved, otherwise silent. Stay with me, Anshin-sama. Kiyohime pulled him closer to them. I'll keep you safe. Thanks. He replied with a nod, then moved forwards and peered up. This time he didn't get ambushed as he climbed. Eyes narrow and jaw clenched, he looked straight ahead to the door which led to the prison they had been in. Pharaohs, you said Berserker would still be alive. The city is his noble phantasm. The caster replied quickly, stepping around him and to the front. If he died, then it would have vanished. The control over the golems is concerning, as is their relation to chaos. He's probably been taken over or corrupted by the flame. In which case, they were now a prisoner to them. He'd need to see if there was anything they could do. Hopefully defeating the demon would stop them, but if nothing else, then at last he knew that defeating the Berserker would cause the city around them to vanish and, with them still on it, that would be a fairly bad thing to end up happening. Stepping forwards, he slipped down the rubble and onto his feet once more. The others flocked down to join him before they rushed forwards, right into the mess of demons and golems alike. Her feet carried her forwards like the wind, bounding over the rubbles and flames that surrounded her. Her arms swept out, the sword glistened in sunlight, whistled as it glided through the air. Red splashed over her body, limbs fell with each swing of the sword. She thrust her arms out next, light flashed along her limbs, skin peeled and revealed golden scale, her fingers sharpened into claw and buried themselves to the knuckle in flesh. She tore and twisted, ripping bone and flesh from whatever stepped before her. A goat demon turned, their jaws opened wide and roared. Her hands clamped down on the upper and lower jaw. She yanked and pulled the top of the head clean from the body. Her fingers buried themselves into the chest and heaved with all her might, hurling the corpse through the air and moving to the next. The sword flashed in her grasp, as nothing more than a streak of light as it fell upon the next pale-skinned bat. The two halves of the body dropped, then hurtled through the air, swept up in the wind that trailed behind her as she moved. A push off the ground. Her body angled itself feet first. The skull of the lipless demon caved inwards as she struck it. The head snapped backwards with a cracking sound and twisted about. The green behemoth dropped to the ground, mush where the head had been as she pressed it into the ground and springboarded into the air. A swipe with her claws, the next head vanished in a spray of mist. Red sprayed through the air, warmth splashed over her face. She moved past the mist and further onwards. She didn't care which direction she moved in. She just moved where she saw the next demon, where her scent took in the next monster. A twist through the air, her shin crashed into the helm of the golem. Metal cracked inwards, splitting apart like clay, sending sparks where the shards bounced off the ground. The moment she landed, she pressed forwards. Swiping upwards, claws tore through plate steel like wet paper. The body was pulled apart at the joint and she pushed through. Scales formed over her body, her eyes narrowed into slits and pulsed with energy. The bat demon froze in the air. She kicked off the ground and battered through the body. It split apart over her, teeth bared to the world as she struck the ground in a roll, throwing herself upright and flinging herself forwards. Her thumbs pressed into the glowing red orbs of the demon. The howl of agony ruptured the air as it swept up. She pulled her arms free of it, throwing her weight to the side and gripping the right horn that grew from the head. She swung with it and pulled to the side, bone snapped as she tore the protrusion from the skull. Her hands clenched around, swinging it down with both hands, driving it through the top of the skull. The demon went limp, collapsing like a puppet. She pushed it further down as she pressed into the air, her eyes swept about for the next target. Movement in the corner of her eye, a demon flew at her with a bony spear clenched in its hands. Magenta light speared through its chest, knocking it from the sky. She hit the ground with a crunch, turning herself about to the source of the attack, and she paused. A tall figure in white robes, wings like twigs jutted from their back as they stepped forwards, a large sword burned with brilliant orange flames in their right hand, their left held a smaller sword with a purple light clinging to its silver skin. With skin like wood and a face covered in roots, the figure came to a stop and raised a brow with a faint creaking sound. If the slaughter of demons interests you, then I would recommend keeping pace with me. They turned about face and marched forwards, their arms weaving back and forth as they blurred forwards, dancing from demon to demon with each attack requiring only a single swing of the sword, cutting and slicing as they moved. She darted forwards, punching her claws through the chest of the gray-skinned demon, right through the back of their body, and pulling her hand free with a spray of blood. The sword cleaved in the space above her head, removing the demon's own with a flash of light. The dual wielder swung forwards, thrusting the burning sword into the ground and unleashing rivers of fire across the ground. They raced forwards and sought out the legs of the demons, fire crept up their limbs and scorched them black. She threw herself into their wounded states, hacking and slashing until all that remained was a pile of gore. Messy, the dual wielder commented in the aftermath, then offered a grunt which sounded almost impressed. But thorough. Good. She offered but a single blink towards them, raising a brow a second later before she grunted back in response. They might regenerate. The smaller the pieces, the better. They made a small noise, twisting their body and sweeping down from the shoulder to the waist. The two halves of the demon slid and dropped to the ground with a splat. A moment later, their burning sword was raised and breathed fire upon the corpse until it was but a smoking lump on the ground. As you say. Now then. Clearing their throat, the figure moved once more, sweeping through the air and cutting a demon from the sky as they did so. The less time I spend in the company of these creatures, the better. My patience for demons runs thin. They turned as a demon dropped from the sky, thrusting a spear towards them. A sword pierced through the chest of the beast, pulled upwards and split them vertically. She turned back to the servant, sweeping the sword to the side and flicking it clean. There were no coherent thoughts to be found in the mind as the body trudged forwards. What thoughts that emerged were rabid and without focus, a chaotic spree as the world around the marching suit of burning armor transformed, the caves and rocks dripped as heat turned them to liquid. The walls of liquid fire bubbled and shifted as forms pulled themselves free of the burning embrace, screeching and clawing their way to the surface before they stumbled forwards without concern for the heat. Bodies of twisted flesh and bone, combinations of the two and elongated limbs. All manner of creatures clawed their way from the chaos and charged forth without restraint. The only intention flooding across their minds was to destroy and kill whatever was in their path. Only then would they move on to what was important, to what came next. Metallic groaning echoed from the body, the armor slowed and the hands moved up, clasping at the front of the helmet and dragging fingers across the plate metal, clawing their way into the steel and producing a grinding screech matched only by the inflamed vocal cords of the form. If there was anything left of Berserker, it had long been overshadowed by the chaos that took root in their chest. If the chaos flame had been the heart of the city of Izalith, then the noble phantasm of Berserker had always been a weakness. For the Demon King to carry a shard of the chaos flame in their staff at all times meant the heart was always present. In effect, they were the utterly worst individuals to be kept imprisoned within the heart of Berserker's noble phantasm. Had they been granted more information at the time, Berserker would have understood and immediately destroyed the Demon King before the chaos could take root in their body. However, they had remained ignorant to the danger until it was much too late. Those were the only thoughts that managed to pass through their mind before it was twisted further by chaos itself. Not even the monsters being born of the fires that surrounded them understood the mentality of their creator, only that they were born to spread that chaos wherever it could reach, for that was their lifeline. They existed within that chaos, thus the only logical goal was to spread the chaos as far and as fast as they could. So this is where you were. Light exploded at the end of the tunnel, flashes of fluorescent blue mingled with splats of red and the hiss of flesh against heat. Berserker stopped walking as the bodies of the demons that moved ahead of them fell to the ground as bloody ribbons. The eyes behind the helm narrowed as the shadow at the end of the tunnel. The footsteps came next, slow and steady. There was no scent in the air to betray fear, nor did the voice carry any trace of anxiety. It was cold, uncaring, no, inconvenienced. I doubt Gwyn would truly be needed here personally, but his fear is irrational. Honestly, to think that Ritska and the others might have perished because of something as feeble as you. The voice continued on. They passed from shadow and into light. Snow-white hair, golden eyes of slitted pupils. A face so familiar and yet so different, a face known to Berserker but not with that expression. Not with those eyes. No matter. The speaker announced, folding their arms behind their back and regarding them with detached interest. Dismissive eyes flickered across their body as motes of blue formed around their shoulders. A single flash, Berserker stumbled backwards from the impacts across their chest, only they remained standing. The demons that had risen up beside them were shredded into a fine mist within an instant. The lava was soaked with their blood, hissing and spitting as the brief obscuring wave was burned away and light flooded through in a moment. The dim glow of the white-haired attackers' eyes was the only sign of something being amiss with their expression. Oh, I see. The shard of a Holy Grail. They sighed. Fujimaru tasks me something fierce, this day. To think I would need to use up so much strength for him, well, no matter. I was planning on putting you down anyway. Berserker growled. Their body snapped forwards as the wounds that littered their chest burst with fire. The skin knitted itself closed, the cracks and gaps in the plate erupted with rivers of searing orange. Dripping to the ground as they started to walk forwards, the root bony extensions jutting from their back cracked as they moved, scraping along the walls of the cave. The white-haired boy sighed. Azure light formed near their body, raising a single brow at Berserker. Try not to trouble me too much. I had to put some rather important work on hold to come here. Berserker charged. Ritska slid to a halt. Mash swung out in front of him and parried the blow aside. Gareth charged forwards, slamming into the body of the demon and throwing it into the ground, spear piercing through its chest and exploding in a shower of fluorescent sky blue and lumps of flesh. A demon moved to take advantage of Gareth. A spike blurred through the air and pierced the side of its head. It slumped and was jerked away. Ritska tracked it until a sword of glowing gold cleaved right through the middle of it and dropped two halves to the ground. Boudica kicked forwards, driving her knee through bone and shattering the jaw of the next demon she laid eyes on. The head snapped back and the body soared through the air, flipping away into the distance. Orbs of fire struck it down. The burning husk fell to the ground a second later. Ritska moved forwards through it all, his pace steady as he kept behind Mash as best he could, then stopped and pointed up into the sky. Gwendolyn, flyers incoming. The warning earned a shout of affirmation, yet it was not arrows that soared through the sky. Instead, he heard the voice of another individual. I'll handle this, brother. He turned around, then blinked as Berserker stepped forward with a pair of wings jutting from their back. I was sent on ahead to helm you, others will be coming soon. He heard the boom of Berserker launching themselves into the air. He saw the flash of movement and the displacement of their rapid ascension. Then the crack of the sound barrier shattering ruptured the air, and the group of flying demons were separated in the wake of the explosion. A single second, Berserker appeared in the sky. Their body was aflame with yellow and black flames, then they twisted themselves around with such speed that they sucked air towards them, becoming a glowing orb of fire which pulled the demons into the surface within the same second. Ritska's eyes were pulled down. Tauren hurled themselves forwards, burying the double-headed axe into the skull of a victim, throwing them to the side and slamming their hand into the ground. Roots burst from the earth and wrapped around the limbs of the demons, tangling them up and halting their movements. The statues of pharaohs jutted up. A firing squad lined up and pelted the trapped demons with orb after orb of green slime. each impact earning a hiss of pain from the demons until they were silenced by a flash of light sweeping in from the side. Boudica had unleashed a crescent of gold from the tip of her sword. Despite all that, Ritska knew they were still making slow progress. Ground churned, a deep rumble shook through his very bones. The earth split open, a dozen roots looped around one another like so many serpents and burst through the buildings around them. Debris showered down from the sky, thudding with deep metallic cracks against the shield of Mash, those that were not reduced to dust by the flames of Kiyohime before they could even reach him. Ritska slipped behind Mash. He was feeling a little hot under the collar as well. He'd noticed that the further they pushed, the greater the heat had become. Like walking into a sauna, he wiped a hand across his brow and grimaced as he watched his sweat hit the ground and sizzle. To say nothing of what he assumed the soles of the director's feet were like, given that she was still barefoot. Step aside if you do not wish to become kindling, humans. The dominating voice brought him up short. He turned his head to the speaker and blinked as a man in royal red robes strode past him, flanked at the side by the unmistakable form of Salaman, who actually nodded their head in greeting. Myself and the acolyte of Izalith shall clear away this stain on her legacy. The god Flan declared without even looking at him, sweeping up an arm. The sleeve dropped down to the elbow, flames crept up their skin until they fell into place around their palm and their fist clenched shut. Fire burst from the gaps like jets before aiming it straight ahead. A terrible screech cut through the air, then the palm opened up. Ritska saw a flash of light streak through the sky like a meteor. The ball of flames surged forwards right into the midst. He closed his eyes, missing the impact and bringing his hand up. Mash slammed her shield down. He could only tell because of the echoing crunch of metal in stone, and then the impact slammed into him, feeling it pulse through his body, punch to the gut, his ears ringing as he blinked sight back into his eyes. Sweeping his head around until he stared right down to where the god had aimed. It was a sea of flames. Burning figures shambled around and cried out before they dropped down to the ground and writhed. I trust this will suffice for fuel, acolyte. The calm words of the god followed. Flan stepped back as Salaman moved forwards. Ritska saw a flicker of grief and disappointment across their face before they exhaled. Resignation followed. I truly wish it had not come to this, but I know how much you demons respect strength, so I will have to deal with it. The fur-cloaked man brought their arms up. The sea of flames twisted and rippled, lapping away as though caught in a breeze. Salaman weaved their arms back and forth, fire dancing across their fingers as they drew them in circles. Flames rolled across the ground and climbed into the sky, spinning and conjoining as they rolled faster and faster until they formed the unmistakable shape of a sphere, burning bright like a second sun hovering in the sky. Even when the last of the flames had been drunk into the orb, it continued to spin around. The moment of ignition is here. Demons and golems alike shambled to form some manner of defense, but Ritska could tell it was already too late. I am the one who masters the fire of life. Salaman's voice turned somber. Embrace these flames and let this end be swift. They clapped their hands forwards. Magnus Ignis Sphera. The orb shot forwards, accelerating like a cannonball right into the midst of the demons. It struck and then exploded, shattering everything into a muffled ringing and unleashing the stolen fires with a force 100 times stronger. The bricks turned to molten sludge and were hurtled high into the sky. A shockwave of orange-tinged light flung itself outwards and slammed into him like the open door of a furnace. Ritska stumbled backwards. Rivers of liquid stone flowed outwards. Towers set aflame came crashing down to the ground and ignited the dust in the air. A vortex of flames rose up in the aftermath and stretched high into the sky before it faded away. He could do nothing but stare at the devastation, certain that nothing had survived. It was proven true. When the smoke settled and the raining embers abated, it revealed nothing but smoldering ruins and a large black crater where the entrance to the prison had once been. Glowing bright white with the heat, the sludge which had once been the walls slipped around the open entrance. Salaman's exhale snapped him from his awe and to the servant once more. The man turned away and shook their head from side to side. I really wish I didn't need to do that. Flan scoffed. Your mercy is wasted on creatures that understand only violence. Salaman kept silent for a brief second, then replied in a quiet tone. Quote dot dot dot. They understand much more than that. Their eyes flickered to him, they jerked their head in the direction of the ruin. I've cleared the way for you, and that'll be the extent of all I can do. Ritska opened his mouth to say something, then paused as he watched the servant turn translucent, motes of light peeling away from their body. A thin smile on their lips which seemed rather unconcerned, or perhaps it would be a look of acceptance. I don't have a master, and honestly, their eyes flickered down to the ground. Quote dot dot dot. I'd rather not stick around after doing something like that. What could he say? It wasn't as though he didn't get it. Salomon seemed to look at the demons as being something more, where few others did. Quote dot dot dot. I'm sorry. The caster jerked upwards, then smiled at him. You really are, huh? They're more than this. Try and remember that, please. He was gone before Ritska could offer a reply to them, the last remnants of their body cast into the wind. His eyes lingered on the area they had been for only a moment. An exhale escaped him as he turned his head back to the field before him, the lake of burning which bubbled and spat at him. Tremors shook through the ground. Ritska narrowed his eyes. They got stronger and stronger, louder and louder as the seconds ticked by. He tensed himself, readying for the attack that was bound to come. It was instant. His eyes shot wide, he kicked back off the ground and watched the world spin in slow motion. The explosion barely grew from the entrance to the dungeon as the shape threw itself from the depths and right into the sunlight. The hammer dragged itself through the river of lava, sweeping the molten liquid right towards him. It splashed over the shield of mash and splattered against the ground either side of him, never touching him, but he recoiled all the same from the heat alone. An earth-shuddering impact came next, rippling around him as he beheld the sight of the demon from earlier. Hammer gripped in its hand, the head of the weapon slammed clean into the guard of Flan, their arms raised and brought to shield themselves. A cracking sound tore through the air, the expression on the face of the redhead twisted into a grimace of pain before they vanished, swept into the air with the blow. Air surged right through him, his body shuddered. A contest of will. As I expected. As I said. You, like the others, will fight to kill. Ritska caught himself, bracing his feet against the ground and shouting right back. Don't turn this around on me. If you'd just told me from the start what you were after, then I would have heard you out. All this cryptic and ominous stuff wasn't needed. He thrust a finger forwards, pointing to the face of the demon. All I wanted was some answers, that was it. You just needed to tell me what the problem was and I would have helped you find a solution. His arms dropped back down, his expression tightened. That was all that needed to happen, we could have just talked this out. The demon turned to him and stared, glowing eyes matching his own for a brief instant. A grunting sound, accompanied by a shake of the head. I will not waste breath with you. A choice was made before you even stepped foot in this lair. You were complicit from the moment you agreed to remain. Do not deny. His hands clenched into fists. It wasn't that they were wrong. He had chosen to remain, but it was a gross oversimplification of events. I didn't know what was happening, and if I did, then I wouldn't have gone along with it for as long as I had. The demon slammed the hammer into the ground, cutting him short. Your sorrow does not alter the fate of my kin, nor the future they could have. Our goals stand opposite. We wish for life, but it is at the cost of yours. That is how it is and how it will always be. The hammer was dragged backwards, leaving a trail of white-hot brick bubbling away. A single ripe fruit on a rotten bushel does not salvage the crop. Your people would never accept us, even if you do. Ritska slumped his shoulders, his expression turned blank. So that's it then. A tilt of the head. You deny that your people would reject us. Quote. No. There was no point in doing something like that. He knew for a fact that on the whole, very few would be so accepting of the race of demons. Even without the bad blood between all of them, it had been drilled into his head that the world only tolerated a single prime life form. It was why Calamate had been an enemy to them as well, despite their nature. Quote. I guess that's that then, huh? The demon stared for a moment. He saw the flicker of understanding pass through their eyes, straightening themselves out and nodding back to him. You do not hate us, but fight all the same. It is not because we are demons, it is because of what we do now. There is no shame in that, Aod. That is my name. King of Demons. Ritsuka Fujimaru. Nothing else was spoken. He heard thundering steps, turning around and spotting the director mounted on the shoulder of Stahl as their group sprinted towards them. He turned his eyes back towards the demon, who similarly noticed the arrival of reinforcements. The Demon King flung themselves forwards, hammer above their head, much faster than the previous encounter they had with them. Such was the burst of speed that he was left briefly stumped at the swift movement of them. But not that stumped. Mash! She was there like lightning, the hammer drummed against the shield, the earth cracked beneath the boots of the shielder, but she stood her ground as he expected. Because that was who she was. Flames billowed from the maw of the Aode, falling upon Mash's shield like a waterfall as they spun, sweeping her away and bringing the hammer about, this time slamming into the guard of Stahl as they blocked the blow, bracing themselves and shoving backwards. They swung their axe, the blade buried itself into the forearm of the demon, Aode dragged it across, pulling Stahl with them and sweeping their tail around, whipping it into their chest and throwing them clear. Their head angled itself, flashes of light ricocheted off their horned scalp and into the air, they pushed off the ground and flung themselves forwards, earth flew and embers sprinted, the impact of the hammer into the ground kicked up a blizzard of embers right into the thick of things, he heard the scratches and thumpings all around him. Aode burst through the smog like a runaway train, stampeding right towards him. He stood his ground. Light flashed through the air, a spear of gold caught the demon in the side of the head and stumbled them slightly. Soon followed by a small blur with a sword that glowed of sky blue light. Ritsuka blinked as Gawain all but appeared before the demon and swung, their blade cleaved through the shin of the monster and staggered them, swiftly pressing off the ground and throwing themselves to the side before the Aode could react. They staggered as a comet of magenta slammed into the side of them faster than he could see, it image stilled as Medusa recoiled off their head and twisted through the air, slinging one of her spikes forwards, it buried itself to the hilt in the shoulder of the Aode. The moment her feet hit the ground, she pulled with enough strength to drag them in her direction, at least before they could catch their footing. It proved more than enough time. Gareth launched herself into them from the same direction, battering her shield into their chin and face, driving their lance into hard skin and detonating it. An explosion threw her clear. Aode staggered from her and directly into the swinging shield of Mash, the impact knocked them reeling. Boudica's axe kick caught them in the back of the head, they jerked it forwards and spun around, sweeping their hammer upwards and catching the chain in the process, pulling it from their shoulder while Medusa was jerked from her position and into the air. The tail swept around like a whip, the crack of it striking steel was like a hammer on an anvil. Gareth was thrown back into a roll before she caught herself. Flames pooled in the offhand of the demon, it swung the limb up towards Mash, the torrent of flames emerged from the palm and struck the guard of the shielder, it obscured her vision long enough for the hammer to thrust itself into the flat of the aegis, shunting her backwards. Aode turned, directing the hammer to the air and parrying away Brynhildr as she attempted a dive towards them. Their fingers glowed, he saw them twist out in a sweeping motion, then his eyes shot wide. Symbols, so much like Caster Seiu's own, hovered in the air in front of him before they raced off like fireworks, seeking out whatever targets were near them and crashing into the ground, at least until half of them were intercepted by a mirror match of burning symbols. Launching runes around me then, are you? The voice of Seiyu echoed out, leaving no doubt which version had come forwards to fight. All right then, let's have ourselves a little competition. Aode stomped down, wood shattered the second it emerged from the floor, turned to charcoal and blown away with the shockwave of the stomp. They swung about, another river of flames burst forth like a jet and towards them, Seiyu and Torin dove either side as the billowing flames scorched the land between them. The second the casters hit the ground they were sweeping their attention onto the servant. Ritsuka kicked off the ground, breaking into a sprint as he moved around to get out of the line of sight of the servant. He heard the whistle of something heavy moving through the air, he slowed himself to a halt and skidded along the ground, just in the nick of time as well. One of the goat demons slammed into the ground before him, its neck twisted at an odd angle and very much dead. His eyes lingered on it for a moment longer, then whipped his gaze to the direction it had come from. blinking as he saw a pair of knights in matching armor fighting with a purple-haired woman in a rather risque outfit, who seemed to be wielding a person-sized cross as a weapon. The pair of knights, adorned in the armor that Ash had worn when he first appeared, worked in unison with one another. One wielding a greatsword and the other with an axe, making their way closer and closer to the fighting. A shadow whipped through the air, a blue wyvern flew overhead, breathing golden lighting from its maw and frying demons from the sky, twisting around and slamming into the earth with a crunch. A roar escaped it as it beat its wings and lifted up rather powerful gusts of wind. He turned his head from the display and moved on, stepping around the corpse of the demon, and slipped down across the ground to cover, turning his eyes to the battle with Aod once more and frowning at what he saw. A heavy strike from the hammer sent Mash reeling through the air, the tail cracked like a whip in the same instant and swept Gareth's legs out from underneath her. They breathed fire and forced Medusa into the air to avoid being scorched with the blaze. They stomped forwards, slamming a massive fist into the shield of Boudica and driving her flat into the ground. An effort to stamp on her was cut short when Medusa drove her nails into the shoulders of the demon, reeling herself in like a bullet and slamming a kick into the top of their head, enough force to send Aod stumbling away. More than enough time for Boudica to get on her feet and get some healthy distance. "Ah, so this is where you were." He blinked, turning to the voice and glancing up at the trio now stood before him. Their complete and utter lack of concern, at least for the twins, was rather jarring for him as well as their casual approach to him, as if they weren't in the middle of a battle. Though from the burns and scratches that covered the body of the largest, as well as the splatters of blood across their skin, it seemed as though Asterios had been keeping the Gorgon sisters rather safe. He turned back around to the fight, scanning the battle before he sent commands through his mind. Mash twisted her body around on her heel, releasing her hold on the shield and spinning it through the air like a frisbee, crashing it into the cheek of Aod in the next second and knocking it up into the air. Medusa was above the shield in a moment, slamming her own axe kick into the top of the shield and driving it down like a hammer to a nail. The crunch of the shield striking the skull of the demon echoed. He felt the impact reverberate through his body and Aod certainly felt it. Their chin smashed into the ground. Stahl pounced, coiling their shield arm back and thrusting it forwards like a punch, striking the demon in the face with the ridge of their own circular shield. A dry snapping sound and an echo of pain, the berserkers swung their leg up and kicked the demon back onto their feet, sweeping their axe across and burying the head of it into the chest of the demon. Aod struck them in the head, the blow flipped the berserker in the air and onto their back, their shield was raised over their body as the demon crashed their own hammer into the aegis. "So that's the one, is it? I must say, they're quite the brute, aren't they?" The comment came from either Euryale or Steno, but he wasn't paying enough attention to either of them to really figure out which one it was. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes meeting Asterios with a rather clear-cut intention to them. The berserker shot a look at the twins before coming back to him. He nodded once, that was all he needed to do. With a grunt of understanding, Asterios let out a bellowing warcry and charged past him like a wall of muscle, stampeding towards Aod and earning the demon's attention, just in time for the axes to be brought down into the hardened stone flesh of the demon. Sparks flew and a scraping sound came next. "I hope you're going to take responsibility for stealing our guard like that, first Medusa and now Asterios. I'm starting to wonder if you care all that much about our lives." "No less than I care about my own," he responded back over his shoulder, ducking away as a scrap of debris chipped off the stones right in front of his face. He rolled backwards and pressed himself flat against the mount of stone and rubble, glancing to the twins for a quick second. He offered a wry smile to their rather bland expressions. "So I'd stay close, if I were you. It's a bit hectic at the moment." They opened their mouth to say something, but he didn't hear anything. Instead his eyes instantly focused on the shape which dropped to the ground behind them. He moved without thinking, grabbing the pair by their arms and yanking them forwards, earning him faint gasps of alarm and shock as they both hit the ground. At the same time, he stepped backwards, narrowly managing to avoid losing his head to a large hooked machete wielded by another of the gray-skinned demon monsters. It focused its 4 eyes onto him, 2 on each side of the bleached white skull, and bellowed out another roar, bringing the weapon up to swing again. A golden-clawed hand burst through the chest, holding the still beating heart in their grasp, then clenched their fingers tight. Ritsuka recoiled as warmth sprayed itself across his face, freezing up a moment later as the hand pulled backwards. The corpse was haphazardly tossed behind the killer, a flash of purple light arced through the air, cleaving the body in half down the middle and dropping both sides either end of the new arrivals. Sullivan swept the blood from his silver sword with a single swing of the weapon. Chris didn't even make an effort to remove the blood dripping down from her arm, staring blankly down at him for a few moments, then towards those behind him before giving a single grunt. Fast instincts, at least, as expected of a fly. His hands flew up, wiping the warmth away from his face like it was boiling, then pausing as he stared down at his red-tainted hands. He felt bile build up in the back of his throat, forcing it down and bringing his eyes back, meeting the gaze of the saber who had moved to within a hair's breadth of him. "Stay out of the way." Chris vanished without a sound. He jerked his head around in a futile effort to track her movements, but it was as though she had teleported from one spot to the other. HMPH. If she was going to try and copy Medusa, the least she could have done was try and mimic her manners as well. Honestly, it is as though there isn't an ounce of respect in that one. Ritsuka slowly turned his head to the direction of the goddesses, furrowing his brows at the pair of them as they watched the fight with an air of indifference about them. As though they were above the entire thing, making it hard to figure out which of the two had actually spoken. He moved further back as Sullivan stepped around him. The caster stopped moving for only a moment as they glanced down at him and spoke in a low tone. "You see now why I have little patience for the divine." Ritsuka was certain they didn't have much patience for anyone. Her feet struck the ground, trenching through solid stone as she slowed to a halt. It lasted a fraction of a second before she pushed off the ground and propelled herself forwards through the air like a rocket once more. Her eyes met those of the demon, mana channeled through them but earned a lackluster response. Their mana was clearly much stronger. She felt the interference breaking through her petrification and only succeeding in slowing the movements of the demon for a fraction of a second. Her body twisted and rolled over. The hammer passed right above her head, coming within a mere inch. It was close enough. She swung her spikes up as she glided beneath, looping them around the pole of the hammer and pulling the chain taut. Her momentum carried her as she felt their grip jerk her to a stop, but it only succeeded in shifting her aim across. Slamming into the ground, she flipped herself around and pulled with all her might, diving into her monstrous strength. Her skin cracked and peeled. She withheld a grimace as flakes of golden scale exposed themselves to the world from the force, yet even with her strength and the speed she had, it was not nearly enough to rip the hammer from the grip of the demon. They held firm, pulling back and dragging her through the air. Their right hand pulled itself free of the hammer and clenched into a fist, coiling itself backwards and hurtling forwards. She froze for a fraction of a second as another shape crashed into their extended arm. A shuddering crack split through the air. The expression of the demon tightened as the shockwave rippled outwards from their limb, stumbling backwards as the attacking shape flipped through the air. The flash of purple hit the ground, sliding back for several meters before they thrust an arm down, jerking themselves to a dead stop. Chrysor locked eyes with her for a brief instant. Her fingers tightened their hold on the chain in her grasp. She pulled herself forwards in the instant the demon had been knocked off balance by the shoulder barge. Medusa threw herself forwards and slammed her heels into the side of their head, just beneath the leftmost antler. A terrible crack split through the bone. The fracture ran clean across the circumference of the horn before jerking down and moving into the joint between the protrusion and the skull. Springboarding herself away from the demon, she flipped herself through the air once more. Asterios tackled the demon with a thunderclap, pushing their balance onto a single leg as they tried to throw themselves clear of the attackers. The distraction from the Minotaur provided time enough for the draconic berserker to come flipping in from the sky. Propelled by a burst of flames from their hands, they twisted their body faster and faster until they slammed a rocket-fueled punch into the back of the demon, crashing their body into the ground. Skin cracked and split apart, chipped fragments were hurled through the air. Yet the demon, despite all that, tossed Asterios clear of them in the next instant, before her feet even touched the ground, and slammed an elbow into the berserker and flung their body away from them and back into the air. They spewed forth rivers of fire, swinging their club left and right and sending servants ducking for cover in an effort to avoid the bone-shattering swipes of the weapon. Their endurance was little joke, it seemed. Or they were benefiting from something else. This manner of endurance was far and above what they had displayed in their first battle. It was the sort of power she would expect if one were in their own domain. It would explain the way the castle had shifted auras, now reflecting the demon. Some manner of territory, she would have something similar if she were in the blood fort. Her eyes narrowed, watching as the damage they had inflicted was slowly but surely healing over. Master. They are regenerating the damage. She got a response a second later. I can see. Do you believe your noble phantasm will be able to inflict enough damage to overpower it? It took her only a split second to answer. Yes. I'll get everyone clear. She kicked herself back through the air, swinging out a spike in her left hand and catching the nail by the head. Reversing her grip on the weapon and driving it into the side of her neck, dragging it across with barely a wince on her face, the blood swept out in front of her and splayed in the circle. Her hands reached forwards, clasping the golden reins and dragging them forwards. Bellerophon. Light rolled underneath her, a brilliant white coalesced into the shape of the Pegasus. The mount expanded its wings either side, rearing up in the air and kicking upon nothing. She accelerated forwards with such speed that the air shattered around her. Feeling only a light jolt as she moved faster and faster, she suspected that the demon would not react to her at this speed. Her eyes swept left, watching the servants move away from the battle and the demon standing tall, turning its head and snapping its focus onto her. She met eyes with them at the impossible distance between the two of them. She tugged at the reins and made an about turn. But that was not all she saw. Nor all she felt. It rumbled through her very senses, the shift in the mana of the world, and her eyes snapped to the location. Narrowing greatly as the familiar sensation wormed its way through her bones, it was a feeling that was nostalgic and yet tainted with change. Something similar but not quite. It was little surprise where this sensation came from. Chrysor pierced their chest with their claws, raked across their body and splashed blood onto the ground. The hand was thrust down into the puddle of blood. The scarlet river shifted and twisted, bubbling away before rolling back onto their arm. Chrysor charged forwards, pulling their arm from the blood and unveiling it to the world. It was no longer an arm. It was as though the head of a dog had been grafted onto their body, a well-muscled skull and large fangs in the maw. Except there was something more. It was joined by a second head. The twin heads of the hounds were far larger than any dog that existed in the modern world. The cry that followed rang out, clear as day. Orthus. The jaws of the hounds clamped down into the leg of the demon and pulled, tearing with them a pound of flesh from the leg of the demon, more than enough for the servant to drop down onto one leg, losing their footing and whatever guard they might have been able to assemble. It was a chance that was a fraction of a second, if that, and then it would be lost. Plenty of time for her. The reins cracked. She accelerated to the earth like a comet of light, within less time than it would take to blink. She had gone from a mile in the sky to right in front of the demon. Then she struck it. The explosion tore through the air as she smashed into the body like battering ram, tugging at the reins and jerked the mount upwards, carrying the demon higher into the sky. Mana lashed away at their body, shards of their skin and bone peeled away as they were mauled by a combination of speed and power. The hammer was flung from their grasp, vanishing somewhere into the distance. Without even enough time to scream, the demon was hurtled into the sky as the mount twisted around, with their body pulled along, and then they went charging to the ground once more. She pushed off the mount as it slammed down. Light crackled for a split second, then flashed bright white as the shockwave struck her. Her body ragdolled through the air, fire and rubble mushroomed out in a detonation that reached high into the sky. The nails fit comfortably into her hands, spreading her arms wide and hurling them downwards into the ground and giving only a single tug. Her body propelled itself with the pull, crashing into the ground and bending her knees. Spiderweb cracks rippled out from the impact as the ground bent down to accommodate her. Her eyes fixed themselves upon the dust raining down, followed by chunks of rock and pieces of what she assumed was the demon itself. But her thoughts turned elsewhere. Namely the overwhelming presence of magical energy that was surging towards them right this moment. The dust settled around them, he could barely make out the fizzle of light from the center as the remnants of Medusa's attack faded away. "Are you all right, Senpai?" Mash had dove before him, activating her noble phantasm in the split second before the attack landed. Which was rather fortunate, he wasn't sure what would have happened to him if she hadn't done that. At the very least, he doubted he would have stayed on his feet. He nodded his head, letting out the breath he didn't know he had been holding in. Reaching up, he clapped her twice on the shoulder, which earned a relieved smile from the girl. "Thanks, Mash." Gulping, he strode around her for a single step before bringing himself up short, narrowing his eyes ever so slightly. It was as though something shifted in the air, like it was stealing away his breath. A weight exuded itself on his shoulders. "Fujimaru-kun." Romani's panicked voice stopped his heart. "The magical energy readings have skyrocketed. The servant you encountered in the depths is..." The roar of a pillar of fire bursting from the ground and into the air cut the man short. Ritsuka felt his shoulders drop as the storm of flames stretched higher and higher into the sky without end. The dust was banished right past him with the force of the fires, leaving only the tornado of flame. The tornado of flames was snuffed in a single moment. A pulse of blue-tinged light tore it apart from the inside. There remained only the burnt crater where the flames had escaped and then nothing. "The mana reading is gone." Romani sounded dumbfounded. Indeed, Ritsuka felt that exact way. The spirit origin of Berserker has been destroyed, so that other servant defeated them all by themselves. But that was wait, hang on, if the spirit origin is gone then that means. Ritsuka blanched. "The castle is going to. Initiating emergency ray shift. I'm getting all of you back here as quickly as I can." He nodded his head at the words of the doctor, then paused and turned his head towards another individual. Hanlith was dead. That meant her influence was gone, and when they returned back to Chaldea it also meant that. Gawain looked at him, a faint understanding look on their face. "I know, Master Ritsuka. It was only in this singularity that I was granted life, but..." Turning his head towards the sky, Gawain let out a small sigh. "I am proud of what I did and what I accomplished. Tell me, did I fulfill my duty?" Ritsuka watched them for a moment, then his lip pulled up. "Yeah, you were an amazing servant, Gawain. You completed your duty without fail. I'm glad I did not fail this time around." Gawain stumbled for a short step. Ritsuka moved to catch them before he brought up a hand and stopped him short. The blonde let out a harsh cough. Flickers of orange cracked around his body, turning his eyes towards him and shaking his head several times. It would be best if you didn't get so close right now. He is coming back now that all is done." Gawain grimaced. "I am not comfortable leaving you in his company, Master Ritsuka." "That was..." Ritsuka offered a faint shrug. "I'd say he's not so bad once you get to know him, but he's trying to get better. I think that's what counts." Silence for a few moments, then Gawain pulled himself back up and stood straight. "If you say so, Master Ritsuka." Closing his eyes, Gawain turned his head towards the sky and let out a breath. Ritsuka jerked backwards as wisps of fire sprouted along the surface of Gawain, yet there came not an ounce of noise from the flames. The armor peeled away and the body shifted, all while the face of Gawain remained utterly tranquil, as if unaware of what was going on and merely falling asleep. "A shame," a quiet mutterance from Gawain. "Ash is the stronger of us, he will definitely see this through to the end and help you, but, I..." Gawain cut himself short. His mouth closed. "Never mind." Flames rolled off the body in a split second, a flare of light and then nothing. The fires snuffed out within a heartbeat. Ash stood where Gawain had been, burnt plate armor atop ragged red scraps of cloth, a cape of matte black fluttering in the wind. His head lowered down from gazing at the sky, eyes opened up and verdant green orbs stared back at him for a few seconds before they narrowed a touch. "Ritsuka." "Ash, you're back." "Yes." Ash nodded his head up and down, expression betraying nothing as he turned away from them all and looked out across the ruins of the theme park. It seems I am. She came to a halt in front of them, so much like a mirror, and yet hers was even more perfect than it. As expected, they were the original. But, ... you were everything I hoped you would be. It was something that needed saying, something that she wished to confess. Her mother stared into her eyes, something flashed through them as they opened their mouth to respond, then closed it again. ... I expect no answer from you. I wished only to say that one thing. You are indeed my mother, and this was a shorter meeting than I would have liked. But fighting you and fighting at your side was like a dream I have waited to come true for so long. If we do not meet again, know this. She felt her lips tug only a little. I am pleased I was the child of such a strong mother. Mother flinched like they had been slapped, but she did not care for that. Though she glanced off to the side, the fly was still staring silently at the spot where the sudden arrival had vanished. Her distaste of them had barely shifted, but she did not find herself disliking them. She just didn't care, but at least they understood that mother was strong. ... I would prefer you had stronger company. Her eyes flickered to them once more, noting the light circling around their bodies. They vanished before her eyes. Mother hadn't spoken a single word. But she didn't need to. That was the privilege of the strong, they could pick and choose what they did. It was not something that she was entitled to. She could not even keep Hanlith safe. What right did she have to stand by the side of her mother? But, even with all that, it was rewarding. ... I felt it, Asclepius, I finally felt it. Not yet summer resort. Epilogue. He stared at it, sitting upon the table. The sword of Anri, the weapon Gawain had summoned to themselves. It just sat there. There was nothing truly special about the blade, save for the slight differences in color when compared to other Astoran blades. That was it. It had always felt like just a normal blade to him. So then where did that power come from? Not from Gawain, he would have sensed that. It came from the sword. Ash raised his hand, moving it to the hilt of the blade, resting his fingers upon it. Nothing. It was cold. Just a normal sword. But when Gawain swung it that final time, what was this blade? Why did it have such strength? And why had he never felt it? Something tickled his senses. He glanced up, finding himself presented with two different individuals. One more apprehensive than the other. Ritska was the first to speak. Ash, I want to apologize for. From the very beginning, I could have shattered Hanlith's influence over my body, even with the Holy Grail powering her. He caught himself, then frowned. It was something he said, but even then he was not so certain of it. Rather, there was no denying that it might have been difficult, but that was not the point. He did not even try to break the hold over him. What I mean to say is that it was my choice to leave Gawain in place. Ritska blinked, looking rather surprised, then it shifted into confusion. Then but I thought you. At first, I debated it. Ash admitted with a shrug. Then when Hanlith revealed her aim I would not say I completely approved of her goal. Turning me into Gawain for any reason disgusted me, but when she spoke of undoing the influence of mother on him, I was curious to see if she could manage it. He shrugged. It was not a feeling born of a desire to free Gawain. I just wanted to break one of mother's tools. Glancing between the two of them, the unease crept into their eyes as they looked away from him. ... Then Gawain was made slightly less unbearable to look at. While I remain displeased with what occurred, I shall not deny the results. At the very end, I would admit that the Gawain I saw was one I would not be ashamed to be related to. Such a tragedy it was that in the end, it changed nothing. The Gawain he saw there was little more than an old memory given voice. The one he knew, the one who had existed, was the one that he was influenced by. The Gawain who had driven his whole life from the very beginning, but he did not need to tell Ritska that. It was clear they were troubled over their lack of action in regards to Gawain, but perhaps he was glad, in a small way. For a single fleeting moment, he was not disgusted by Gawain. His eyes lowered from them and returned to the sword on the table. His fingers drummed along the blade for a second or two before they retreated from it. Clasping the handle and taking it into his hand, moving it towards his bottomless box. The sword would remain a mystery for now, nothing was revealed to him regarding the nature of the blade. Olga spoke next, her own voice tinged with a strain about it. There is talk about Chaldea as to who your parents truly are. It seems as though someone deduced your heritage. I am sorry that you were. He frowned. Do not apologize for it. Cutting her short, he turned his eyes onto her. It was something that would eventually happen. I do not care for it either way. I wish to be judged by who I am and what I have done, not by who my birth mother was. They may speak of it without, as long as it does not stretch beyond talk, I will be content. Olga nodded. Of course. That is all I came here for. Ash debated whether he should say something. He watched the woman for a short moment. She was already turning around to walk away. A single image flickered through his mind as well as the feelings he saw through the eyes of Gawain. Music is, for unkindled beings such as myself, and for undead, it holds power, perhaps more so than it would upon ordinary humans. She froze up like a statue, her back to him. I am unsure why, but it is as though it commands us. Brings comfort to our souls in times of distress. Puts us at peace with existence. His eyes moved up from the table, noting how the tips of Olga's ears were now bright red. But he wasn't going to let this slip away from him, not when it was worth pointing out. It had reached him right in the depths of his very being. Stepping up, he moved around behind her. His right hand came up, then his palm dropped down on top of her head. There was a performance during that time which moved Gawain's soul. If there is one thing that truly troubles me about that entire situation, it is that he was the one to experience that single music, and I was not. Ruffling her hair, just as he had been told was a show of praise, he stepped around her and moved off. Olga made a sputtering sound. He heard her footsteps come up behind him. He turned. She stopped short, mouth open and looking prepared to say something. Ash was unsure of what sort of expression he was making, but it must have been a potent one for the irritation and embarrassment to flee the face of Olga within a single second. It was beautiful, he said after a short moment. He didn't get the chance to tell you, but he thought it was very beautiful. She looked decidedly lost for words, a far cry from how she would normally have been. Her expression shifted several times before she looked away from him. It was hardly as though tch. Never mind, I'm glad someone got something worthwhile out of it. Ash remained silent for a second or two. He watched her face for a few moments, then slid his eyes towards Ritska. The boy looked a bit off-put, clearly still coming to terms with what had happened to them as well, but Ash held no ill will towards them. Rather, it was what he deserved. But that did not matter anymore. I hope that the next time, you do it without outside influence. Olga gave a dry snort. Next time, a click of the tongue and a sharp turn of the head. As if, was that so? A pity. He would have liked to have been there himself. She did not react when the doors to her room opened. She knew who it was who had entered, but she otherwise didn't react beyond turning her head in a show of affirmation. Waiting for the remarks was perhaps the worst bit, the comments that she knew were coming. She could already hear them. The bed ruffled as the two weights dropped themselves either side of her. Medusa blinked slowly, glancing left and right at her sisters as they assumed their spots, adjusting their posture until they were as comfortable as they were going to get. Neither one of them said anything for a time. Euryale spoke up first. Honestly, what an imprudent child they turned out to be. I always wondered what Chrysor was like, but to think that they were just some manner of meathead. Steno spoke up next. Quite so. I'm rather insulted now, to think that they would be born of Medusa and see her as nothing more than some brutish animal. Really, it just goes to show that some people really do not take well after their parents. You shouldn't spend so much time brooding over someone like that, Medusa. The type who spend all their time obsessing over strength and instinct pride are the sort who live their life short and quick, hardly befitting of any who want a valuable existence. Another nod of the head from Steno. It is expected though, to think that the child of Medusa would be such a simple one. She's about as thick-headed as you are tall. Euryale reached across, patting a hand on her thigh twice. The moment that boneheaded brute of a servant shows up in Chaldea, just leave it to us. We'll get them straightened out in no time at all. Honestly, running around looking like you. Did they really have nothing else to define themselves with? Steno let out a sigh. I suppose not. Taking on Medusa's face and suddenly rushing off and doing all those silly things. They're trying too hard. There should only ever be one Medusa, having more than that is just pushing the limit really. Their hand placed itself on her other thigh, patting it twice. I agree with me. If they show up, we'll have to teach them a proper lesson in respect when it comes to one's family. Especially when they're dredging up such things like that, they should stick to their own lane. Actually, I think they might have been taller than Medusa. Euryale hummed. I believe you were right, me. Honestly, the cheek of them. She stayed silent during the conversation, it was odd. She knew what they were doing in their own way. On the outside, she kept quiet. Inside, she felt something blossom in her chest. Yes, she probably would need to speak with them if they ever showed up, wouldn't she? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.